Did it. Angry Man Audits. Good afternoon. Good evening. Hello, CP. How you doing? Is my mic all right, or is it playing up again? Salam. I was looking forward to having a chat with Uber, so I didn't realise it was going to go like that. I was looking forward to. Oh, I can hear myself. Why can I hear myself? Text message. Been a stressful day. Why have you been a stressful day, Peggy? I hope you're all right. I hope you're good. Oh, God bless UK. Every time we meet on a panel, you disappear on me. Every time we meet on a panel. I need to educate you. We need a debate. We need to be on a panel and have a little debate. Or even have a chat. Well, I hope it's not health related, Peggy. I hope health is all okay and good. I'm in Hale. What are you still doing in Hale, Tyke? What time did you get to Hale? Are you staying in Hale? Where are you? In the hotel? I seen the pint of beer and that was it. You bought your van? Yeah, but you're not sleeping in the van tonight, are you? Because it ain't got nothing in it yet, is it? Or is it partly converted already? I imagine you're staying in the hotel by the big roundabout, aren't you? Beer was in the airport. Oh, right, because it showed me a picture of the tail end of a plane and said waiting for plane. I thought you weren't coming till Wednesday. Is that the real rapper from America? No, in a holiday chalet. Ah, right, you're up the sand dunes, are you? How long are you staying up there for? Till Thursday. Ah, well, we'll definitely have to meet up. So you're staying up by the bucket of blood, are you? Cheery, bye. Why do you think that you can come in here, nomadic thick, and dox people? Whether I talk to that person anymore, or whether I've fallen out with that person or whatever, why do you think you come in here doxing that person, nomadic thick? Oi, oi, Land Rover. I don't know. You work out. Right click on them, Peggy, because you've got a spanner. Right click on them and say go to channel, and then check their channel out, and then see if you recognise anything on there. Riviera Towers. Yeah, Riviera Towers. Yeah. Yeah, so you come out through Hale, past the old Penmare, which is now all houses, turn left at the roundabout, go up over through, go past the council estate on the left, carry on up, and you're in Riviera Towers, yeah. Oi, oi, Michael. I used to have a workshop up there. I used to live in Hale. I used to live in the synonymous Pathway Fields. Land Rover's done it for you, Peggy. 184 subs, 2021 channel. Lincoln. I was just over on Ubers, but I thought I was going to have a decent conversation with him, but he didn't like the conversation. Not allowed. Yeah, he said, are you from Dolly? Peggy. Or no, he said, you're from Dolly, actually. Why, oh, I got that on that screen and that on that screen. Hang on a minute, let's move these around. Let's move it around. Put YouTube over there. Put StreamYards over there. And analytics. Yeah, text message. Behave, you silly bloody thing. Technical problems here. Well, it'll be so nice when I build this new system. Huh? No, what am I doing in Google? Don't Google. God, was I really on for 8 hours earlier? Bink. Hello.
Why? Is it working this time? Fucking hell.
What?
I said, is it working this time?
Yeah, it is. It's bloody loud.
Oh, that's alright then.
Oi, oi, Blunt.
Alright,
Is my
Blunt,
mic alright?
Yeah, fine.
Apparently it went crackly again earlier.
Is it? Try a quick brain fox jumped over the lazy dog.
What? The fucking moon jumped over, the fucking cow jumped over the moon?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You go, Blunt. Ah, did I mistype?
No, well, he was in the chat. He's in hell, apparently.
Ah, I thought he was off to bed.
Oh, did he say he was off to bed? I don't know. I was looking at the wrong screen and I was trying to work out why everything was all back to front. It's like
Ah,
I've normally got analytics on the right-hand screen, StreamYard's in front of me,
yeah.
and YouTube on the left-hand screen.
Ah,
But it was all muddled up because I had to type in StreamYards to get onto Ubers earlier.
ah. So you couldn't have a decent conversation with him then?
No, not allowed. Because obviously he was talking about Fermanagh.
Yeah.
So I was talking to him about Operation. I was going to talk to him about Operation Banner. Because it seems like you don't know the history of why the British were over there in the first place, and it was actually the government that asked the British to come over there in the first place to help the RUC.
Yeah.
And then I started speaking about the ICJ case today.
Yeah.
Oh, I got mooted, not allowed, and it was the solicitor with the wig on, the woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she was the Irish solicitor.
Yeah. Oh, well, that'll work both ways when he comes in then, won't it?
Well, wasn't it just?
Yeah. What's good for one's good for the other, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. What have I been spoken? I haven't got a clue, angry man. What have you been spoken? Is it because you can clean up on aisle 5? So have you and Rapper decided you know each other yet, Peggy? Right, somebody's just shared a really good video with me. It's a short. Yeah, they made it. But
It's playable, is it?
hey?
Is it playable?
Yeah, it's playable, but what I've got to do is I've got to try and get the link from my phone to the fucking computer.
Ah. Are you ICJ in again tomorrow?
Yeah, ICJ again tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll stream that. But it was a good live earlier.
Yeah.
I didn't realise I did 8 hours.
Yeah, time went, didn't it? I spoke to my sister tonight about that ICJ stuff.
Yeah.
And she said exactly what, well, me and you said, basically. Nothing had come out of it. It's all fucking lip service, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's what me and Vincent said at the end of the live before I ended it.
Yeah.
It's like they're playing by a rule book, or not playing by a rule book. It's like they're putting it out there.
Yeah.
But you know, for 80 years, the United Nations hadn't done shit.
Yeah.
You know, they've made resolution after resolution after resolution. They've done, you know, and to do what? To do what? They haven't done anything. They've never achieved anything. Just loads of people have earned loads of money.
Yeah, it's the trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, they've all earned loads of money, but they haven't actually done anything, have they?
That's what happens in wars and stuff, isn't it? It's all a money-making machine, isn't it?
Yep. Money. That's what makes the world go round.
Yeah. As I said earlier, I don't think it'll be too long before one of his own take him out. The sooner the better, innit?
Yeah. Bloody coin clippers. Innit? Oh, I can hear myself on yours, and I'm speaking the same as you. Your mic's picking me up.
Is it?
Mm.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dearie me. What
Oh,
can
yeah.
one do about that?
My eyes went all blurred then, looking at the other screen. Oh, I bought 2 new 24-inch screens today.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm fed up. Like, I got 5 screens in front of me, right? And every single one of them is a different colour. And because this PC's on Windows 7, I can't put it in dark mode.
Yeah.
Because Google, or this Windows 7 doesn't support the Google update. So you got one screen, one is slightly darker. The other screen is like fucking bright white.
Yeah.
And I can't find the remote control for it to actually turn the brightness down. But then when you're watching a movie, it's the right colour.
Yeah.
And fucking hell, that scared me then.
Has that stopped the echo from you now?
Yeah. All gone now.
That's all right
It's
then.
voice mod, isn't it?
Actually, I just disabled the blue voice on it.
All right.
If you put that on, you'll probably get it again in a minute.
Testing 1 2 3.
Yes, no?
No, didn't hear it then.
Oh well.
But I mean, I downloaded voice mod when my laptop came because I wanted to use a different voice instead of like the Cornish accent.
Yeah.
And it played up. Hello. It played up.
Hello, Michelle.
Happy birthday to you. Oh no, it's not your birthday no more, is it? 56 today, eh? Or yesterday. 56 today. Spain condemned into espionage. Right? Oh, Spain condemned. Oh, Israeli. 54, you cheeky book. That woke you up, didn't it?
You know what'll happen if you wind her up, don't you?
Yeah, she'd come up here and slap you.
Wow. I was thinking that she might come up and slap you.
She fucking slapped me and fucking kicked me up and down the fucking street loads of times. Picked me up, tubed me up, spat me out, threw me down the street.
Don't make me the predator age.
Yeah. I still got the fucking bruises. The predator age. What's the predator age?
What's 56 minus 30?
Isn't it? It definitely ain't 16.
No.
It could quite possibly be 26.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, Michelle, that Betty hadn't been on. Haven't heard her slur all night. Mind you, saying that, I was watching the documentary. And then when that finished, I clicked on the tubes to see who was live, and the only person was live was Ubers.
Oh, that one, Michelle.
Oh, that one. Peekaboo one. Evening, bird.
The rutiliphile.
You had a nanny nap, did you? Oh dear. I was going to. I thought, I'd take a leaf out of fucking Gypsy Days book, have a granddad nap, and then wake up. But I didn't. I had some food. I did a rare thing as well. A rare thing. I didn't leave the dishes until later. I actually ate and then washed up after I ate. God, I'm getting domesticated, I am.
I do that every time. I can't stand going down first thing in the morning and seeing the bloody sink full of stuff from the night before.
I always do that. I've run out of knives and forks, and it's like, oh, I've got to wash dishes. I've run out of knives and forks.
Yeah.
I nearly bought another whole cutlery set yesterday in Asda. And I thought, should I buy paper plates? Garden is lovely and house is a tip. I know you worked well in the garden today, didn't you?
Yeah, it looks nice, Shell.
Yeah, I bet you got blisters on your fingers using those little garden scissors. Yeah, I'm going to buy one, Michelle. I got to buy a dishwasher. I just can't be doing with all this washing up. It's making my skin too soft. I'm used to having mechanics hands.
Yeah, I couldn't do with a dishwasher, not just for one.
Yeah, bricks from the roses. Did you do any grafting? Did you do any grafting? I call it grafting. You called it something different. All right, what's that like, Land Rover? Countertop one. Don't they like only hold 4 plates or something?
I quite like washing it. I find it quite therapeutic.
That I've hated washing up ever since I was a kid. I got a bloody scar in the side of my leg when my brother poked me with something. And he had a scar on his head where I bounced a cup off his head. That was arguing over washing up. I could understand it. If I had size 8 feet, I could understand it. But when you wear a size 10, you're too far away from the sink. That's why all women have got little feet and they all get married in white.
Yeah.
But, I mean, kitchen appliances just don't come in white anymore, do they? They come in all colours.
Yeah.
Well, my missus used to wash up all the time, Land Rover. Yeah, occasionally, if she cooked, then the deal was that I would wash up. So I used to leave them till the morning.
I'm still adjusting here to various things.
Yeah, I bet, mate.
It's like washing and stuff. I don't do washing every day or every other day. I wait 3 or 4 days until I got enough for a full fucking load.
Oh, that's what I have done. I haven't taken the fucking washing out of the washing machine. No, I managed to wash the dishes and now I fucking left them washing in the washing machine. Oh,
yeah.
Hang it up afterwards. Earlier on, Michelle, I think Jimmy was drunk. He messaged me just now and said, "Was I on your panel this afternoon?" I thought
Sounded
it
to
was
me like he was having a stroke, didn't it?
I thought he was AI.
Yeah.
I thought he was fake. Yeah, literally 10 minutes ago, just before I went live, he went, "Was I on your panel earlier, or did I dream it?" So I left him a message back. "No, you was definitely on my panel, but you sounded drunk." That was a big sigh.
Wasn't it?
Mm.
Back to the doctors, I think, sometime this week.
Yeah.
Because I put 2 and 2 together of something that's been happening recently.
Right.
And, well, you know what I told you last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think he's barking at the wrong fucking tree.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because the other thing that I put 2 and 2 together with is I keep getting a very strange pain in my left ear.
Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it?
And I Googled that tonight.
Yeah.
And that can be a sign of a problem with your heart. Or, oh, what's the fucking stuff? Angina.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he was definitely barking at the wrong fucking tree, wasn't
he? Yeah.
But they like to give out all these other things, see, don't they? And then they get you hooked on that, and then they give you something else.
That's it. That's right. No, we give you that now to counteract that, and we'll give you that to counteract that.
Not having it.
And then you look in the drugs Bible. Oh, what's that called again, Michelle? What's the drugs Bible called? All nurses and all have that Bible, but I can't remember what it's called. It's got every single drug in it, and then you look at it and it tells you what you can take with that and what you can't take with that.
Yeah.
Well, after stuff that my doctor was giving me, you shouldn't be taking A with B, and definitely shouldn't take C with A and B. So I went back to him with it all.
My missus had a book a few years back that told you all the different drugs and what what it all does and what their different brand names are and fuck knows what. What you shouldn't take with it, what you should take with it. I've looked at some of the stuff that like she had over the years and whatever, and 3 parts of them you weren't supposed to be taking with 3 parts of the other ones.
Mm.
It just don't fucking work out, does it? But as long as they're pumping you full of the shit, they're making money. That's what the way it is to look at it.
That's it. I mean, my XXX missus, 3 X's ago, because she was a senior staff nurse on cardiology, she would meet all the reps, right? And she'd get fucking taken for lunches and pens. I never had to buy a pen because the amount of pens she had, and then those silly key fobs that go around your neck.
Yeah.
You know, and like they got commission for using their drugs.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what it is that my niece's school friend does for a living, but she works 3 days a week for some fucking health authority or health place. 3 days a week. She's on 3 times as much money as me niece is, working fucking 50 hours in a fucking care home. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she has 6 fucking foreign holidays a year. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, work that out. She's on a fucking good screw for a 3-day-a-week job, isn't she?
Mm.
I think some of these holidays is all fucking freebies that are thrown in for these, like, come to this 48-hour convention and stuff like that and spend the rest of the week doing what you want.
That's the BNF. The BNF. Is that book? Yeah, BNF. British National Formulary. Key information on selection, prescribing, dispensing, and administration of medications.
It's very quiet on here tonight, isn't it?
Isn't it? Mind you, I thought it was quiet. I mean, I saw Min from Australia. She was in the chat earlier on, and I ghosted for a while because there was a couple of people in the chat, and I thought, if I type with here, I'm bound to get blocked.
Yeah.
You know, but thankfully I didn't get blocked. My comment stayed. And then the person who came in doxing somebody just now, the person I thought that was going to block me actually blocked the doxers. Yeah, that's right, Land Rover. Yeah. Yeah, we got invited on holidays. Well, she did, but I could go as well if I paid my own ticket. But it was because she was ward manager as well as being a senior staff nurse until they employed a ward manager. And she didn't want a job full time, so her mate took the job. Hello, Marisi. The BNF. Hope you're well. I think last time you were getting over illness.
Hello, Ronald.
Hello, Ronald. Ron, I was doing a video earlier. I've started another video. I've got 4 videos that I'm doing. I started another video. It's just up your street, it's just up your street. This other video is that I'm putting together. I'll finish one of them in a minute. I was just talking about it over on Ubers. It's strange. He was letting me talk about that, but he wouldn't let me talk about the ICJ, and he didn't like me talking about Operation Banner. Bit strange, isn't it? Oh, you're getting there. That's good to hear, Marie. Soon be on the panel singing, giving us a sing-song. Yes, there's a video about Sharia courts. Or they don't call them courts, they call themselves councils, don't they? Sharia councils. And in London, there's been an 11-year-old, 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old, a few 15 and 16-year-olds, all been married off. And all quite recently as well. One was historic. The 11 and 12-year-old were historic. But I think one of them was only about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago maybe. She was 15. Married to a 60-year-old guy, and then somebody else was... BNF, yeah, you can read, yeah, you can do the online version of the BNF. I'll type it in the chat, Marie. British National Formulary BNF. What's Robert Lee said? Wow. Well, he said wow at. Or is he saying wow at the Sharia councils? Who's being married off? Children, Ron, children. And the Labour government has turned a blind eye to it and still on about dropping the age of consent.
All right, Maurice.
I think Channel 4, I think it was Channel 4 did a undercover. They did an undercover into mosques in London and spoke to the imam about arranged marriage. I think he was trying to arrange a marriage with a 14-year-old girl. That's old news, to be honest. Yes, Channel 4 did it. Yeah, I know it's old news, but it isn't old news if people haven't heard about it, have you? Is it? Rather. And if it's still happening, I mean, Keir Starmer was in charge, and Labour was obviously in charge. Labour councils were obviously in charge, and turning a blind eye to it. Yeah, not a lot of people know about it, do they? I mean, people talk about Sharia courts or talk about Sharia councils and think that they're only for Muslims to get a divorce in and what have you, and to sort out disputes. Yeah, it's still happening now, yeah.
It's been happening for years, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But then it begs the question, see, doesn't it? It's if you live in this country, you should abide by this country's rules. It doesn't have anything to do with where you're brought up originally or what your beliefs are, what your religions are, or anything. The law is the law.
That's right. Yeah, but the Labour government under Tony Blair, New Labour at the time, had the nickname. Yeah, that's right. But then blunt. I mean, Starmer wouldn't have been elected if he didn't have the Israel money. You know, and Starmer wouldn't have given the NHS and all the other union workers all the big pay rises, because it's only the big unions that have had pay rises. You know, and the unions have been infiltrated. Hey, why can I see it on there, but I can't see it in there?
Trump signing an executive order requiring truck drivers to pass English literacy tests. That'll fuck a few off, won't it?
Yeah. But English is the first language in America.
Yeah.
It should be the first language here. You know, we shouldn't have signposts in different languages in this country.
No.
When I was in Wales, it was like, fucking hell, everything's in Welsh. Quick, get the map out. I didn't have a twat nav in the bloody lorry. And I hadn't enabled Google Maps, because you have to put location settings on, don't you?
Yeah.
And back then I didn't have location settings on. Are you off to Wales, you, Marie? You're off to Wales. Michelle, she's off to Bonnie, Scotland. Should have fun up there with Robert.
I don't think I should be going anywhere this year.
I was hoping to.
Yeah.
I've got to go to Wales as well when I get there, lol. When you get where? Enjoy your holidays.
But they still got it, Michelle.
Ah, bloody hell. You still not got your phone and all back? That's a bit naff, innit?
Fucking hell, it gotta be 2 years, 3 years now.
What was the point of giving me a fucking
18
notification?
months. Yeah. Still a fucking long
18
time,
months.
isn't it?
They should have given you, should have been able to apply for your stuff back after 6 months, isn't it?
Is it 6 months? I thought it was 6 weeks.
I don't know. Well, how was my next door neighbour doing outside at 20 to 1 in the morning having a fag?
Yeah, there's probably been 2 or 3 newer fucking models been bought out since then, Shell.
Phone was 4 months old. There has been fucking 2 models at least, isn't it?
Yeah.
What is it? iPhone 14, is it? I know it was iPhone.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, because you're still paying the contract, aren't you? That's crazy. But did did they cancel your other SIM card and give you a new SIM card? Yeah, we were speaking about it earlier on. White cooler, Michelle's address just got shared on Shufflens. Do you see that up above? Hopefully, one of the mods got rid of it. Hello. Are you seeing the chat, Michelle? Yep, she's seeing it. Yeah, just leave your garden tools out the front lawn. That's why I never lock my door. The only time my door's locked is when my missus is there, because she locks it behind her. So if anybody comes in, they're trespassing.
Who the
Wang the-
fucking hell posted that up then?
Well, this UK slut, innit?
I don't know. Is she on there?
Yeah, wankers, aren't they? I mean, they do it to me all the time in fucking the Drips channel. And you go over there and you go, oi, that's my full name and that's my full address. And they go, oh, I don't know, Smile, I can't see it. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like, Chubby, for fuck's sake. Well, where's it to, Smiler? In your fucking chat. I can't see it.
Wankers.
Hmm.
So is that ICJ thing on all week?
Yeah, I believe so.
Hmm.
What happened? There was more this afternoon, but
Yeah.
after that guy in the red with all the medals. I'll share the channel tomorrow. It's got pictures of some dogs in a dog bed and some lass in a Halloween costume. Oh, the channel that did the doxing. I don't know, I'm banned from the black callers. Mind you, I'm hidden in Lindsay's. I forgot to say to her, you're going to bloody unhide me. He made 3 comments and they were all hello, and then the next minute it was like, oh, where's my comments gone? Jason was on the panel. I didn't realise the bloody picture was it was some weird face, so I didn't recognise it as Jason. And he said something to Lindsay, and then I recognised the voice. It's like, oh, I'm typing, and it was unusual because Gav B's normally like, yo, hello, Smiler. Must be. They've been in here doxing ministry as well.
Must be hard carrying them testicles around under her armpits, though.
Yeah. Oi, DP. Yeah, everybody else is on bail, Michelle. Everybody else is on bail. Everybody's against her. Everybody's a fucking... Yeah, and me. Oh, Buzz. Yeah, I know. I'm not on bail either. Apparently, I've been arrested 4 times. AJ was doxing ministry on his live earlier. Why the fuck was AJ doxing ministry? When joined YouTube, didn't hear about people doxing past 2 years is all the same. Alright. Some of us do it by accident though, Ron. Ubers, behave. Who are you calling that? Oh. I know it's freedom of speech, Ubers, but there's only a few people that get away saying things like that. And it depends who you're addressing it to. Exactly that, Michelle. That's it, DP. That's why my front door's never locked. They want to walk in. Fucking good luck. They're the trespassers. Hello, Steve. Hello, Boris. Yeah, I mean, ages ago they were all talking, oh, we know where you drink, Smiler. We know where you drink. Lost door key, so always open. Oh, I left my door key. I had to use my spare door key. I left my door key in the fucking Enterprise van. No, Enterprise car. I was gutted. I left my fucking door key. I left my weed. Backy. I was driving down the motorway and it was like, went to the middle pocket and there was no middle pocket. You'll still do jail time, Smiler. Wow. Will I, though? Will I? If they've travelled, which they would have had to travel, and as long as I don't overstep the mark of self-defence, I'll be absolutely fine. Yeah, I've always got a spare hammer, you know. You only got to put a hammer in the hand, innit? And then they got the proof. Then they got to prove that they never brought it there in the first place. Everyone just needs to keep it as internet banter, for fuck's sake. Have a laugh. You're like one big giant married couple, you lot. Who's doorstepping you? It's not a hammer for me. There's a hammer going in the hand. Or just big gobs with no bite. Well, that's it, isn't it, White Caller? It's all verbal diarrhea. It's all keyboard warrior. Boris, you're still under my bed. Get out of there. Yeah, they have to take you out the window now. Oh, he wasn't there the other day, was he? Mind you, I reckon he sleeps in a spare bed because I don't reckon there was much room in that bed. I did. That was funny as fuck, that camera slip up. Malnourished OAP fight, right? I ain't malnourished. Yeah, I was the same. Oh, fucking hell. I clipped it and sent it straight to somebody straight away. I said, here, I said, send that to so-and-so. He can use it in his arguments with her, just in case he missed it. Shell versus Nessie, the winner takes on Betty. I don't think Michelle and Betty fell out, did they? Oh, Marie C. There's a UK Lardy was, I think it was on Chubby's Live. She's lying in the bed and she's scoffing her face, and all of a sudden her camera came on. Bing. Betty told her to shut the fuck up, or was that Babs? Oh, Betty was telling everybody to shut the fuck up. I told her to shut the fuck up.
But she only comes on 7 times a year.
I'm surprised she hadn't come on tonight or this afternoon. Ah, right, you was talking yesterday. Oh, it was an emotional roller coaster that night, it was. There was shouting, there was tears, then there was more shouting, then there was more tears. And then there was tears because Dave left his live stream up. No, I won tonight, White Cooler. It was a great show. Which was a great show. Yeah,
Friday.
she never talks about herself. Yeah, go on, what I get to say.
Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Friday night, yeah. Friday night on Gypsy Dave's. What a roller coaster. This is like one big giant interactive version of The Only Way is Essex. Yeah. When was the Lardy moment on Chubbies? She has probably got it removed by now. Ah, there's loads of us got clips of it, Optical. I would play it, but she straight me. Did you share it, Michelle? Is it on your posts, is it? The Haircut 100 with the bingo wings. Chomping on whatever she was chomping on. She couldn't get the food quick in her mouth quick enough to turn the camera off to free up her free hand, could she? Talking about his wife working for women prisons. They were discussing Optical on Chubby tonight. Oh, fucking hell. The eyeballs, the eyes, they were the funniest. The fucking look. She looked like Rose West. Yeah, instead of burying the kids, she ate them.
Oh, I've got the link to it if anybody wants it. I can put it in, can I?
Put it in the chat, yeah.
Oh, why won't it fucking do that then?
What, share the link?
Oh, it's done it now.
Man, come on.
It's alright, my fucking thing's running very bloody slow for some
There you
reason.
go.
I think I need to overwrite the insides of my computer.
A prison worker and a linen company, bless them. I look like Scary Mary. Why'd you look like Scary Mary, Marie? It wasn't mine. I got rough. Oh, the white cooler. You just gave yourself away, the white cooler. Where's Beyonce to, Michelle? You're rough, not me. I'm always fucking rough, Marie. Mind you, I'm clean shaven again now. I was growing a beard, but I got bored with it.
Oh, you haven't ditched it?
I have. She said I look too old. She said it makes you look old.
Depends how you trim it up, doesn't it?
No, it was all a bloody grey. It wouldn't be bad if it wasn't like fucking dark brown and grey. If it was all one colour, if it was all grey, I wouldn't have minded. Or if it was all brown, and it was like no way I was going to fucking dye it brown. Yeah, well, you know, what is that, Land Rover? Why do we end up with grey hair in the beard? Mind you, the hair on my head's been grey for years. It started off with a streak when my mum passed away.
Yeah.
It was like I went white in like Cruella de Vil. I had this white streak. Then I had grey bits, and the kids used to pull out the grey hairs. Don't do that, don't do that. And my missus was going, don't do that. For every one you pull out, 4 more will come back. She wasn't fucking wrong either. Hey, Andrew supports people like Andrew and Nessie. Oh, Land Rover supports people like Andrew and Nessie. Plonker. Hello, Paul Doon. How you doing? Are you doing well?
All right, Paul.
Yeah, I don't know why he's being all hateful. Ubers, behave. Man,
You'll be up
I
here
know.
crying in a minute.
I know he was scared. I know he was scared of me talking on his channel, but I don't mind talking on my channel. You know, I don't mind talking about the 2,125 people murdered in Northern Ireland. Nobody knows Fermanagh. Nobody knows County Fermanagh. What about Enniskillen? Should we talk about Enniskillen Ubers? You're about the same age as me. What was you doing to stop it? Marmite on toast. Oh, handsome. It ain't half gone up in price though, isn't it? Marmite.
It's not the same now either, is it?
I don't know. I haven't bought it for ages. Last time I was going to buy it, I thought, fuck that, I'll buy a jar of coffee instead.
No, it used to be a lot darker and a lot easier to spread. Now it's bloody thicker and it's got like gone almost like a brownie sort of bloody colour. I'll tell you what, if you can get hold of it, is we used to be able to get it in Lidl's. It's just Lidl yeast extract.
Yeah,
Fucking lovely. That was better than fucking Marmite, but for some reason they've stopped doing it here.
Oh, they stopped doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, Michelle says Audi do a good copy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
It's like me. I don't mind the copy tomato sauce, but I ain't buying no copy brown sauce. It's got to be HP.
Yeah. No, the little one's bloody lovely, Shell, but it's just getting hold of it because they just stopped it just like that down here.
I got Audi just down the road. I haven't been in there for, a year. I haven't been in there.
Not banned from Aldi.
You're banned from Aldi for not shoplifting.
Oh. Yeah, I got a feeling at one point it was about $1.99 for the equivalent size bottle that Marmite themselves was charging something like well over fucking £4, I think it was.
Yeah, I used to buy Heinz ketchup all the time. I've never bought mayo.
Yeah.
Morning, Angela. I've never bought mayo. My missus used to buy mayo and salad cream.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you buying that? It's like full of stale eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah, innit? At least you could go to Marks and Spencer's.
Yeah. That Lidl's tomato ketchup, the Bats one. That's bloody lovely. And I certainly wouldn't pay for bloody Heinz red sauce the price they're charging now.
Well, I used to buy plum tomatoes. Get the what's that whisk called that chops things up?
Blender.
The hand one. Yeah, the blender. I used to get the blender, blend it all up, add a bit of sugar to it, add a bit of salt to it, and boom, there's your tomato sauce.
Yeah.
Tuna mayo sandwich. Couldn't eat tuna mayo.
Fucking
Tuna
sandwiches
sandwiches.
one at the minute.
I know.
300 grams of Nescafe, £9.
I was going to buy a coffee. I was going to buy a coffee machine, bean to coffee, right?
Yeah.
That was last week, and it was 150 quid. It's a 400 quid machine, but the guy repairs them.
Yeah.
Right. So I said 150 quid all in, because he wanted 150 quid plus £10 postage. So I offered him 150 quid all in, and he said no, it's £10 postage. So I said, so 160 quid. And I think within 10-15 minutes, it had sold. Now, I was looking at coffee. Now, I normally buy 1 kilogram of coffee from Amazon.
Yeah.
Well, normally I pay 20 quid for 1 kilogram tin of coffee. Right, Nescafe Original or Kenko.
Yeah.
Right. Now it's gone to 750 grams in Kenko instead of 1 kilogram.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like £36 a tin.
Yeah.
From 20 quid to £36 is like, how's that happened?
Yeah. Well, 6 months ago, most of the shops around here were selling the 300-gram jars of Nescafe at $5.49.
A bag of sugar not long ago was £2 fucking 20 in Tesco's.
Yeah. Fucking ridiculous. How the fuck people are supposed to be able to afford to buy their fucking shopping, I just do not know.
Oh, I used to get stopped all the time in Asda until I got used to speaking to the security guard. There's one baldy-headed security guard. I'm sure I've thrown him out the fucking club or something, but he used to fucking stop me every time I used to do that scan. You know, when you go round, you scan it as you go round doing the shopping.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and every time I go to the checkout, gonna check 6 items in your bag. Every fucking time.
I see some of the supermarkets are on about taking away the self-service ones, aren't they?
Well, our Tesco's just around the corner from me. They had self-service, then they got rid of it. Then they brought in 2 self-services and only 1 till. And everybody stands there at the 1 till waiting to be served. Nobody goes in the self-scans.
No.
And the manager said, why are you all standing here? And it was like, well, because we all want tobacco and cigarettes. And you can't buy it unless you go to the till. You know? So, like, every single person had, like, rung the bell. Yeah, and somebody behind you is like, have you rung the bell? And it's like, yes. And they did in front as well. We'll ring it again then. And then the manager come out the office. I said, what are you all standing here for? Well, because we want cigarettes and tobacco. You can't buy it through the self-scan. Oh, DP. You're going to get your ass slapped now, DP. What do you think about Virginia Guff? Yeah, she was off, wasn't she? She was making too much noise. I think the royal family.
I think they were worried she was going to let something slip out in her dying words, weren't they?
Yeah. She put a post up saying that she was in sound mind. On Twitter, she put a post up. She was in sound mind, and she never felt like Harry carrying herself. And if I ever do, then you need to look into it and you need to share this post far and wide.
Hmm.
I think what's he called? The American podcaster that keeps on getting FBI'd. One that always wears the beanie hat. Jake Paul? No, not Jake Paul. Something Paul is he called?
Oh Christ, what's his name?
Tim Paul. Tim Paul.
Is it?
Yeah, Tim Paul done a video a couple of days ago, or done a live a couple of days ago, talking about it all. Yeah. The average shrinkage loss or inventory shrinkage for UK supermarkets typically ranges between 1.5% and 2.5% of total sales. Shrinkage includes theft, shoplifting, employee theft, administrative errors, supplier fraud, and damaged spoiled goods. I know when my mate's mum was manager of Tesco's, we used to dent the tins of Heinz baked beans and bangers and beans, used to dent them and then used to get them for 7p a can.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells you how much Tesco's is paying for them, doesn't it?
Yep.
But because the tins were dented, they wouldn't put them on the shelf. Who's got £150 trainers on, 120 jogging bottoms, 85 Arsenal shirt? Who would admit wearing an Arsenal shirt? 150 Lacoste coat. How old's the Lacoste coat? Fuck me, man. Lacoste. I stopped wearing Lacoste and Sergio Tacchini in like the fucking 1980s. And what was the other one? Benetton. Oh, when you got accused of shoplifting. So Paul Dunn was making payments to BBA behind the scenes and dared to criticise me. I don't know. You've made some fair donations to me. New buzz. My earrings are worth more than all you're wearing. My gold bracelet is as well. Text message. Public though, be honest, Smiler. Yeah, but you did say that one of those donations was for Babs, didn't you? Oi, Jimmy. Hello, November man.
In November. All right, Jimmy. Yeah, I think if I remember rightly, I think it was the 20 was for Babs, wasn't it?
Memberships, November man. I'm going to do meme t-shirts. So a t-shirt with a meme on it. So everybody's a member, I think, once a month or something like that. I do one of those online number checker thingies, whatever it is, and do a t-shirt with a meme on it. Because that's what I said originally when I set up memberships and all that lot. All somebody's got to do, all they got to do is give me a Tesco's, and I can send it straight to Tesco's. Hello, Lindsay.
Hi, Lens.
Bink. There's Jimmy. Is it the real Jimmy though?
I have to pinch myself to see I'm awake now.
Eh?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's me this time.
Was you drinking earlier, Jimmy?
No, I was on my meds. I think when you take your medicine and you forget if you're taking it, so you take it
Thank you
again.
very much, Angela.
Yeah, double bubble. Oh my god, I miss being monetised. It kept me behaved. Monetisation keeps me behaved.
You can get it. You can get it back. You can get it back.
Yeah, I said June, but I thought next month was June. I forgot we got to go through May yet.
Yeah, but if you've deleted all the
I think so.
Deleted all the stuff that they said you were sharing, haven't you?
I believe so. There's always one video which I've probably forgotten about. It's all unlisted as well, so no one can say, "Oh, you haven't deleted that one. You haven't deleted this one." Well, I was just using it to watch stuff later on. All right, Michael.
Not bad, Jimmy.
Bojo. Yeah. Got my couple of Guinness here, couple of mud. Just taking the kids to school. Have a drink, have a drive. So that bird, she didn't do herself in.
Well, I
The one
don't
that
think
was
so.
linked to Andrew. No, I haven't. Neither do I.
I think it's questionable, isn't it?
I think the godmother and the godfather are showing who's boss. We can do what we want, and if you fuck with us, we can do what we want back, and you can't do nothing about it, even if it's obvious that we did it.
Well, there's been so many people. I mean, look. I mean, they found that guy that that was going after Biden, didn't they? And he walked into a field and managed to shoot himself in the back 3 times.
Sounds like something from a Thai newspaper.
Mm.
But reopening the investigation because he shot himself once in each arm and twice in the back before he shot himself in the head. It might be suicide.
Yeah, and then you had
It might not be
you had the
suicide.
person that put themselves in a suitcase and zipped up the suitcase. How did you manage that?
Well, they killed themselves in a suitcase and then zipped up the suitcase.
Yeah.
It could be done. Let's see, how could it be done? Maybe you just shot yourself in a place where you bleed slowly. So I give you a few minutes to zip the suitcase up. Maybe just one of those obsessional people. You couldn't leave a suitcase unzipped. You couldn't leave a tap unturned off. Can't die without zipping. Making sure I'm tidy first.
DP, £100 don't actually get me excited. Don't know what that means. I've missed some chat now because I was replying to a message. We stand with Michelle C. Hello again, Peggy. I think you disappeared for a while. No, but it does when boy turns up. Fucking hell, DP. Can anyone hear me? Yeah, I heard you. I thought I heard your missus talking in the background. Now you've gone mute now, though. You're not speaking now, Jimmy. You have to speak, Jimmy. I am speaking. You've just gone mute. Hang on, let me see if I can do something. Mic settings. Speak, Jimmy. Nope. You can't speak. Oh, who's on trial, Peggy? No, I haven't seen it, Angela. I just watched Tim Pool and that was about it. And then I saw a couple of others after. Well, I saw a couple of others after advertising it. But as soon as I saw Tim Pool's title, it's not a suicide, it's a murder. Allegedly.
Hello?
Hello.
Ah, I couldn't even hear anything either before.
No, couldn't you?
No, I thought you both had gone quiet, and then I realised no one gave in the chat as well. I was saying someone managed to shoot themselves, do the suitcase up, and jump and throw themselves in the sea. Who was that?
No, they was in the bath, weren't they, in the suitcase? They were supposed to be playing hide and seek, apparently. I don't, fuck knows.
Oh, right, so they could have drowned in the suitcase. That's quite a good. That's interesting. Who was it? What? Who's they were playing hide and seek? So I'm late to the party.
I don't know. You'll have to Google it, Jimmy.
Were they adults or youngsters?
Adults.
Adults playing hide and seek.
Yeah.
Google
it. Yeah, double tap. It is so common, isn't it?
So look at the chat. Just wait for my kids to get up. Mishi. Oh, hold on, Mishi. Mishi, the drinks.
Bovril drinks used to be good as well.
My friend was a manager at McDonald's, and he said that they got a policy there. Well, if you complain about a burger, even if there's just like one little bite left, they have to give you another one for free. That was back before I left. Just their store policy.
Yeah, first job was at Trump Properties. She was wasn't she was in a beauty pageant, or she was in something, and it was only Donald Trump and Epstein. They were the only two men there, and they were the only two people there. and all these girls. And then what Donald Trump did is you had the older, not models, but I can't remember what they were called. I can't remember what the story was now. But you had the older girls, and then what Donald Trump did is he bought the beauty pageants, which was the younger ones. And there was an interview with Epstein, and Epstein turned around and said, no, there was an older one. Sorry, there was an interview, and Trump turned around and says that Epstein likes them young. And Trump's openly talking about it, going into the girls' changing rooms while they were getting changed and what have you. I played it on here, I don't know, quite a while ago.
Yeah.
There was an interview with him in his coach as well, in his dressing coach, wasn't there? Where he was getting made up.
Can't see a comment yet, Angela. That's a press 1 so I can move the comments up. I can see it now.
Oh, if you on a phone, if you got that share your referral
Yeah,
link,
it's annoying. I have to wait till somebody else comments so I can see the comment. First comment.
It used to be the stupid love art that was in the way all the time.
Yeah,
And now
I know.
you've got this stupid referral link.
What is the referral link to anyway?
So that people can.
10%.
Yeah.
$10 discount.
Yeah, but it don't work. I tried it the other day. I still had to
No,
pay
they won't.
$44.
No, you could drown in a suitcase, Angela, if the bath water was turned on.
Well, only if the
And you're in a
suitcase is laid
suitcase.
down.
Depends how big the bath is as well. It's like a jacuzzi style bath. I can hear myself.
It is November, man. And she's the only person I've ever known being convicted of what she got convicted from. But there was no clients. Where's the client list? How can you get convicted of trafficking to clients and there's no clients being arrested?
They could see back there's like other ways, conspiracies like unexplained bank transfers and stuff like that. For example, the whistleblower said they were paying, I don't know, $10,000 or $100,000 per person, and then you got these transactions, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000.
Yeah, but you still got a bank account that's paid that 100,000 in.
Yeah, they're clever. They use offshore banks in the Virgin Islands with like multiple directors.
It was nothing to do with money, Jimmy. It was girls that came forward stating that they'd been trafficked.
Also, they were victims, but there were no clients.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a funny world we live in. And someone could just say something about anyone. For me, you need a bit of evidence to go with it. It's a bit like people that go after channels. Like if a group of people decide to set up a WhatsApp group and say we're going to target one channel and press the report button at the same time, it will go down. The same like, a group of people got together and say, right, we're going to make up this a story about this XYZ. And all report it around the same time, get our story straight, they could take that person down.
What trainers was he wearing for 150 quid?
What do people need expensive trainers like? Is it to show you got money, or is it because they make your feet more comfortable? Is it for jogging or?
It depends what they are, doesn't it? I mean, it's like different boxing boots, isn't it?
I never wore boxing boots. I went for a stage in England before I got section, funny enough, where I just didn't wear any shoes at all. Just got bare feet everywhere. Even walking down through Hounslow and places like that, bare feet, bareback, bare feet. I mean, bare feet, not bareback.
I went barefooted all the time.
Yeah, somebody else was in the hospital for walking bare feet. The police picked him up, and he said, "Like, I don't understand. Like, if he was on a beach, you wouldn't be picked up for wearing bare feet. So why can I walk for a shopping? It's not. How can it be illegal to, or be deemed insane just for not wearing shoes and socks?
I normally wear flip flops, but I mean,
I'll do that.
a few weeks ago, I was on the way to Tesco's. I got halfway across the car park and I thought, oh, fucking hell, that hurt. Looked down and it's like, oh, I didn't put my flip flops on.
My feet are proper well hard. My feet are well hard. I'll tell you, when you come to Thailand, when you first come here, people come to the gyms because their feet are quite soft from too much socks and shoes. When they twist their feet on the mat, they get blisters on the bottom of their feet, and so their feet harden up. It used to happen to me when I spent too much time in England. Fucking annoying. Things get affected so easily out here. I mean, infected. There's no moisture in the air. A little cut can turn to an abscess very easily.
95 Air Max in JD Sports at the moment, 175 quid.
If I had 150 quid, I'd rather buy like knuckle dusters and stuff. Kevin.
Jimmy.
Sorry. I forget what I am sometimes. I mean, dusters for dusting my car and my window. So I can put around my hands and clean, wax on, wax off. Yeah, like Mr. Miyagi. He get the shit kicked out of him nowadays. That karate kid with all the MMA going around, man.
I wouldn't use metal though, because you end up scratching your paintwork.
That's right, it's already scratched. Out here, the insurance, they fix everything. So I'll wait till the end of the year just before my insurance expires, and I'll take all the dents and stuff. I'll take it to put an insurance claim, and they fix it all up brand new once a year. And your premium doesn't even go up that much; it only goes up by like 20 quid. They're starting to cut down on that now. You can only claim for three parts, 3 pieces. Some of the cars nowadays are so bloody annoying. Like they got keys, but they like got a chip in them. I keep losing them. Like those one of the old-fashioned keys where you just plug it in. You know what I mean? The keys that you don't plug in, they just got a chip in them. They sit in your pocket.
Yeah.
Proper annoying that is, man. One person they rented a car and they left the car at the airport for the airport person to pick it up, and the key was in their pocket. And on the plane, so they had trouble getting the car back. Oh, sorry. So I came on last night. I wasn't dreaming.
No, it was this afternoon.
But it was last night, my time. I messaged you. I said, did I dream that I was on your panel and Radio Babs was on there? Or was it true? He said, no, you came on. I was AI.
Yeah, it was definitely true.
I should have blamed it on AI. And people wouldn't think I'm a raging smackhead, which I'm not. But I sounded like one.
Yeah, you came on. She wanted to ask you something before you gone.
Yeah, I don't know. I said, Jimmy, come back. Jimmy, come back.
I just passed out. I think I passed out. What did they want to ask me? Who wanted to ask me something?
Hey?
Oh, Michelle C was on there.
Babs,
what did you want to ask me?
Babs wanted to ask you.
What did you want to ask me?
I don't know, because she didn't say, because she jumped off.
Oh,
she said, as you were leaving, she said, "Oh, I wanted to ask you a question, Jimmy," and then that was the end of it.
I wasn't really saying much before I left, was I? I think I just about got the energy to hit the X button before I passed out. Otherwise, you would have done a dipsy Dave. You'd have heard me snoring. Okay.
What size feet have you got, DP audits?
Seven.
Size 7. Fucking hell. I was going to say, I got a nice pair of Christian Dior size 10 B25s. Yeah, they're only 480 quid. Yeah, in the kids section, hence the price, yeah. Anything under size 8 is child's. Yeah, 483 quid, Christian Dior B25s. Zip up the front. They're absolutely fine till I put them in the washing machine.
There's something weird going on with my connection here. Oh, did you hear me talking just then?
Eh?
Did you hear me talking like before I left?
Yeah.
What was I saying? Did I say like, oh, I nearly fell off the bed last night?
No.
Oh. I turned my Wi-Fi off, went on to the signal connection, and then I couldn't hear nothing again. I just told my daughter that I've sat downstairs at 5 in the morning. So I woke up at 5 because I nearly fell off the bed because my missus was took up all the bedroom. Couldn't get back to sleep. Ugh. Well, I can't read comments because I'm driving now. Someone read them out to me. I'll put in a donation.
Huh?
Hello? Gone again. Fuck's sake. I'm still here.
You are? Which
I can
two
hear
are
myself
so
echoing.
Well, it's not here because I can't hear echo. Can you hear an echo, Michael?
No.
No. It's you, Jimmy. You two are so desperate. Dead banter. Try harder. I don't know what you're talking about, DP.
It's you, Jimmy. It's you, Jimmy. It's you, Jimmy.
I still can't hear an echo.
Jimmy.
Jimmy! No, it's gone now.
If you can hear this twice, it's your connection, Jimmy. If you can hear this twice, it's your connection, Jimmy.
The echo's gone now. The echo's gone now.
The echo's gone now. The echo's gone now. The echo's gone now.
Security X.
The
It is
echo's gone
Echo, Bravo, Charlie. All right. It's like he's blind. He's got a walking stick then. Look at my stack on blind.
I got a clue what he's talking about now.
I was talking to my daughter because bloke on her neighbours, he's walking down the road with a stick and her sunglasses.
Can we have a clean up in
Like
aisle
he's gone
5,
blind or
please?
something. So when I was
DP.
military voice channel.
DP, if you was a size 6.5, you wouldn't have to pay adults' prices in men's.
Is that DP audit?
Yeah. I'm lost. You're lost, Marisi. I'm definitely lost, and I'm here.
Is that dead dog in the road? Oh, no, Apparently, I'm going to be deported soon by Interpol because I said the word boom.
Mm-hmm.
So boom, you don't scare me.
Boom used to be a good. No, it was Boone, wasn't it? Was it Boone? That
Oh,
series,
boom means
TV
sex out
series.
here. Boom, boom. I said I come behind you. I go boom. But you know, I mean, it's a surprise. You can read what you want into it. Like, you want boom boom? That's what the ladies ask of you when you go to the bars. And the Interpol would do me for that. You want boom boom? Dear.
Oh, DP, that comment. Oh, dear, 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 dear.
I can't read it.
No, because it hadn't been shown.
I'll tell you what, man. Some of the ties out here, they look small, but they're so bloody tough. Some of them. One of them, I went into the pub on Sunday and sitting there with the bloke and his missus. Missus is like tiny, she's proper skinny. The night before, she had a fight with some English or Russian bird. She smacked the hell out of her. I mean, I'm not joking, this bird must have been about 8 stone. I don't know where they get the strength from. Go, 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 beam, go, go, boom, boom. I'm not passing on the last one.
Jimmy, you are a Dalek.
I know,
No, you're clipping like mad.
I want burger and fries. Take away. I'm not going fuck.
Yes. Have you plugged it into the charger or something?
Yeah, but not fucking. Let me check my. Is that better? Oh, I would just right.
Oh,
Fucking hell, it's like having Norman Collier on it, wasn't it?
Is that
no,
better?
it's like,
1, 2, 3.
yeah,
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
yeah, that's better, Jimmy.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's all right now.
1 9 for
Oh,
rig check.
DP,
That's
DP.
better.
I don't think,
1 9 for rig check.
I don't think you've had that that type of reply.
Can you read it out at least?
No.
I'll have to read it myself then. If I crash and die, it's Axel's fault. DB, who is it? Jimmy, good, Uber's bad. Huh? Isn't Uber's a taxi service? Can't see it. Can't see the comment.
Marie C, if you go to his channel, he's done some driving into work or driving into town and what have you. Done some driving videos. And what was that valley you were going down not long ago, Jimmy?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, and everybody was overtaking you because you were going too slow.
Probably trying to get it on video. I can't remember. I know I've come quite a few valleys. How long ago?
About a month ago.
I
You're
don't
driving
know.
down a big hill and people were overtaking you. And
Probably.
then I think there was a crash on the opposite side. Yeah,
I was a
people
crash
start
every
it,
5
I
minutes.
finish it. Ain't it
It
long?
might have been, but
It's
my
only...
brakes, for some reason, when I go down steep hills, my brakes start squeaking.
There you go. Michael shared the channel. People start it, I finish it. Ain't it? Look, fucking assholes. Fucking screen keeps moving.
Shoot it.
People start it, I finish it. Ain't it long? It's only words on the screen. It's probably have a cup of coffee with the pair of them and laugh for fuck's sake. I drink coffee. Share the video of a beautiful horse in central London. It's expensive to stay there, but I stayed in Greta Green. Greta Green? You mean Golders Green you stayed in?
Golders Green. Is that Uber's talking? Typing.
Yeah, it's put Greta Green.
That's not
Did
going to
you
spell it in
elope?
Ireland.
Did you elope? Did you elope, Ubers?
What do you want for breakfast, Ireland? 7-Eleven. Junk food. You don't want like Cal Tom or nothing, no? God, they
We
struggle
live
with
it.
your
We
school.
live it. We live here, Ubers, so we see them all the time.
What's that? Joe Dackies.
No horses.
Oh right. Oh yeah.
Mm.
Well, you'll be all right then if there's a petrol crisis. Just go back to old-fashioned horses.
Mm.
We run out of oil.
We got the wild ones around us.
So was that Michael? Oh, boat up.
We got the wild ones around us.
Oh, in the New Forest,
Exmoor.
Eastbourne.
Exmoor.
Exmoor.
Exmoor. They got triple X horses over there.
Yeah, Ubers.
Go on, Ubers, do something. Say something like to enlighten me today. Come out and give us a fool for the day. That's what my master used to do at school. Oh dear.
There you go, Ubers. There's me on my horse.
You look a bit posh there, man. Why is it posh people do
Yeah.
hunting in England? Like everywhere else in the world, normal people do hunting.
That was at David Broom's, that was.
There's a big
David
thing is,
Broom.
I think a lot
David
of
Broom.
people don't. Oh, right. I just like anything that goes bang, and then there's carnage
That's it.
afterwards.
That's in my front yard, that is.
You
Just
got the
about to
animal
go-
rights people.
Just about to go out the drive. They're standing
If animal
in front
rights
of the
protesters come, order a load of hamburgers and give them to the crowd free. Just see what happens.
That's for Cobb.
Nice horse, that one. Always wanted a horse, but I couldn't bother to look after it.
Yeah, he was Nixie. Bertie. That one, yeah, he's Irish Draft Cross. Irish Draft Cross sport horse. The stallion's
Oh,
owned by
sport.
Mel. The stallion's owned by
Oh.
Mel Henner.
They're
There's
worth
another
like
horse
millions,
around
like race horses. They're proper expensive.
I sold him 12.5 grand.
I can up like a proper race horse, like a few million quid. All the gambling. I used to go to a bird in England. She used to do cross country horse riding. Apparently, she reckons it's the most dangerous, registered the most dangerous sport in the world. The amount of broken necks and stuff, like riding a full speed through the country. There's a lot of maintenance with the horses. You got to pay for the stable. You got to clean your living crap up every day.
Dutch warm bloods are alright when they're about 10 years old, Nixie. They're still babies. They got baby brain, Dutch warm bloods have. Good show jumpers, but they got to be like 11 or 12. They don't mature until they're 11 and 12, Dutch warm bloods. But the Irish cross thoroughbred or cross sports horse.
Danny G got into a fight with the horse, a wild horse. Apparently, he done it as well. You don't know who Danny G is, do you?
Yeah.
Someone's getting heavily trolled for his delusions. I quite like him actually. He's growing on me.
This is his.
That's
This is
twat.
his mum. This is his mum, Nixie. Where's the plus bar? There.
You get her.
Share screen. Window. That one.
I grew up on Animal Farm.
That was his mum. She was 18 hands, full Irish draft.
Nice.
I won the hunters. On her at Royal Cornwall.
Do you want me to trade the car in for a horse, darling? We can take a horse to school every morning. Drop the shit off after I drop you off outside the front gate. No answer.
Yeah, she was my stressor horse, Nixie. I call it stressor. It's 2 legs down, 1 knicker.
What's the Union Jack about on the top?
What's the Union Jack? I think it was because I was training with an Olympic trainer, Tina Deems. And I'd been picked to ride for the RDA, riding for Disabled Association, and to represent Great Britain in
Car's coming outside.
In Spain.
So, Oh, you took the horse from England to Spain?
No, I was put on the reserve. I was put on the reserves in the end.
Don't have to go through quarantine if they travel outside the country.
No.
They don't, do they?
No.
Interesting.
As me, Nixie, with my bowler hat and everything on.
I could smuggle a dog into the country for a back of a racehorse. I'll go skip the quarantine out.
Took ages to sew all those plaits in.
Yeah.
Highlight my reply. Which reply? Jumped up snob, eh? Yeah, I was a jumped up snob, wasn't
I?
Nah. Where'd you realize that's so got me? What's got you?
When you start going on about how much each item you're wearing to us all, we all just go, what an absolute wanker.
Isn't it?
What a wanker. He's a wanker.
Would you like that done in my supermarket voice?
Oh, where were you
supermarket boy? Sounds a bit perverted.
Why are we all over there? What are we doing
Carol,
here?
Belinda, please clean up my
That's
mess
better.
on aisle 3. I've spilt some milkshake on my trousers.
Oh, I could go through thousands of horse pictures. It was with Corbett.
Oh, bollocks.
When you start going on about how much each item you're wearing to us, we all go, what an absolute wanker.
That's me and McCorber at some show. I think I come second. Blue rosette I'm wearing, am I? Yeah, just waiting to go in for first and seconds. Yeah. in cob class.
That makes sense.
But he was a maxi cob next. He was a maxi. Lynn Russell. If you know horses, you know Lynn Russell. Yeah, she taught me how to strap him. I was in a class with her. I just talk about shoes, Michelle. Yeah, you're Nixie, not Nix.
Got an appointment with the doctors. They're worried I might have part of my brain missing.
I'm sure you have, Jimmy. I'm sure you have.
What were we talking about again? I've forgotten.
Don't know.
We've just discussing the after effects of chlamydia.
Oh, yeah, I've had that before. When I first came out here, it was the weirdest experience I had of my life. This pus coming out. I remember the injection they gave me to counter it. Oh my God, that prick up the arse. Oh, the cure's worse than the illness. Cure's worse than the cause. Like I've got to get rid of it somehow. Can't just keep it. What happens if you don't cure it? Did your dick fall off or something?
Yeah, you go blind
Oh,
and die.
Really?
Yeah.
Just before you go blind, every woman will seem fit to you. Always been jealous of blind people because you could have the most ugliest wife in the world and you'd never know. Always wondered that Stevie Wonder was going to have an operation, $20 million he could see for like 20 minutes. I bet his missus put her best makeup on that day. Dear. Must be weird being born blind. The perception of the world.
Well, if you're born blind, you wouldn't have any other different perception, would you?
Well, you would never know what things look like. So you'd only be able to feel and touch, and then you have to draw a picture in your head what that looks like. You can't draw a picture because you've never seen anything. So you're gonna have like mad images in your head.
Yeah.
Movie prick. I just come to say how much I. Still pondering with buying a jet ski or not. You can do like you get some really good jet skis now. They go for miles and miles and miles. Could somebody like speak every now and then just so I know that I'm still here?
You're still here, Jimmy.
Oh my God. What?
Why don't you get a hovercraft instead?
Because I want something that's easy to launch in the water and not easy to take out. I don't think I'll look a bit dodgy driving a hovercraft down the road. I mean, I could do. I don't know how much it would cost. It's all about money for me. I might get a hovercraft actually. Now you say, yeah, I might have a look into it. I like those amphibious cars, man. That's my dream car, an amphibious one. They got some really mad ones now. So go down, they got some mad amphibious cars now, like proper sports cars. If I had a choice of any car in the world, it'd be an amphibious one, not a Ferrari, not a Lambo. Take it on. Right, now I can swear as much as I want now. My daughter's not in the car. The Spider, I think that's one of the first amphibious cars that got the cross between a sports car and a speedboat. I think they take the waves rail. I think they're more of a lake car. I mean, if your car was amphibious, you could just drive across the River Thames. You wouldn't even need a bridge. Plonk
There's
it in
plenty
there and
of
then
amphibious cars out there.
Are there? I've never seen one. I've never seen one I'd drive past me. In the World War II, they used amphibious boats, didn't they? And they landed on the shores of Normandy. They used amphibious boats, and then on the shores they would right the beach. Is that right?
What?
In World War II, when they were attacked, going up the beach in Normandy, the boats were like when they were invading, they drove right up onto the beach.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're landing craft, aren't they?
yeah. Well, so I can get hold of one of those. How come technology then was like very simple but very useful? But it's not around now.
Where in it
There's a
around?
boat one.
Big up Tipsy Dave. Is Tipsy Dave in the house?
No.
Big up Dr. Ackful.
Your hats being friendly to each other. Your chat. They're being friendly, are they?
Like a bit more friendly. Hit those super stickers.
There's a lot of mutual love in the chat going on.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the chat. We shall see. My earrings are worth more than the whole outfit. How did you get hold of a Nightbot? You just download it.
Install it, Jimmy.
You need a laptop, I'll take it. These bloody beeps in this fucking car, man. It drives me nuts. Beeps over anything. Turn it off. Turn it off, it still beeps sometimes. Stupid fucking thing. Sorry. How much are your earrings worth, Michelle? I've got a gold chain here. This gold chain's worth. I'll show you the chain first. It's worth 4 baht. Well, 1 baht is 52,000 baht. 43 baht to the pound. So £1,000 is 4,300. So sorry, 43,000 baht. Times up by 452. That's about £5,000 there. Fuck me. Gold's gone right up now, and every time a war goes off, I always go and buy gold. Oh, did America attack Iran a few days ago?
Don't know.
Allegedly.
No, did they?
Hmm.
They bombed it apparently.
Yeah,
Allegedly. I heard it on the news, so in the background, somebody's watching television in England.
I don't think they've actually committed themselves to say that it was them, but I don't think there would have been anybody else in the frame for it, would it?
Well, did an explosion take place? But no one's claimed it. In other words,
Well, there were rumours that it was an accident of some kind.
you never know though. Like, I wonder if they're passing to blow it up themselves and blow something up themselves and pin it on there somebody else. Anything's possible. Anything.
Well,
All we can do is watch.
Yeah. We know it goes on because you only got to look at how the fucking stuff started with Israel.
Well, I remember seeing like they couldn't name him the Muslim version of Rambo. He was fighting ISIS himself. And he said his job would be a lot easier if the Americans stopped funding ISIS, because every time he killed the soldiers, they all had like American blimmin' like uniforms on, like they take American made weapons.
It's so easy to fake shit and then start something from the fake shit nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been going on. It's propaganda. It's just a part of the course in war. No one trusts anything.
Yeah. And unfortunately, there's only one winner in war, and that's the banks and the money makers.
Oh yeah, that's true. I keep telling people that there's no point going to war if you can find a diplomatic resolution, because no one wins. The winner ends up bankrupt, and the loser ends up with nothing. Dead. In fact, I think Germany's economy got really well, built up really quickly after the war.
Yeah.
England's economy just crashed to the bottom of the earth.
Yeah.
I said in Poland you got a big shop called Obi.
Yeah.
And it was snowing and we went drifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the photograph there.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Well, you got Tesco's over there.
Yeah.
Tesco, where I buy my best clothes. Tesco's over here. It's called Tesco Lotus, but they two companies, one Lotus, the other one Tesco's. But Tesco's pulled out. No, it's just Lotus.
Is the Tesco over there laid out pretty much the same as they are over here?
I think so, yeah. Like aisles and food on the aisle.
Yeah. Because
But
nearly
they're
every
taking
Tesco
it.
over here and every supermarket chain over here, they're all basically laid out by a map that the store's given, isn't they?
Yeah. I suppose it makes sense.
Yeah.
You draw one set of architect plans up and just hand them out to all the stores. You have to keep designing them every time.
Yeah. It's like all the products is in the same fucking aisle in each shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you 4 minutes behind, Michelle?
It's probably good radio about didn't ask me a question last night, because if I was as out of my nut as what people said I was, I probably wouldn't have come back with a very coherent answer. I've got a WhatsApp for you. You like this one? I've already seen it. I can't remember. That's some other fun bollocks.
Man, where's that gone?
Forget my phone. Oh god, fucking Axl Rose all night on Instagram. Right. Turn my hotspot on.
There's room for 10 on the panel if anybody wants to come up.
If you want someone to come up, you have to speak really bad about someone, trigger someone, and then put them on timeout and put the link out. That's normally what people do to me.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that's how people summon me onto their panel.
Uh,
Jimbo, you this, you that, you that, you that, you this. Then I comment back, timeout, link goes out, bosh, I'm on.
you're all right, Marie.
Oh, fucking connection, what's the matter with me?
How did you get 4 minutes behind, Michelle?
You're in a different country.
Oh. That's me racing down the A30.
What the fuck? On a horse.
On a
Fucking hell.
sulky.
What
Ubers?
stuff?
Ubers?
What the fuck?
Hey, how you doing, Smarter? Hope you're well.
Yeah, all good, thank you.
I'm
Yeah.
just gonna, I'm just gonna sit here until Vince Vega apologizes.
You're waiting a long time then.
Well,
Have you got make sure you've got extra few years on your life because it could
Well, look, Jimmy. At least I'm in the UK. You know what I mean? Like
I'm not taking the piss
you
out of
are
you. I'm just
probably
saying. Hang on, slow
far
down,
away
slow
in a
down.
prison.
I was taking the piss out of the situation, not about you. I was just saying he probably won't apologise. You're probably going to need to wait
Let's
quite a
talk
few
about the
years.
king then.
What?
can I
Let's talk
ask?
about the king.
Can I ask what
No.
he's got? Can I ask what he's got to apologise about? No. Hello.
I'm just gonna sit here and you can talk away.
What has Vincent got to apologise about? Because he's not even here.
Well, yeah, no, that's the other thing. He's not even here.
So tell us about Thailand, Jimmy. Is it a great place? Should I go there?
Of course you can. It's welcome to anybody that hasn't got a tainted past. I don't believe you have. So, yeah. I recommend it to anyone. All around
Welcome.
Southeast Asia.
How
Welcome
much
to
money would I need?
Oh, you're
But,
rich. If you can afford to travel around London, you'll live a life of luxury out here, I'll tell you. Blocking the road. Four cars behind you.
All right. All right, Jack. Slow down a bit, mate. You all right? Slow down a bit, Jack. You all right, mate? You find out some race, mate?
look at that.
Are those
Yeah.
cars escorting you, or are you just blocking them for the fun of it?
The Focus and the van were blocking, and the rest are just coming up the A30.
Oh, right.
Yeah, when you race on the A30 or when you race on the road, that's it. You just get the cars to block everything.
Isn't that dangerous? Like the cars.
Slider, can I ask you a question if that's okay?
Yeah. Yeah, fire away.
You know, in where you come from, in Cornwall or wherever it is,
Yeah.
do people have 6 fingers?
Do what?
What?
Say that again.
So you know where you come from, or wherever. Do people have 6 fingers?
No, they're not inbreeds like you.
No, definitely not.
What made
They
you come to
removed.
that conclusion?
They removed the 6 finger at birth.
So why would people say that? Why would people say that about that?
So there is some truth in it, is there, Smaller?
No, Jimmy, there isn't.
Ubers,
All
have
right.
you
No,
still
I
got
think he
web
said.
feet?
In Thailand, some people get born with 2 dicks.
No, we're not interested in your, what happens over there, Jimmy. I'm not going to go
You just
there.
asked me what happened.
So.
Thing is about Thais, they've all got the same hair. So when you go into a hairdresser's and you're a foreigner, they don't know what to do with your hair unless they've got experience dealing with foreign hair. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, carry on.
So why would we have 6 fingers in Cornwall, Jimmy? Ubers.
For the same reason Uber's got web feet.
Might be more handy having 6 fingers as you play baseball. What made you think that, Ubers? It's a bit of a random thing to say.
You've never heard of that?
No, definitely not. I thought you would have been you were talking about horses in London. Well, that's horses in Cornwall. They're my horses.
You've intrigued me now. I'm going to check Google. Do people in Cornwall have 6 fingers when they're born?
Oh my God, Jimmy.
Oh no, I spelled that wrong. Cornwall.
Yeah, apparently Marie C. Ubers thinks that people in Cornwall had 6 fingers.
Do people in Cornwall have 6 fingers when they're born? No
No,
idea.
Jimmy, they're
This
born
is
with
what AI
four
said.
fingers. They're born with 4 fingers and a thumb, normally on each
Oh, it's a
hand.
myth. It is actually a myth. That no idea that the people in Cornwall are born with 6 fingers is a myth. Well, the condition of having an extra finger or toe known as polydactyly can occur. It's not specific to Cornwall or to any other geographical location.
So he's jumped up, asked that question, and then jumped off. I mean, at least when I went, on his panel earlier on, I was polite. He didn't want to talk about the ICJ. He didn't want to talk about Operation Banner, although he was the one that brought it up.
Yeah.
Well, there's Siamese. Thailand used to be called a Kingdom of Siam, and that's where they named Siamese twins after, because they got more twins over here than anywhere else in the world. Like the Dutch are the tallest in the world.
Perhaps Chubby kicked him off, Paul.
I reckon Vega done it. He's off his nut though, isn't he, that Ubers? I'm going to sit here until Vega apologises. A sit-down protest on a panel.
Do you know what? Ubers reminds me of Tyke. On their own channels, they are the most politest. They don't swear. They don't.
Yeah.
But they go to somebody else's channel, and yeah, they just go wild. They go feral on somebody else's channel.
Yeah.
Oh, Chubby ended, did he?
They're going to need somewhere to run to all the rats.
Time to take subscribers mode on.
Make it 20 minutes.
Sorry
I had
about
to wait
this.
20 minutes yesterday to call someone a bacon so they could block me.
Oh, bugger me, finger slipped.
Oh, I know.
Did you get that WhatsApp off, didn't you? So Jimmy meeting the POPE. Oh, dear. Anyone know why Jim? I
What?
was reading a message out and I hiccuped.
Oh, what have you done now? You jumped out of one studio and into another studio. It's a fair observation, isn't it, Michelle? Tyke doesn't swear once on his own channel. He doesn't shout. He's the most politest person you would ever have heard. He
doesn't drool or dribble or spit or anything, does
No. Oh, you've already done it. How did you do that? How did you turn that off?
What's that?
Moderation.
I haven't done nothing.
Yeah, somebody has.
Has Babs appeared?
No.
Who's done that then?
I don't know. I don't even know how to do it as a mod. I have to go into stream settings to turn it on. I do. I don't behave on my own. Yeah, Tyke has a channel. Yeah, he does lives. He does lorry driving lives.
It's the Catholics!
Jimmy. Why? Just why, Jimmy? Oh, got headphones on. And so's half
Oh,
the
it's
chat.
Tyke, he just jumped in my car. I had to mute him.
Who don't draw, dribble or spit? Tyke don't.
Tyke don't breathe. He just talks. He just screams and shouts.
Oh, piss up me back and Tom, it's fucking raining!
You got to say it loud, I couldn't hear. Land Rover. Big up the Land Rover. Wicked out, chicken out, wicked up, style, DJ talk. You was a doorman during the rave scene, wouldn't you, Smiler? Did you find that your job got easier or harder dealing with a load of ravers?
Easier. Everybody loved each other.
Even when they came out in the morning, 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Was there anybody carving out turf walls or anything?
No, nothing.
Mm. It was mad those days. Got
Wednesday.
Holloway Road.
Wednesday and Thursday nights used to be busy, and that's when you used to
You
get
turn the tap
scraps.
water off.
And then Friday and Saturday nights, everybody used to be off their tits and gurning like mad. And then Sunday night used to be chill night. But
I used to go to Rocket.
Sunday night used to have plenty of scraps.
A Rocket in Holloway Road, like it's a very rough part of London, but when you're inside that building, it's just fucking mental. It's only 15 at the time as well. They didn't give a fuck about ID as well. I love those days. I used to get into adult rage when I was 15.
I think everybody used to get into raves when they were 15.
But they did have you did have to be 18 again. Actually, I'm not sure if you did because they weren't selling alcohol, were they? Because no one wanted alcohol at the time. Everyone wanted water, so they turned all the tap water off, the little hot water.
Yeah, £1 a bottle.
And it was yeah. And then they got all the tap water and they put it in the bottles and sold it for like £1 a bottle. And we're going into the toilets.
Morning, Shirley.
All you could hear was a heavy breathing like that.
Shirley.
That wasn't because people were perverts, because people were rushing off their bollocks. And the doorman used to come in, because that's where people used to take their pills out of underneath their socks. I used to catch them, take them off them. My mate got his taken off, he was absolutely gutted. I used to take mine while I was in the queue, just about to go in. I used to pop one, so as long as I got one in me, at least I'm going to enjoy the first few hours.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jimmy. You disappeared for about 3 minutes then.
I was only talking for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Boo! Yeah, I'm behind you.
Jimmy, you're sounding very nervous.
I'm not speaking. Must be Michael. He's very quiet. The man of few words.
He's wondering what you've taken, Jimmy.
I'm going to go. I'm waiting to go to the hospital.
I'm just
What the hell's
wondering if
this?
you're
This looks
really okay
interesting.
or not.
Oh.
Whose channel are you talking about, DP? I think it's only Jamie's. I think it's only Jamie's channel that has all the parody accounts in it.
Gav B's left YouTube.
Yeah, I saw something about that. He last streamed forever or something.
Yeah, I didn't watch all of it. I watched the first few minutes.
And then I'm sure I saw him on Lindsay's later on.
That's what I mean. I've seen so many live streams, and then like a few minutes later they're back on. Who's that in the chat? Exposure.
Oh, when you're going live, Michelle. The Exposer. Who's the Exposer? He's wearing a balaclava.
I hate Jimmy.
Mm.
Who doesn't?
Jimmy knows how to make friends and influence people. Oh, you can't be having a go at Beyonce. He's not here. No, I don't dislike him, Marie. I don't dislike him. I think he's gone a bit downhill lately. It used to be a good debating channel. But it only let you debate so far.
So, right, Maurice. There's a comment that went up, didn't go up.
Very lefty, yeah. Although he claims to be centralist, doesn't he?
Master Rawdon, where you been? What you on?
I don't know, Ubers. What happened? You were there, you asked a question, and then you disappeared.
I've been up here one night for Smiler.
Never understood a word of that. Did you get any of that?
Nah, I don't understand it. Ubers, you are off your nut, man. I thought I was mental, but you are. When I compare myself to you, I realise I'm actually quite sane.
Nah, don't watch him, Michelle.
All right, go on. I know Dave was live.
So what do you audit then, DP? What do you audit? DP audits?
I'm doing white night services, Master Ron. Give me a retainer. Something, if it all kicks off, I can white night for you straight away, day or night. 500 quid.
I've allowed you feel speech, Smiler, even though I don't agree with everything you say. Ah, you muted me, Ubers. I thought you'd be interested in what happened at the ICJ today. And seeing you were talking about Irish history, you and Princess Angela, I thought you'd be interested to know the true history.
They've got some really good Irish pubs out here. In fact, they're everywhere. Everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world, there's always an Irish pub.
Yeah.
They've got one in the airport in Phuket. I it's still there. Do really good shepherd's pie as well, man. Shepherd's pie. Well, I better go for my doctor's appointment. Go have a checkup.
Oh, have you been practicing for your doctor's appointment, have you?
Well, they want to check my balls and replace the word doctor with masseur and replace the word checkup with happy ending. I'm only joking.
All right, James.
Morning, JPM.
JBM, you said something about stuff going up your rectum the other day, but apparently I missed it though. Can you confirm or deny that?
Jimmy, you're getting as bad as Rob Random, you.
No, that was the thing. He was. I just come left, and apparently, it might have been on Dave's. He just left. No, I just arrived. He just left, and apparently they were talking about. I think Lindsay Fitzpatrick was on there as well. Apparently, they're talking about sticking stuff up your bottom. But I don't know. That's what they were talking about. Can you confirm or deny, JPM? Have you been plucking stuff up your bum?
I doubt it. Hello, Shirley. What's he on? He's
I'm only
replied
telling you what I heard.
it was Ron that you heard, not JPM.
Oh, it was Ron.
Yeah, Ron was talking about oiled up men.
Ugh. I'm going to go on that. I'm feeling a little bit sick, and I'm in the hospital, so it's a good place to be sick.
You're doing a live kicking off about beggars, liars, the same treatment as them. I don't know what you're talking about. Who's doing a live?
Beggars can't be choosers.
Who's that comment to? Don't just. Who's community status? I don't do community posts.
Anya, try
No,
it.
I can't be bothered.
It's good fun.
Why
It's
sit
like
there doing a
Facebook on
community?
YouTube.
Yeah, but why sit there doing a community post when you just go live?
I do like one of my special 5-minute lives. I can't bother to type.
I'll be doing a live on liars, drunks, and beggars. Well, I'll definitely be there then. I'll have to get my bottle of Bombay Bad Boy out. Ah, right, okay. What do you audit, DP? It says DP audits. What do you audit? If I missed the answer,
Sure,
I'm
at me if you
sorry.
want. Right, I'm off before I'm late. Smoking a bit. You'll probably be when I get back. Adios.
All right. Catch you later. Oh, give me ears a rest now. And put my headphones back on.
Bit loud.
I know, but I can't adjust his mic. As soon as I adjust his mic, he clips. Ah, Ron, we all heard it was you. All right, Marie. Thanks for popping in.
See you, Marie.
Police, security film, protests, hotels, people and police watch. Never know what you're going to come across, to be honest. Oh, where are you based? What, London based or which protest you do? Birmingham. Oh, you want to go to a mosque? They're marrying children off in Birmingham. Birmingham, Leicester. Yeah, I don't call that audit. Why do you call yourself audits then? See, I used to have to do an audit every quarter. Oh my God, we got another headache now. What are you grunting for?
That wasn't nice.
What are you grunting for?
That sounds like Chris.
That wasn't nice.
Where's this fucking image, Chris?
There it is, eh?
Yeah, but that's got half his fucking hair cut off, isn't it? And half
Yeah, I
his
know
brick
that.
cut
Well, you're
off.
just going to have to leave half of it cut off, aren't you? I tell you, just go with your artistic nature. But if you can't figure out how to end off the end of a perm or a dreadlock, then really, I think I need to give your head a wobble, Smiler.
That's a dreadlock.
Yeah, it's a dreadlock.
Why isn't there no hair on the top of the brick then?
Right, don't ask fucking complicated questions, right? Okay, just so I don't care about the extension of the hair, right? Okay,
Right.
just let's just keep it short, sweet, and simple. Okay, even if you've got to put it in a circular bubble like that, let's just do that.
Sorry then, I'll just do it tomorrow then.
Bojo, how you doing, Bojo?
Not bad, Chris.
Are you gonna be about on the phone tomorrow? Are you? I'll send you over because I'll send you over some proofs.
Yeah, of course I will, mate. I obviously fucking hell. Oh. I'll tell you what, Smiler, Bojo. I've reheated my kebaba up, right? Okay. So if you're not aware what a kebaba is, right, or a naan bab, it's basically like spicy kebab meat with onions and peppers, right? Shish kebab, chicken, and obviously kebab meat, right, on a naan bread, right? Okay. And it's fucking gorgeous. I mean, it makes your fucking arse run the next day. It really does. But it's well worth it. What?
Shocking, Chris. Shocking. So where have you been? What have you been up to? Where have you been causing trouble?
I've been annoying people tonight. Like, I'm not going to lie, I have. No, but it's all been in the name of fun and jest. Right? Because, I mean, people, they might have took it offensively, but fucking hell, I'm not offensive, man. I'm not an offensive person. I'm just
Who have you offended?
I don't know. I really don't give a shit who I've offended. You know what I mean? Like, if they've been offended, that's their problem. That seems like a them problem, not a me problem, if they're offended. So I've just been being me, Smiler. That's all I've been doing. But I ain't going to promote lives on this live. Let's face it, Smiler. You know, I'm a bit of a loyalist. You know, Smiler. I support you to convince myself that. No, but I'm not going to promote other people's lives, and yeah, but it's not what I do. So yeah, I've been a bit of a cunt, but tough shit. So what? And what? What is anybody going to do about it? Seriously?
Fucking loyalist.
Smiler, you know you
sent me the link to the fucking live while I was live.
What live?
I think it's you and your South African mate.
Ah, me and Chris. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you should have. Right, okay. Smiler, all joking aside, kid, you do know that. Can we mute this? Can we like edit this bit out? What I'm about to say.
Well, you can
Or Joe,
text
can you
it, mate.
just like put your fingers in your ears, please?
Right,
You do know I love you, Smiler.
everybody in the chat, stick your fingers in your ears.
Yeah. Put your fingers in your ears, and like before you do that, right, just lick them, right, suck them.
Just to make sure you get a proper seal.
Yeah, the proper seal, like a wet willy, the wet willy seal. You know what I mean? That's what you want. Smiley Dean, I love you to bits, kid. You know, I think you're funny as fuck. I have a good debate with you. I've got back and forth with you. You know, I probably disagree with you on a lot of stuff more than I agree with you on. But I think that's where healthy conversation comes from, right? Healthy conversation comes from people having disagreements and being able to agree to disagree and like meet in the middle kind of thing. You know, so for example, Smiler, if I want to kick a puppy, right, okay, and you do not want to kick a puppy, then we meet in the middle, right, okay? So I'm just allowed to slap the puppy, right? So
What a fucking analogy.
Came to the compromisation there.
I would have just said we don't walk down the same fucking road.
Yeah, but we kind of do though, Smile, in a sense more than you think, bruv. We kind of do walk down the same path more than you think, because we disagree with a lot of people and we're willing to stand on our own ground, right? Okay. So my values are based off Christian national values, right? Okay. Basically what every other person, right, apart from a Muslim or a Jew, right, okay, would bank on. All non-believers, they call ourselves atheists, they still follow traditional Christian values. Right? Now, would you follow Muslim values, Smiler?
Not particularly.
There you go.
Well, it depends which ones you're talking about.
Well, tell me which ones you would follow.
I don't really know.
Yeah, well, then you just said it depends, right? So that led me to believe you had.
Oi, Max. But there's good and bad in all cultures, isn't there?
Yeah, but I mean, right, okay. So let's dissect that, right? So, what good is there in a Muslim value predominant society? What good would that be to anybody that isn't directly following the Muslim faith? What good would that give to anybody? I'm waiting.
Well, I couldn't answer you, Chris.
Okay, so like
it depends, you know, because everybody categorizes it as one.
Listen, I have no problem. I have no problem.
No,
with the
everybody throws it into Sharia, or everybody classes one sect as all sects when it isn't. One sect is all sect, you know, because you got three sects, SECTSs, yeah. You know, it's common knowledge that my daughter's married to one.
Right, but
now she's treated like royalty. She
is he Sikh, Hindu, or Muslim?
Muslim.
Is he a Sikh Muslim, Hindu Muslim, or
He's a Bangladeshi Muslim.
Right, so he's Hindu. Does he wear a turban?
No.
Right, okay. So
I've known him for years, Chris, and I didn't even know he was a Muslim.
Right.
I used to train in the same gym as him.
Right. So then he's not a traditional practicing Shahara Sikh law Muslim. Now look, I have no problem with even Shahara law, right? Okay, as long as it's practiced in countries that allow it, right? Okay. Muslims are some of the nicest. I have fucking tons of Muslim friends, Smiler.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Exactly.
Right.
But we, yeah, you know, we throw this word, yeah, you know, it's the same. It's the same as if we talk about gypsies, yeah. As soon as somebody says, "Oh, the fucking gypsies" or "the fucking travellers," yeah, they all get thrown into one word, yeah. When there's good and bad in all of them, you know, we say Zionists, you know, and straight away everybody goes Jews.
Smeller, there's good and bad in everybody. Okay.
We say vicars, and automatically you think of paedophiles.
I shouldn't even laugh at that, right? I shouldn't, but yeah, I get what you mean, right? But like,
But do you know what I mean? You know,
right.
I mean, I know that my daughter's safe. Yeah,
Right, and that is a, and I'm fucking absolutely buzzing and so glad that that is the case, right? But when you look at Britain, right, Smiler, you look at Britain as a whole, right? Our foundations are based off what? Religious wise.
Christianity.
Okay, so why should we be bending the knee, right? Bending the knee in this country to outside.
I don't bend the knee. And do you know what? Yeah, because now they've got 2 children. Yeah, they do Halloween. You know, they do a lot of the pagan traditions the same as the Christians do for their children. You know, so when they go to school, if it's a particular thing that's going on in the school, they join in. You know,
Do they get do your grandchildren get Christmas presents?
Yeah, but they don't call it Christmas presents.
What do they
So
call them?
I don't know, presents.
Why do they get them?
But then this year, they did the whole hog. Took them to Santa's grotto, had the photographs of Santa's grotto and everything else. So you know. So then this year, and the Christmas tree, for the children.
So is that not a Christian value?
Well, yeah, it is Christian value, isn't it? So
Right,
what
so
I'm saying is before they had 2 children, yeah, they didn't really do a lot of the pagan traditions that the Christians do, and now, you know, as the daughter's getting older, now they're doing more of the pagan traditions that the Christians do.
Well, Smaila, I would say your daughter's found herself a good Muslim man, right? That is, you know, willing to. Let's just say, I mean, because a lot of strong traditional Muslims wouldn't have another religion come into their household, right? Okay, like for example, if a Christian woman was to marry a Muslim man, right? The Muslim man, like a strong traditional Muslim, would make that woman like choose his faith, right? Okay. Now
Yeah,
it is
she hasn't had
exactly
to do
like
that.
it is exactly like if you look at the way like Muslims want to divide and conquer, right? They want to take like what's it called, the jihad. There's a tax that they apply to people to live in their country after the jizya. That's it, right? Okay. So they allow you to live as a Christian, but apply a tax to you, right?
Yeah, but so do the Jewish. We're paying the usury.
Yeah, but the Christians don't. Christians don't.
No, we just charge you VAT.
Yeah, that's a government. that's not the church. That's government. You know, this is what I'm saying to me. Look about it. I mean, I've had my eyes opened up a lot in the last few years, right? Okay, And I do respect and appreciate everyone's different areas of faith, right? And again, okay, I mean, big love to all faiths, right? Okay, there is, but in my eye, there is only one God, right? Okay, there's only one
But the
God.
Sunnis and the Shias, they pray to different fucking Muhammads. You know, one prays to Muhammad and one prays to fucking Muhammad's cousin.
Yeah, well, look at Allah, right, is the God. That Muhammad.
Well, no,
Okay.
Allah wasn't a god. Allah was a prophet.
Well, he wasn't a god, but he is like equivalent of God. But he also look at Muhammad or Allah said the words of the Quran cannot be cannot be corrupted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But where did he get these words from?
Oh, it was 600 years. It was 600 years after fucking Muhammad
He got them
died.
from the Bible.
Where's the Old Testament?
He got them from the Bible.
But it isn't. It isn't actually. It's Judaism. Right, Judaism and Sharia is one of the same religion. Yeah.
Smiler, honestly, bro, you really, I really would love you to come over, like, or even like, if I could get someone to come on your show and just have a conversation with you about like this whole thing, because like I'm very much at the beginning stage of my journey, right? Okay, if I could say it in that sense, right?
They actually, Judaism and Sharia or Shia, whatever you want to call it, yeah, they actually worship Baal.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I don't trust. I'm just being honest.
When they go and walk around that cube 7 times, and they walk from mountain to mountain 7 times, yeah, that's all. You know, the Kaaba.
So, what faith do you follow?
That's all.
Smiler.
Well, I always used to say I was an atheist, but then somebody said, "Well, no, you're not, because you believe that there's something after death." So you're an agnostic. But originally, I was confirmed, and like, I mean, when I used to go to Poland all the time, we all went as a family to Catholic church.
And Bojo, what would you say that you were, if like you could describe yourself, just for the sake of conversation? Bojo?
They don't all follow Muhammad. Michael,
who said that?
Are you there?
Yeah. Who said that?
You said what?
They don't all follow Muhammad.
No, I did.
Right. You said so. Who else do they follow?
The cousin, or is another fucking another family member of Muhammad. Let me go and search it again.
Yeah, go and search it up. Bojo, are you there, dickhead? Are you there? You fell asleep. You fell asleep, honey. So while we're waiting for Smiler to research this, I just want to just bring this back up, that I have no problem with anybody else's faith or religion or beliefs. I actually encourage everyone to go and believe and practice what they preach. You know, but just encourage everybody to be aware that whatever faith you do follow, you know, in a sense that all of them, that there is a certain stigma attached to it. I'm brand new to this whole faith structure. I am, but I'm very comfortable the side I've picked, right? And I'm even more comfortable the fact that I can do this while sitting around me Muslim friends and religion not even coming into it. Like, the colour of your skin means fuck all to me, people, right? The religion what you believe in means fuck all to me as well. I judge you based on your morals and your values, right? And the person you are. That's what I do, right? Until you show me differently, then that's how I'm going to judge you. But so where did Jimmy go anyway? Where did Jimmy go? A little dickhead. I wanted to grill him.
Apparently he's at a hospital appointment, isn't he?
Oh, I was a bit hard on more Jim Bob the other day now, Smiler. I was. I love Jimmy.
I missed it. I was on a phone call.
Listen,
that was on Gypsy Days, wasn't it?
I love
so
Jimmy.
Apparently the Prophet Muhammad predicted that there would be 72 branch sects of Islam besides Sunni. Right, so I mean Sunni and Shia. Where is it?
Do you know what it is, Smiler? I really do think that me and you are getting way out of our depth here when we're talking about shit. Because me and you can have a good argument about shit, bruv. Can't. Right? But this specific instance, it should be best left for practicing Muslims, practicing Christians. I'm just a brand new believer. Right? That's all I am. Right? Okay. But I mean, I've got every right to believe in whatever faith I want to believe in, right or wrong, Smiler. Have I?
Yeah, of course you have.
Right. As is everybody else has to, right? That's what I encourage people to do, right? Now, again, like going back to what I just said there about War Jim Bob, right? I mean, I love him a bit, right? I've always had his back and always will have his back. But certain people take a certain path sometimes, and you just can't be on that path with them. But I want him to know, I really do want more Jim Bob to know that Bricky loves you still, kid. Right? And I mean, there's nobody ever gonna be able to go get. I'll fuck you up, Jimmy. I'll fuck you up and I'll grill you, son. Right? Like you can do it to me. But I ain't gonna have anybody else slag you off, right? Okay, unless I'm doing it. But just remember, Jimmy, that there's certain people that have been your pals or friends, and that might be YouTube friends, okay, bruv? Now that might just be YouTube friends, but we speak, Jimmy, and I don't understand where it went wrong for you. I don't. You're doing so well. I mean, you started training again. I mean, you're a bit of a machine. He is a bit of a machine, any Smiler. Jimmy, have you seen him fight?
Yeah.
His game is fuck, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he might not be any fucking, like, fucking, what, like, he might not be any fucking, what do you call him? What's he called? Man, I was going to talk with that black bloke fucking from Birmingham. What's he called? Oh, tell us what his name is. Please. He fought, I'm going to have to look this up. Right, but anyway.
All right, while you're looking that up, right? So, the Sunnis and the Shias, yeah? So, there was a disagreement arose over who should lead the Islamic community, with the Sunnis favouring a leader chosen by the consensus, and the Shias believing their leadership should be with Muhammad. Yeah. So, the succession of dispute, the core of the conflict lies in the dispute over who should succeed Muhammad as the leader of the Islamic community.
Well, Smiler.
Sunnis believe that the Caliph should be chosen through consensus among the Muslim community, and they favoured Abu Bakr, yeah, and Shias believe the
Black
leadership
Birmingham fighter, UFC. Sorry, mate. I've just.
right, and the Shias believe leadership should be passed down through Muhammad's bloodline, specifically his cousin and son-in-law Ali. Yeah, so that's who they worship. Yeah, so that's why Sunnis and Shias have been fighting all these years, right? Because Sunni Muslim and Shia Muslims hate each other.
Adrian Edmondson. Someone like that.
See,
Do you know,
their religious differences and
right,
practices,
Smiler,
rituals, and legal.
I've found something different, right? Okay. Now, I've started my own cult up, right?
You have the
Yeah,
cult
of
of
course
the cult of the cult of the clay brick.
Well, it's not called clay brick, but it's basically, you know, it's basically, right, anybody that wants to follow a belief structure that is slightly different to their mainstream shit, right? Okay, because I'm not sure that God wanted me to be the cunt I am. Right? I really like now the traditional God that I would be led to believe in, Smiler. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know which God you believe in.
The God, the God the Father, Jesus the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? Okay, so that's
Right
the
now,
Trinity.
Jesus. Now, in Scripture, yeah, Jesus was saying when he was talking to his disciples and talking to people, yeah, he was talking about a God that people didn't know, people hadn't met, and not the same God.
Leon Edwards. It was Leon Edwards. That's what I was on about. Leon Edwards.
Not the same God as Judaism. Right?
Yeah,
No,
but look
because Jesus was supposed to be a Jew, wasn't he? Right, and he was talking about a new God, yeah, that people hadn't met or seen or heard of.
No. Right. I know very, very, very little, right? But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna chime in, yeah, and I'm probably gonna shoot myself in the fucking neck, right? Okay, I am, but I'm gonna do it anyway, right? Okay, so the God, the Father, Jesus the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? They're three separate entities, but the same person, right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
God the Father,
Jesus, the Son of God,
yeah,
and the Holy Spirit, which make up the Trinity.
the Trinity, yeah.
Right? They are three separate entities, but the same person.
But they
Does
aren't.
that make sense?
They aren't the same person.
Well, there isn't two gods. It's like Smiler, if I said to you, right, Smiler, are you your daughter's father?
Yeah.
Right? Are you your mother's son?
Yeah.
Right? Are you your sister's brother?
Yeah.
So then you're three separate entities, but the same person.
Okay, if you put it that way.
Right. So then, I'm look, Smile. I'm not trying to, like, because Smile, you do realize I get my best debates out of you, dickhead. Right. I take this shit over to the US side, right? Okay, and I fucking practice on this, right? So, if we look at it that way, right? God is in the heavens above, right? He is God Almighty.
Is he though?
Well, this is how he's portrayed to be, right? This is how I'm putting it. He's portrayed to be God the Almighty, right? Okay. He sent himself to earth as Jesus Christ in human form, right? Okay. In human form. That's what he done, right? Now the Holy Spirit, like I'm still confused about the Holy Spirit, right? Okay, but I'm just assuming he's the bastard that sat there, right? Going, I mean,
Yeah,
I've
but
just
that's
got your soul, you know.
but that's Christian. But then Catholic, the Trinity is not three separate gods.
Yeah, that's Protestant.
No, that's Catholic.
Well, so Catholics believe in the Trinity.
No, the Trinity is not three separate gods, but rather three distinct persons within one God.
Yeah, that, well, of course, because the Trinity is one person in three separate entities. That's what I'm saying. They're the same universal being, right? They are actually one person, but they're in three separate forms. So God, let's just dumb it right down, right? Okay, for my brain, right? Okay. So God sits up there in the heavens on his massive big throne, right? Pissing down on people when he wants to, right? Okay, making it rain. But for him to be a human, he has to send himself in human form, which would be Jesus, right? Now, that's Jesus the Son, God the Father. Then you've got the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit.
So Trinity is the Latin word for trinitas, meaning three in one.
Yes.
One God, three persons.
Right. So you just actually validate my point.
Yeah. I wasn't arguing your point.
So Bojo's just written something in the back there. What's Bojo just written in the back? I'm enjoying this, but need to be because got that bloody. Oh well, Bojo, for fuck's sake, come on, son. You could have just said Terrell. Do you know what I mean? It means
I
spell
am saying Tara.
Okay,
Yeah.
Bojo.
All right, mate.
All right, bud.
All right. Cheers coming up, mate.
Okay, mate. See you later, Chris.
Legend, Bojo. Love you and leave
Cheers,
you,
fella.
kid. God bless
Ta-ra,
you.
mate.
God bless you. So again, Smiler, I mean, I'm still confused about this whole shit, mate. Right? I am. Right. And this is why I don't really have any strong personal feelings about anybody else having a certain religious belief or value, apart from when you see this country going really south, Smiler. Like this country is bending the knee to a certain faith and a certain group of people, right?
But there's one faith. There's one faith pushing one faith forward.
What do you mean by that? Enlighten me. Like just elaborate on that, please, Smiler.
So there's one particular religion that wants to cause a divide between the Christian religions. Yeah.
Being which religion?
Being the Jewish religion.
Really?
Yeah. The Zionists. Yeah. So they want to cause a massive divide.
Oh, well, I would say they're very easily controlled, to be honest with you.
Eh?
They're very easily controlled.
Who's controlled?
The Zionist Jewish religion. I mean, they've never been. When have you ever known a Jewish empire?
But you've got Christian. But you've got.
When have you ever known a Jewish empire?
Look at Christian Zionism.
When have you ever known a Jewish empire?
Well, what have you got now?
What have we got? What do you mean?
What you call Israel, and you've got all the Jews.
That's not a fucking empire.
And Israel saying you don't represent us. Right?
That's not.
So you've got 0. Hang on. You've got 0.2% of the world's population are Jewish. Yeah. But that 0.02%
0.2%.
is in every single government in the world. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's in our parliament. It paid for Starmer to get into power.
No.
Yes. It's
What, so
also
Lord,
it's
is
also
Lord
in
Ali
the
Jewish?
UK.
Is Lord
In
Ali
the
Jewish?
UK.
Is
In
Lord
the
Ali Jewish?
no, Lord Ali isn't Jewish.
Right. So then, who paid?
But you telling me there
which
isn't
Jewish individual paid for Starmer?
which Jewish individual?
Yep.
It wasn't. It was a collective. It was
Which
called. It
Jewish
was
influence
called.
paid for Keir
It was
Starmer?
called Labour Friends of Israel.
Which Jewish
Yeah?
influence paid
Labour
for
Friends
Starmer?
of Israel. Labour Friends of Israel.
Right. So is that why?
LFI.
Is that why, Smiler? Like, let's face it. Okay. Is that why we have these marches that go on every weekend, right? Okay, and have done for months and months and months now, right? Okay, where they're calling for the death of Jews, right? Okay, which, like, I mean, and even the death of Christianity and shit. Like now, you look at where that's coming from, bruv. And look at America. Look at America. Like, look at the Democratic Party in America, Smiler, for example. Right? They're trying to bring rapists, terrorists, gang members back, right? From where they came from, illegally entering the country, coming in and doing criminal activities. And then you've got the woke far left trying to bring them back in to the country for due process. Due process. You do not get due process if you're not a citizen. Doesn't work that way. So.
Right. So Israel. So Labour's got 25 cabinet members. Yeah. Out of those 25 cabinet members, 13 of them have been funded by pro-Israel lobbyists. Right. Also, the pro-Israel lobbyists are in all the unions. Yeah. So, like your NHS union. Yeah. Your railways, etc. All the ones that Starmer's just given massive pay rises to. Yeah.
Yep. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Right. You've got Jewish people ahead of in the head of all them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And Starmer's given them all pay rises. Yeah. Fuck the rest of you that are paying taxes. Fuck your old people because you're a penny over, so you're not going to get a fucking heating allowance.
Go on, Smiler. Give it to them.
Right? And at the same fucking time, we'll spend 50 million on climate fucking change.
You see, this is where we agree, Smiler. This is where this is why I fucking love you. Right? This is why I get on with you so well, right? Because we may have slight disagreements, right?
No.
Okay.
You've got I won't call them Jewish, yeah. I'll call them Israelites, right? Because I don't believe that all of them are Jewish, yeah. I'll call them Israelis, yeah. You've got Israelis leaving Israel by the thousands, yeah. I mean, just last year there was something
Where
like
they're going
200.
Where they're going
eh?
to? Where they're
Different
going to?
parts of the world. There's shitloads of them gone to Thailand.
Yeah. But that they're not going to know like they're not going to like Egypt, Jordan, Palestine, or anywhere like that, are they?
No.
They're not, are they?
Well, they wouldn't be welcome, would they?
Yeah, right. Why not?
Why? Because they're predominantly Muslim countries, aren't they?
Right, okay. Right.
And predominantly Shia Muslims.
So they're going to countries which are predominantly what faith?
Christian.
Yes,
Christian.
Smiler. Yes, that's it, son. Yes.
And
So
at the
where they're
same
going,
time, what they're doing is they're funding the small boat crossings, yeah,
Mhm.
to come and dilute the Christian faith, to come and dilute the Christian population,
fuck.
to intermarry, yeah. So then
Yes.
there's right wing fighting with what we all call Muslim, yeah, be it Pakistani, be it whatever, yeah.
Mhm.
We're fighting, yeah, because we don't share their same beliefs, yeah,
Mhm.
right. And the Jews are going, fuck this shit, I'm going back to fucking Israel. And that's what Israel
So
aid is
Smaila,
all about.
look, all joking aside, Smaila, what would be your like your, I don't know how do I say this? What would be your ultimative? Like, how would you solve the crisis? Like, look at, let's just fuck the rest of the world off, right? Okay, at the minute, right? Just for hypothetical sake, hypothetically wise, right? And again, just before we go on this like tangent, I just want to let everybody know. Me and Smile are just talking shit, right? Okay, we're not here preaching or practicing anything. We're just bouncing ideas off each other, people. I mean, it as respectfully as we can do, right? Okay, that's all we're trying to do, right? Just to try and figure out shit in my own head. So,
Well,
what would be your
right, go on, ask me the question.
what would be your your resolution to Britain's problem for the small boat crossings? Like, obviously, like, let's face it, Smile up, they're not coming over here with their women and children, bruv. Right, okay, so like, you know, when you look at
Right,
what the
I'll
British,
tell you what the ultimatum is, right? The ultimatum is that the government is a bunch of fucking pussies, right?
Mhm.
They won't stand up to the globalists, yeah, right?
Who's the glutinous with
And
who's them? What do you mean the glutinous?
who's the globalists?
Yeah,
Who's the one?
sorry, the
Who's
globalists. The globalists. Yeah, I've got you. I didn't know
who
what
are
you
the,
said.
who are the globalists?
I know what you
Right.
mean. The
So
globe. No, I
right,
didn't know what you
right,
said. That I know what you mean by
right,
the globalists.
right.
Right.
So they won't stand up to the globalists, yeah. So they won't deport them. Now our laws, yeah, right. It doesn't matter how fucking what's she called? I can't remember her stupid name. Yeah, Pretty Patel. She rewrote the law. Yeah,
Mhm.
on how to get these people back out of our country. Well, the law was already there, right? If you're an undocumented male or undocumented person that comes to the UK, you're a criminal, you can't claim asylum, yeah? You're an undocumented person, you're an illegal immigrant.
Yep.
Therefore, straight away, you should be deported. But
Yep.
prior to deportation, you go to jail for entering the country illegally. And then
Yep.
after you come out of jail, you then get deported. Yeah. But the globalists don't want that. Yeah. So the government have took the fucking knee. Yeah. Now, originally, when it first started, George Soros, who's George Soros? Yeah.
George
Big,
Soros is an
like,
American bloke, isn't
yeah, big small hat. Yeah.
he?
Big
Yep.
Zionist. Yeah.
Mhm.
Right. He said, if you can't afford to look after them and you can't afford to keep them, yeah, Mr. George Soros, will lend you, your government, the money to house them. Right? And it's all in the Great Replacement, yeah, because we were an aging population and the rest of Europe were an aging population. And in the 1980s, they had the migration replacement, yeah. And our government back then agreed to take 150,000 the first year, 200,000 the following year, yeah, and it goes up, yeah. And I've brought the PDF on screen and I've shown the PDF where it all changed, yeah. And it was originally in the 80s, then it was rewritten again in 96, I think it was, yeah. I've done it on this panel. I've done it over on Speaker's Corner
Oh,
panel.
and I smile. Look, and look, this is why I like talking to you about this shit, mate. Because like, I'll be honest with you, I do not know. Like, I am not sitting. I'm not sat here arguing against you, thinking that what I know or what I think I know is factual. I'm bouncing ideas and knowledge what I think I have off you, right? And again, this is why I like to do this with you, right? So again, continuing, how do we solve the small boat crisis in this country? Like just
How do we
give it in a
solve it?
nutshell.
Well, you could solve it tomorrow. Yeah, you could turn around to France and saying, we, the fucking English government, the British fucking people, yeah, are no longer sending you a fucking penny, and every product that comes through France that you import to the UK, so wine, engines, cars, car parts, yeah, we're going to throw sanctions. We're going to throw fucking tariffs on everything you import to this country, right? Do you think they'd get off their fucking arses and stop those boats? Of course they fucking would, right? Do you think they'd enter the water to stop those boats? Because that's another thing that they're doing now. See, right? They don't launch the boat from the beach no more. They go up the coast. They launch the boat up the coast. They then come into the beach where they're going to pick them up. But because the boat's already in the water, legally, yeah, under maritime law, they can't do anything to the boat.
Yeah, right.
Because it's already in the fucking water.
Oh,
right?
my life.
But
yes,
they're so, and then they're getting escorted to the centre of the channel. Sometimes they don't even make the centre of the channel. It depends whether the French Navy have got off their arses and got their boat out or not.
The French Navy are escorting them out there, mate.
Yeah, I know. The French Navy are also giving them life jackets, right? Now, our lifeboats have actually gone into French waters to pick them up because the Navy aren't there. And it's not even that. Look at. But they're told by the NGOs. They're told by Israel Aid, yeah, who give them all the leaflets, tell them how to get their aspirin cards, tell them how to get their money when they get into the UK, and what to say when they get here. Yeah, right.
Basically, they're told just pretend you can't speak English.
Yeah, but they're told then to phone. They're told then to phone the lifeboat. They're told. Just one wants a link. Hang on. They're then told to phone the lifeboat, and the lifeboat has gone into French waters because the French Navy hasn't been escorting them.
Right, so Smiler, look, just to pause you there for a second, right? Okay, so you know how basically we as a British nation, right? Okay, we're a lot like we're going on the humanitarian law. Is it something like that? Humanitarian law, Human Rights Act, based off the.
Well, no, we're not going. No. We're not going over that. We're not going off that, right? Everybody says it's the ECHR. It's not the ECHR. It's actually the United Nations.
Right, that's it.
Hello. Yeah, it's me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chrissy, you're a dickhead.
Why didn't you put a fucking smoke screen when Master Ron jumped on?
Because he just asked for the link and just come up, and I've just seen him come
there
up.
Could be a porn bomber. But just so
no, because he just gave me the middle finger backstage.
No, I don't trust this person.
He gave me the middle finger backstage.
Oh well, if you give you the middle finger, it's definitely one.
Right.
Hello there. I'll listen a bit. Ron. Hello there, Chrissy. Carry on. I'll listen a bit longer.
Right. Yeah. So it's when Rishi Sunak was trying to send them back, right? It was the United Nations. Now we spent all that money in Rwanda, right? And when we spent all that money in Rwanda, we already knew that Rwanda was not classed as a safe country, right? So we wasted all that money in Rwanda, right? And? Knowing that we couldn't send people to Rwanda Because the United Nations stood in
We
and
could because
blocked.
Rwanda was going to take them for the money we gave them.
No, but the United Nations stood in and blocked anybody getting sent to Rwanda.
So now,
So
was Rwanda part of the United Nations?
no,
Right. So that's where
and
we
it's
had. That's where
it's
we.
classed
So
as an unsafe country.
right. Okay.
No, Germany had the same problem, but Germany's now
Do
sending
you
them.
realize?
Oh, where the fuck's Germany?
Sorry, before I
Germany's sending them by the thousands to
before I
somewhere
let
else,
Ron
but I
interrupt
can't
you and
think
talk,
where.
right? Do you realize, right? Okay, when people travel across the world and the globe, right? Okay, what happens is, like, they'll come from other countries like Germany, Poland, France, Belgium, and shit like that, right? And then they'll get to the Channel, right? And then they'll come to England, right?
Yeah.
What we end up with in England is we end up with the dregs, right? I'm just gonna say this playing out, right? Okay, we end up.
Well,
with
you've got the Saudi prince, Chris. You've got the Saudi prince going. You fucking Europeans are fucking stupid.
Yep.
Yeah. You're taking all the dregs that we don't fucking want, and we're kicking out of our
because
country.
they're all picking up jobs on the way over, finding a fucking place that they're useful, right? And then what all the dregs are wanting to do is they want to go, let's get to Britain where the soft touches are, right? You do realise that there's going to be a civil war in this country soon.
Well,
Just
they've
my
been
opinion.
predicting. I mean, the great YouTuber, I can't remember what his name is. He's and all the mainstream media have jumped on him now. He's been predicting it for 10 years. He said the same thing over and over and over again for 10 years. Right? Will it come to civil war?
No, what it'll come to is it'll come to civil uprising. It'll not come to the civil war. What it'll come to is it'll come to, you know how we've got these young girls that are getting preyed on outside their schools and whatnot by immigrants.
Yep.
You know, and it's called a cultural problem because these people that are coming over here, these migrants that are like allowed to do this shit where they're from, right? Okay, it's a cultural problem.
But hold
it's
on,
a cultural
Chris,
problem. Hey,
if I had a
daughter and I went to school and I saw 4 migrants sitting perving on her, right, I'd chop all their dicks off and shove them down each one of their throats. Fact.
Exactly.
And I'd go to jail for it. Exactly. I'd go to fucking jail for it. Right?
All right,
fact.
don't get so passionate.
What we're gonna get is we're gonna get a lot more
keep
people.
Keep your hair on.
Like
keep
me,
your dreads on. Keep
a
your
lot
dreads
more people
on.
like me that are willing to step up, pipe up, and do what they want to do, right? But they're gonna do it from the dark shadows. They're gonna do it from the back streets.
Yeah, listen. What happened not so long ago? People tried to stand up, yeah? And what did Stalin Starmer do? Yeah?
Yeah, he's fucked him, though.
He gave them fucking...
Tommy Robinson's getting out soon, mate? And he's going to be made a martyr.
Bigger sentences. He gave them bigger sentences than anybody has ever been fucking sentenced before.
Yeah, he let
meanwhile,
yeah, Twitter posting.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you had a guy rape fucking 2 women on the train.
Yep.
Yeah, walked out with what? Oh, sorry, I don't understand English. Oh, sorry. Ended up walking out.
Grooming gangs. Let's call them grape gangs, right? Okay, let's just keep it in TOS, right? They're not getting investigated into. I wonder why.
Yeah, well, hold on. What's she called? What the fucking hell she called?
Who? Angela?
No. I think
who the ginger bitch?
No. She did 2 reports, didn't she? She was the fucking chief of the fucking serious crime squad or whatever the fuck it was called, yeah.
Oh,
and she was the one that brought it all to the
fore. Speaking answer, she's not able to speak, is she?
No, she was the first one to bring it all out. Yeah, she was the first one to fucking argue with government. She was the first one to argue with all the police commissioners. She was the first one to fucking be shouting from the rooftops about it. No, not Pretty Patel. No, she done two big reports, but I can't think what the fuck they were called.
Anyway, Ron, would you like to chime in? Because me and Smile have been going back and forth for ages, yeah.
Are you talking about the ex-chief of police up north? Are you on about the bleach blonde?
Yeah,
Smiler.
what's she called?
Yeah, I can't remember. I know she's had. She normally goes on GB News, doesn't she?
Maggie Oliver. Maggie
Yeah,
Oliver.
that's it. Yeah.
Maggie
She
Oliver.
left the police force because she saw what was going on. She was told to shut up and things like that. And she said, "Fuck it, I'm off," because she was a chief inspector or something, and she decided,
that's
"Fuck
right.
it,
Yeah.
I can't
Well,
do this. I just cannot do this."
Yeah, it was Maggie Oliver that brought it all out to the fucking public.
Yeah, and she's got her own organisation, hasn't she? She's made her own. She's made her own organisation about this about the shit. So,
yeah.
Something named.
Yeah,
I can't remember what it is.
And she's actually helped the girls. You know, she was the one that brought out the fact, that social services had the aborted fetus in a freezer, with that man's DNA to prove he was a father who impregnated a 13-year-old girl, and still hasn't been convicted because the Labour government or the Labour councillors shut it all down and the police commissioners shut it all down.
Well, you've also got another girl who actually had her son. I haven't got to watch it all yet.
But then social services were actually guests at the wedding.
Yeah. Well, with this one, the young girl was found with the 4 guys in a car where they raped her, and she fell pregnant. They had everything. They had the sperm DNA. They had every single piece of evidence. It's a clear-cut case. The day before the trial, they dropped it.
Yeah.
Now the guy still walks. Like she kept the baby, right, and her son now is about, I don't know, 18 years old or something like that. And he's actually seen his father walking down the street, and he calls his father filth. He hasn't gone up.
Can I just say that is an attribute to why I believe in abortion and shouldn't be a thing, right? Okay, because it's not the child's fault, regardless of the situation, right? But again, let's move on from that. But yeah, that is Ron. You're absolutely bang on. You're absolutely bang on, mate. It's ridiculous how much certain governments are overcasting and overshadowing stuff. This is why I believe in the next election, right? Okay, in the next election, Reform UK are doing very well, taking a lot of Tory voters from, right? Tory voters are mainly coming from them, right? Okay, to Reform. But Labour voters, I mean, they weren't really big and strong to start with. They only won that election because no one voted against the Tories, for the Tories, right? Okay, it's so we're now sat in a position where we're going to have a massive uprising, or we're going to have a massive reshift. And I do not want civil war. I do not want unrest and upheaval.
It won't be, Chris. It won't be civil war.
There'll never be civil war in this country.
Yeah, it won't be civil war. It'll be an uprising if it did happen, but it won't be English against English.
No.
It won't be a Catholic against Protestants. That will not be what it'll be. It'll be like a new crusade, a bloody crusade, by very large proportion, and that won't just be the UK. It'll be the whole of Europe.
You'll be surprised how many other different religions will be in that uprising.
Oh yeah, it'll be the Hindus.
You know how many fucking Muslims?
It'll be India, West Indies,
genuine
all
Muslims will be
sorts of
against
religions. Believe me, it'll be every other religion will be.
There are so many Muslims.
It won't be to do with colour. It will not be to do with colour. Anything like that. Nothing to do with colour. It won't be.
Listen, if a Catholic priest a Catholic priest is a paedophile, right? Okay, I want his dick chopped off and shoved down his throat, right? Okay, regardless if I believe in God or not.
Well, look
right,
at the
okay?
Archbishop of Canterbury. How long did he bury those secrets for?
Yeah, but I want him held accountable for it, right? I don't want his
Well,
crimes
he hasn't been
swept under
held
the carpet
accountable,
just
has
because
he?
of my religion.
He's been swept under the carpet. He's got a nice little fucking pension fund. He's got a nice little fucking house in the country. Yeah? And he'll probably have a fucking lordship in a minute in the fucking Houses of Parliament.
Yeah, but
Well,
so
he
do most
already,
politicians.
no. He already is a lord in the Houses of Parliament, isn't he?
So
He
anyway,
didn't get-
Ron, I've started a new cult up, right? Okay, you want to join it?
A new cult.
Yeah.
Did you say I've got my own cult, mate?
Yeah, no, I'm part of your cult. I'm over.
Oh, you're part of my cult.
Yeah,
I-
yeah.
I-
I'm
I-
part of the wrong
Ubers.
Mong gang. Part of the wrong Mong gang.
Ubers. Nobody has ever criticised Ron for supporting the Jewish communities.
Well, it's not that I support the Jewish communities. It just comes down to that, you know, when people say, well, you know, to do with where they live, well, you know, yeah, I listen to what Smiler says, and I listen to a lot of other channels. You may not believe it, but I do. So I get it when people turn around and say that shared DNA. I get all that. The only thing is that most of the Palestinians are actually Jordanian, Egyptian, Syrian, Iraqi, Irani, because they're all were travelers. So when when people turn around and say they're Palestinian, they're not actually Palestinian. They are.
Yeah, but they were all Abrahamic.
So they were
all Abrahamic. But
Yeah.
what you've got in Israel now aren't Abrahamic.
So what would happen if Israel laid all their arms down right now, Smiler? In your opinion, if
It'd be a
Israel
bloodbath.
laid with
All
that,
Jews
Smiler,
would
let's
be
ask you the
wiped out.
question. Let us land me playing first before you interrupt. If Israel laid all their arms down, right, okay, and just said, right, we're not going to fight back, okay? In your opinion, what would happen?
Hang on. Fight back. No, they're doing the fighting. They're doing the antagonistic.
Smiler.
They're doing the
Smiler, I'm giving you a
antagonistic. Right?
Smiler, I'm giving
They've
you a hypothetical.
antagonized.
They're at war.
They've antagonized. Well, you call it a war, but they've
Smiler,
done
I'm
it
giving you a
since
hypothetical.
they've done it since 1917.
It's a war. It's a war that's going
Smiler.
on there.
It isn't a
Smiler,
war.
I'm
It
giving
isn't
you
a
It is a
war.
war.
It
Smiler,
isn't.
I'm giving
It
you.
is a war.
You can't call children throwing stones
So
at men
were the
with
British wrong when they
guns.
bombed Brisbane? Were the British wrong when they bombed Brisbane?
Bomb Brisbane. Where's Brisbane?
Whatever that German country was called. You know where fucking
Dresden.
Dresden, that's it, right? Okay, I got it.
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
Yeah, we bombed it. We bombed it. What, for 6 weeks before anything?
Were we
happened?
wrong?
Before.
Were we wrong? For
Yeah, we were wrong because we went to war for Judea. Judea declared war on Germany.
So then why do we not get the same shit that like Israel does?
Well, there were many.
And was America wrong for
violent.
dropping 2 nuclear bombs, one on fucking Nagasaki or something like that?
And Hiroshima.
There was 2.
Hiroshima
Look,
and
they only needed to
Nagasaki.
drop one. They only needed to drop one, right? The second one was a bit like overkill, right? So, were they wrong for doing that?
Did they do it though?
What do you mean, did they fucking do it?
Well, it wasn't actually a nuclear as in what there is today.
No, it was atomic.
Yeah, it's atomic warhead.
Right, fair enough.
It was a bit like the. It's a bit like the bunker busters that they're now using.
Yeah.
From Israel, it's the bunker busters.
That's why it's a thriving metropolis in those areas.
Smiler's obviously never been to Wiltshire. I used to go to Wiltshire every fucking month. Ubers
jump up and give me your Irish fucking knowledge. Come on.
Ubers can't talk on the matter. He just shut me down in his chat, in his fucking panel.
Yeah,
He
but
didn't want to. He didn't want to discuss
stop
anything
picking
on
on
his
stop
What
picking
panel.
on Ubers,
conversation?
right? Stop
What
picking on
conversation was
fucking
that,
Ubers,
Smiler?
will you? Stop picking on Ubers.
Operation Banner. Why the British were in Ireland in the first place? Who
Oh,
asked them to go to
what?
Ireland in the
He
first
closed you
place?
down because you were talking about history.
Yeah.
That's
And
UBRS. You can't close people down for talking about fucking history. Come on. You never get anything.
he was talking the history.
Yeah.
While I was ghosting.
Yeah.
Ubers, you muted me and said, no, not on this panel, Smiler. No,
Stop
not on
picking on
this.
fucking Ubers. Will you just put the link out and let Ubers up? Come on. If he comes up, look, if he be's a cunt, look, we'll grin him. But Ubers, now and again, has something sensible to say, right? And if he's saying stuff in the chat, believe we need to give him the credibility.
All right, Chris,
Jimmy.
you feel safe on the panel with me?
Oh, Jim Bob, there's my brother from another mother. Listen, Smiler, put me next to Jimmy. Put me next to more Jim, please. Honestly, I need to give him a cuddle. Oh, my God, Jimmy. Jimmy, you know I love you,
between
kid.
you two, then.
Jimmy, you know I fucking love you to bits, bro, don't you? And I
Oh,
apologize
panel
for the
been
night.
cut off.
Look, I apologize to you, but nobody else I offended. Right, Jim Bob, bro? I love you to bits, kid, right? I'm worried about you. But other than that, mate, right, I've always got your back, kid, right?
No, that wasn't my point, UBRS. What I'm saying is that I won't have you in my chat and my panel. You know why. But when it comes down to debates and what have you that I have with Smiler and other people, you know, a debate is a debate. You see it from all sides, and that's what you're supposed to do. But since you closed down Smiler, you know, it's a bit. See,
Yeah,
I don't come to your channel.
Why you let him up here,
I don't come to your
Smiler.
channel, UBRS.
That's why you let him up here to show him how a debate goes.
Yeah.
Right?
But it doesn't, Chris, because he comes up and he goes, you'll hate the Irish. You'll hate the Jews.
Irish. Fuck the Irish. They're fucking all wee potato picking bastards. Right? and with it, that's not a negative thing.
Big up the English.
Everybody.
Listen, we need potatoes. Okay?
England is no country to be proud of now.
Urban, the link's there if you want to jump up. Tell me how you debunk the Greater Israel plan.
Yeah, it's an English panel, although Jimmy's in Thailand. He's an Englishman through and through.
Yeah, is he the old one? Is he the old?
I'm not proud of being English like I used to be.
He's English.
Yeah,
I used to be proud of being English, but not anymore.
Yeah, but you're still an Englishman, is what I would call an Englishman. Yeah,
I'm still an Englishman.
That's
I
it.
used to be proud of being English, not anymore.
Well, yeah, I think most people in Europe are not happy with their countries at the moment, no matter where they are.
I'm very patriotic. Okay.
English only, Smiler.
English only.
The problem is well, they put you out United Kingdom only.
Nah,
So Jimmy, have you got anything constructive to add to this conversation, or
no, thanks, UBRS. I know what London is.
Hello. Can you hear me?
It's a foreign country.
Indeed.
Hello. It's the
Hello.
James, brother.
I do love
Rob, bruv.
James, has Wang got a boner?
No, but listen to this. Can you guess? Can anybody
guess? It was Ron that was sticking stuff up his bum.
Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess who this is? Listen.
This is animal porn. This is animal porn.
What the fuck?
This is animal porn.
That's Ubers, isn't it?
No one?
Been working overtime.
Well, there's a correlation between the picture and the voice.
It's not fucking me, put it that way.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I just looked at the picture.
It's Gayson.
It is
I was going
indeed.
to say, Jay.
Oh, Uber's got it as well.
I bet he has.
We've got a right bunch of
Yeah,
Oh, of
Uber
course,
knows.
yeah, he's got trying to get his cat to have an
people
erection.
in the chat, right? Hold
Yeah.
on tight, right? We have 5 dickheads on this panel, right? Okay.
Yeah, and
That's
you're
his cat
all fucking 5 of them, Brick.
How can a pussy get an erection?
What do you mean?
I don't care.
It's a male
Niggy,
cat. It's a
Niggy,
male
you're
cat.
welcome. Niggy, you're welcome to come up on the panel. I spoke to JOJ earlier.
Niggy, can't you see?
What, you had to get permission from his son?
No. I spoke to Niggy earlier to find out JOJ earlier to see how Niggy was doing because last I heard he was in hospital.
Was he? Oh dear.
Yeah.
Is he all right now? Yeah, he's obviously all right now, isn't he?
Left a trail of breadcrumbs.
I just left the hospital.
No, I was on Uber's panel and me and JOJ were on Uber's panel, but Uber shut it down. He wouldn't let us have a fucking discussion.
Oh.
Yeah, jump
Who's
up,
a friend
UBRS.
Who's a friend of Deegan? I don't know.
Jason.
JPM, I wanted to ask you something
Irish.
because I missed you.
Hold on,
the
Jimmy.
topic
If
was
it's about
about you.
sticking if it's about sticking things up bums, I'm not interested, Jimmy.
Apparently, you was the one doing it. I don't know. They
No.
were talking about it afterwards.
Oh,
I was shocked they
James.
were.
Jimmy, did I believe it when people were saying that you put a gun to your wife? No, I didn't believe it. No, I didn't ask you
Hang
one
on, I didn't
question.
sleep in it. I'm only asking you.
I didn't ask you one question about that. I never will.
I'm not having a go at you.
Jimmy.
I know, Jimmy.
I'm not interested in your. I'm not interested in your sexual perversions, right?
I didn't put a gun up my bum.
Tell the panel and the chat.
Yes. Is that you, Rob?
What the invaders of
What's up?
fucking invaders of Thailand are doing to the country, and how much shit they're getting into, and how one of them's just been deported for grape.
Yeah, what I was going to say to you, James, is it's just as well I stayed on that panel. It is like Chinese whispers, mate.
Was it?
That was changing.
That's why I asked you.
I thought, oh, fucking hell.
Oh, I know it was
Actually,
changing. I know it was changing
man.
from the only cock I had in my mouth was my own to I'll suck my own cock. That was just wonderful.
When you suck your own cock and suck your own cock
He
up
was
the
called
bum.
an iron.
I did shit on a gun
all
once.
sorts of things. I went,
And
no,
his radio that got
it.
deported.
See what you started, Ron?
I know it's fun though. Oh fucking!
Yeah,
hell,
it
we all
was
knew
funny.
it was life
Fun
after the
sticking
night
stuff up
before.
your bum.
I don't mind being the butt of a joke.
Yeah,
You were definitely the butt.
Yes.
I've got to admit though, for him to go that far though, I thought, well, respect. You know what I mean? He took it to a place. I thought, well, what's respect for that?
The funny thing was,
Chris,
Ron, when
Chris,
I
you
come
gotta
back,
make an
I went
argument.
away. I went away
Stuff
from
up
the
your bum all
computer
day.
for a while. I come back, and there's you talking about Quinton fucking Crisp. I thought,
Yeah,
and I said, is Ron still talking about gayness?
No, I think somebody changed.
I only got the back end of the story.
conversation over to the trans area. So I just mentioned, yeah.
Oh, don't start talking about trans shit,
and
Ron.
the people like Quentin Chris
Don't start talking
from
about
back in the
trans
day.
shit.
And where does all your trans shit come from? All your fucking trans shit comes from Judaism.
Oh, fuck off. Wait, look at the Egyptians.
Yes, it does.
Look at the Egyptians. Look at the Egyptians.
Who performed the first surgery?
The Egyptians.
Who performed the first surgery?
Sorry. Look at the sorry. Look at the Greeks.
It was two Jewish scientists.
Look at the
Hold on, Pi, people in
look
chat,
at the
this is
history of the Greeks.
Yeah, they all wear dresses, for fuck's sake.
Definitely way before.
We don't mention the Scottish.
They were aliens. They weren't real.
And Jesus. Well, they didn't call them dresses, they called them shrouds.
Start
didn't
talking
they?
about Jesus, Smiley, you cunt.
Alexander the
Well, he
Great
used to
was
wear
well
shrouds,
known
didn't
for
they?
it.
Yeah, he was homosexual.
Jesus used to shag prostitutes.
Yeah. Well, his whole army were bisexual.
They
and
never
all
used
sorts
to pay
of
either.
male
Yeah.
orgies.
Right. The Jewish sold their children into prostitution in Berlin. Yeah,
Told you.
Berlin. They operated on the first Jewish man. The Jewish scientist operated on the first Jewish man, and they tried to fucking install a womb into the man. Yeah, and all the books. Yeah, he died. Yeah, so he was the second person. The first person.
Was there no room for the room?
Yeah,
Room.
he just
Oh,
he
got
just
that
had
wrong.
he just had the mangina made and everything else made, right? And all the books, the book burning was all of what they were fucking practicing, right? And that was what was burnt, right? And Berlin was, I mean, even Churchill went there with his fucking champagne socialite boyfriend.
Oh,
What? Nah, he didn't have a boyfriend.
Yeah, he
he
fucking
did.
did.
He
He had
was on
several
magic
boyfriends.
mushrooms.
He used to
Yeah, he
walk
did.
around naked.
No, the Jews have got a lot of problems, UBRS. The only
He's
thing
got
is that I look at what the threat is of today in certain areas of Europe
threat is our government.
and what's being allowed, it seems. When you think about it, 50 areas
We need a second amendment.
in the UK, yeah, and only 40 odd arrests
What's
of,
up?
say,
What's
2
up?
decades.
What's up,
That,
Carl?
not even comes to the amount of how many places in the UK you have got a serious problem. Not even, I think it's 42 which are in jail,
Was it
something like that.
just 3 months ago, 165 children were rescued?
It's
What, you didn't rescue half of my children?
165 children were rescued.
Yeah, that's half of my children. I've got like at least 500.
From ultra-Orthodox Jews.
You're not very good at maths, are you, Rick?
Nah, I'm not.
You only got 4 fucking children.
Yeah, but it's roughly
That you know of,
if
anyway.
I've got
loads of children.
If you use geometry, right, okay, that could be multiplied to whatever number I said it was. Okay.
Well, I don't know they exist.
Geometry.
Geometry.
That's a good thing. Trigonometry.
Where was this then, Smiler?
They're all camped on the fucking sides of the roads at the moment. A guy's just gone over there and tried to interview them.
Why don't you just go and visit them with gasoline and matches and they'll be gone?
It's not Mexico.
That would be like
is it Mexico or Cuba or
again, Jimmy?
Cuba.
Just sometimes you just got to do it.
80? Is it 80?
No, it ain't Haiti.
It's bad out there, isn't it? All fucking.
Oh, Haiti, yeah, they had an earthquake, didn't they? And they had like what's that Legionnaire's disease? No, the other one. The other one to make sure lungs explode.
Tuberculosis?
So no, it was cholera.
Fibrosis?
Cholera.
Cholera?
Is that right?
Cholera you get from water.
Yeah, the water was
from the
all
water.
after the earthquake.
We talking about STDs.
They had Legionnaire's disease out here once.
Definitely got the most STDs.
I got STDs and I want to show it off, sing it proud. I want more STDs.
Yeah, Jimmy, we do not want to see your fucking snotty cock, right? Okay.
No, it is spread throughout my body. You don't have to just look at my cock. I've got rash everywhere. I've got like my tongue swollen.
Jimmy, look at what look at everybody. I'm just going to say this now, right? Okay, Jimmy,
I thought you were scratching a record, then, Rick.
Jimmy, I'm gonna see me. I'm gonna see you on a fucking dance floor.
Sometimes I want to just hit
Jimmy, got your asshole. I'm gonna smash it like a fucking pasty. Gonna wrap you like a fucking nasty. Gonna get you in a fucking neck hold. I'm gonna show you a check hold.
I'm gonna slip back and I'm gonna roll you over, and I'm gonna get onto a full mount, and then I'm gonna roll down on some elbows.
Jimmy, can't you see? Sometimes the words just hypnotize me.
Sometimes I just want a nice, sexy lady to masturbate me.
Yeah, Jimmy, you're not putting me in that dress again, right? I'm not wearing that dress.
Why did you marry a fucking... Well, I'm not going to say it.
Why don't you marry a fucking woman instead of a man, Jimmy? That's what he's trying to say.
Oh, she's sweet but a psycho. Oh, I've got to go. She's sharpening a knife.
Uh-oh.
I have a song in mind. Please don't go. Don't go.
If I'm not back later, it's because I'm dead. I'll catch you in a bit.
Jimmy, God bless you, brother. You know I love you, kid. You know I fucking love you, bro. Right, okay? And fuck off.
It's been Israel, United States, Canada, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Guatemala, and Mexico.
Guatemala?
Yeah. And it's Guatemala where they camped on the streets in protest, and their Guatemalan camp, their what do you call it when you have that fucking big gated fucking, what's it called, and nobody's allowed in? Compound. Their compound in Guatemala. Yeah, it's been shut down. And they're all protesting. 165 children, I think it was, that they took away from the ultra orthodox.
I've actually been considering being an Orthodox Christian, you know.
You have to wear them weird fucking thingies, isn't it?
Well, it was an Orthodox Christian that was stabbed in the head multiple times, wasn't it? There's got something to do. There's something weird going on about that bloke and the fucking Pope. There's some weird story, but I haven't looked at it yet.
What, they reckon, is there not going to be another Pope? They reckon this is the end for the Pope. Is that right?
No, it's going to turn into a giant mosque. What are you on about?
Oh, dear.
Listen, look, you're the Vatican. Right? One thing I will give the Vatican credit for, right? Okay, it was able to segregate itself off, right, for about 70 to 80 years or something it was, right? Okay, while being surrounded by every fucker else, right, and just basically say, no, we're going to do what the fuck we want. We're going to do what the fuck we want to. Now this Pope's gone, right? Okay, who controls the Vatican? Who's going to take over it?
Well, that was my question. They're saying, is it the end of like Christianity? But it's going to go in a different direction.
They've already set the date for the new conclave to decide the next pope.
I think he comes from Africa. I think he's the front runner from the African
don't say it's
continent.
a South African fucking president, because he's a bastard, him.
It says who will be the next pope. Leading candidate could be a first Asian.
Listen, I could be.
Oh no, you can't put an Asian pope in there, man.
Yeah, no, but
really?
I would be.
He'll convert them all to Muslim straight away.
Can you imagine me being the new pope? Come on, that would be good, wouldn't it?
You won't be able to come on YouTube.
That's a small sacrifice to pay.
Is it?
Yeah, because I'd rule half of the world, right? So
is that your ambition? Are you power hungry?
Kevin, Derek, and Dave, you know, the minions to do it for us, right? And
Are you power hungry then, Brick? Is that your aim in life, to control
Chris
people?
will only want to become a pope so he can go down in the dungeons and bathe himself in gold. That's the only.
Yeah, shut up, Ron. Fucking quiet. I tell you, I'll give you half.
He wants to open the Ark of the Covenant, don't you?
I just want to drink from that.
Oh, don't be doing that. Fucking
don't tell him.
Peter
Don't
Pope
tell
up here again in a minute.
Oh, he's Chinese, is he? Oh, they ain't.
Yeah, Chinese Asian. Chinese Asian.
They ain't so bad. They ain't so bad. Why are they doing gang signs or rock and roll signs, whatever that is?
Well, that's the devil, isn't it? That's the sign of the devil.
Yeah, see, horns of the devil, isn't it?
Yeah, horns of the devil.
That's
yeah,
weird.
but the devil was created by God, wasn't he?
No, the devil was a God's brother.
No, devil was created by God.
No,
it was God's brother.
No, he wasn't God's brother at all.
Yeah, he was.
No,
he wasn't. Where does it say that? Where does it say that in the Bible?
Oh, I've seen the birth certificate, Rick. Are you going to deny that?
Okay, I'm not going to doubt that. Right? James is old enough to have seen the birth certificate of the devil. Right?
Chris, I'll finish my video for you tomorrow, and I'll put it up for you tomorrow.
Oh, Smiler, please finish your video, right? I mean, but let's face it, right? I'm right, aren't I? You're all going to join my cult, right? You're all going to give me your benefits.
You haven't told us what this cult is yet.
Right, okay, I'm going to look after you.
You've just changed yourself from fucking Catholic, Protestant.
Farmland, right? He's going to fucking dig.
So now
he's
fucking Orthodox.
He's a religious whore. Right? That's what he is.
Yeah. Why don't you just fucking be the fucking bunny rabbit in fucking Alice in Wonderland?
Are you saying what's that finger and the little finger? Index finger and the little finger is actually a sign of love. Love you.
Love you.
Love you. Oh, fuck off. I just thought what that is.
That is the fucking satanic sign.
Yes, I love you in America.
It means, in America, it means I love you.
When you look at certain flags and colours and shit like that, right? You look at the rainbow, right? That certain people fly. That's not the traditional rainbow that God gave you, right? Okay. Then you look at the
red and yellow and pink and green,
orange and purple and blue. We're made to call people who are attracted and want to abuse young children. We need to call them now.
Chris, there's only one map, and that's one that we used to fucking follow to get from A to B. Right?
Yeah, but was that a flat?
They aren't fucking maps. They're fucking paedophiles.
Yeah, but exactly right. This is see.
They aren't maps.
Again, Ron, James.
Right. We ain't gonna nice it up. We're not gonna call them minor attracted persons.
No, we're not. We're gonna call them nonsense and paedophiles.
Right. Maps are what you used to use to navigate into, and then we all of a sudden you started using sat nav. Yeah.
So where did the word cis come from?
Who knows?
Fuck knows.
What does it even mean?
I'm asking Smiler.
I don't know. Where did it come from?
Yeah, I mean,
psychologist.
All the genders come from the Talmud.
There's only two genders, male and female, right?
No, all the extra genders they come from the Talmud.
Genders are there? What extra?
Well, the ones that the fucking Talmud talk about.
Which are what?
All these fucking binary, non-binary, fucking God knows what else.
Right. So,
I can answer that. Cis, it comes from a Latin meaning on the same side. So I don't know. In the context of gender, it signifies a person's gender identity matching the sex by were assigned at birth. So really, they've commandeered it again, haven't they?
Yeah.
Commandeered the word.
It got bombarded, James. It got hijacked.
Yeah.
Right now, what I do not agree with, right, okay, is like big up the Supreme Court. By the way, I'm just going to say this right now. Big up the Supreme Court, in Britain for
stating the fucking obvious.
Well, of course it is, James. I mean,
Chris, do you need the Supreme Court to tell you what your fucking wife is?
No, obviously.
So why are you bigging up the Supreme Court?
Exactly.
Because what
Because they've made it legal. They've made it legal.
Right, the word
They're all
cisgender was
fucking
coined
stupid.
by Dana Leyland DeFosse, a biology researcher in Usenet newsgroup discussion about transgender topics. She sought a term to describe non-transgender individuals that avoided the implication that transgender people were other. The term combines the Latin prefix cis, meaning of on this side.
Hey,
Of,
nobody's
or
disputing
on the side
transgender people
with
exist,
gender.
right? Okay, but nobody can disagree that it is a mental health problem. It's like, look, if you go to the doctor with anorexia, right? Okay, they're not going to give you liposuction, are they?
Not going to give you what? Sorry?
If you go to the doctor, James, if I, right, I know I'm a fat bastard, but just picture this, James. I'm skinny as fuck. I'm anorexic, right? Okay. And I go to my doctor and I say, doctor, I feel fat as fuck. I need and I want liposuction to make me feel better, right? Okay. There's about 2 pounds of fat on me, right? At least, at most.
That bastard.
Right? They're not going to give me liposuction, are they? Because that would be detrimental to me health.
Well, in America they would, because you'd be paying for it.
Right, but should it be right to do that? Because a Hippocratic oath.
Well, it's right for the doctor's bank balance.
To do no harm, first and foremost. So should the doctor be right in doing that? Should the doctor be allowed to do that or not?
Well, obviously not, no.
Right, okay. So if you go to the doctor and you say, look, I feel like I'm in the wrong body, okay? Now, genuinely, this does happen to certain people. It literally does, right, okay? And there are certain people out there with transgenderism, right, okay? It is an actual thing, but it is a mental health problem that should not be verified by everybody else making them feel in bending the knee to them. For example, you do not want a hairy, burly-ass bloke going into the bathrooms in Asda with your daughter when you're standing outside as a father waiting for her. When you politely wait outside while your daughter has a piss, right? While a man goes in there, right, with big burly-ass testicles and shit like that.
Just because he's wearing a miniskirt. Yeah, fuck that shit.
James, and I even know you're on my side with this kid, right? You're not going to let your daughter go into that fucking cubicle, right? When that man is going in there, right? It's not right, okay? So, just use the disabled toilet. Just use that disabled toilet at least, right? Or just have a whole different new toilet, right? For the LGBTQ plus I1 gender fucking 5 ticks, whatever, the unbreakable Wi-Fi code, I call it, right? It always changes, right? Okay. So you put them into that bracket, right? Women, a woman. What is a woman? Right? Smiler, I'm gonna ask you, what's a woman?
A child, somebody with a womb that gives birth to children.
James?
Yeah, a woman is a person that can give birth to children.
Ron?
And nurse them.
A woman who's got, what's it, a uterus?
Yeah.
It's a biological adult human female.
Yeah, uterus.
Right?
That's what distinguishes the two.
That's what a woman is, right? Okay, and we have chromosomes in our body, right? Okay, which is why when look at when we dig bones up, right? Okay, from the ground now from 1,000 years ago, we can determine if it was a man or a woman based off
the pelvis.
Many factors: ribs, pelvis, size of the skull, size of the skull, size of the jawbone. There's many factors. Collarbones. Loads of factors.
Yeah, I've been reading up on that thing that you said earlier on, Smiler.
Yeah.
You haven't been reading, have you?
It's a sect. It's basically all the other Jewish communities have disowned them, have said they're nothing to do with the real Jewish religion.
Yeah, Israel want to prosecute them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The Jewish community in all these places, it's 50 families, and it's to do with the 50 families within this sect.
Yeah, now
which,
Israel prosecuted Israel.
Yeah, there's Shirley T in the chat there.
Israel prosecuted
has a
Israel
funny-
prosecuted the rabbi, yeah,
Yeah.
but
Based,
he
surely.
didn't
Based a bit,
spend 3 months in jail.
Yeah, it's
Israel released him. He was released, and then
Yeah,
he went
well,
back.
Israel-
Then he went
Israel
back to
released
the. He went
somebody.
back to the compound. He went back to the set.
See,
Well,
what,
Israel
what
released
I'm
somebody.
reading here, they're actually doing it to the people in their, I don't know, tribe, that their cult, I suppose you could call it.
Well, they're ultra
where they
orthodox,
were.
la Tahov or
Not
la
normal,
Tahiv.
not normal. It's a sect.
They're
That's why
they're the
call it a
ones.
sect.
They're the ones that dress the children from
Yeah,
3
Ubers, you
years
are
old,
funny, right, mate? But
from
you
head
don't
to
understand,
toe,
dickhead.
from head to toe. In they're not called burqas; they're called something else.
Yeah,
But they're absolutely head to toe, fully covered, from 3 years old upwards.
yeah, but this
And
is
they spend 16 hours a day, some of them, reading the Talmud.
yeah, but it's what's it say? Authorities estimate that the community is made up of about 50 families residing in
listen,
Guatemala, the
Canada-
US, Canada,
Yeah.
and other
Yeah,
countries.
Canada tried to capture them, but they got
Yeah.
tipped off and managed to cross over the border in Canada.
Right, you know, is it
Yeah.
called a
So
jihad?
it's,
The jihad,
it's
right? Is it
50
jihad or something
families
like that?
which
That's
have
what the
been
face
doing
covering
this
is.
within
Well,
their sect.
Israel has classified them as Jewish Talmud, Jewish jihad.
No.
But do
Something
you
like that. They
believe? Do you
gave them.
believe that people, women, like if any race or religion, should be allowed to go around with every part of their face covered and just leaving their eyes? Like, I mean, like, let's face it. For example, facial recognition speed cameras aren't going to be able to pick them up, right? Okay. Now, and let's face it, right? Your peripheral vision is going to be like, you know, a bit diluted. Right, it is, especially and if you're a woman because you're a shit driver.
Who farted?
Okay.
Nah, it's my chair. It's really creaky.
Why would you allow that to happen? Right? Okay. Why would you allow that to be a thing? Okay.
Yeah, it's certain amount of thousands which actually learn the Talmud. And it takes quite a few years to actually learn it.
7 years, and after
Yeah.
they've done it for 7
Mhm.
years, they then spend another 2 years reading it.
Yeah, it's
Now, I said on here probably 6 to 8 weeks ago, right? Now, I didn't agree with this, right? Now, what the British government has done, right, has turned around and said, because there's so many people like Golders Green and the other big Jewish community, right? They've stated that those children, yeah, that are like now studying the Talmud, yeah, the Talmudic school is a special name, but I can't remember what it is, right? But instead of following their faith and doing their Talmudic studies, yeah, the British government, Starmer, has turned around and said all those children must attend school, yeah, and if they don't attend school and learn as we do as Westerners, yeah, then the parents are going to be arrested.
right. Well, yeah, this is right. But I believe when it comes down to the Talmud, it's like they go by the Torah. That is really the religion, yes? The Talmud is more of where, but
Well,
by what I'm starting to gather from it, it's where rabbis have all get together. They've argued on everything, all the aspects of the world, you know, like you said, Smiler, the trans, gay, this, that, and the rest of it, what they would believe would be allowed and what they believe wouldn't be allowed. There is a big kerfuffle between each other because many couldn't agree on some of their radical views and what have you. So I think that's what the Talmud is really all about, by what I keep on looking at. It's not a book of rules or anything like that. It's just
there's 626
a book of learning, maybe.
A book of learning, yeah. It's
626 rules in the Talmud for Jewish.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But it's not taken as the literal fact, because it comes down to that they're all having all these ideas. It's like I turned around and said earlier on, because a lot of people were traders, travelers, and what have you, and they go from this area to this area. So Greece, you know, when you turn around and say that the Jews were into trans and what have you, and that's why I said, well, hang on a minute, you know, the Greeks were well known for it way before. You know, Rome was well known for it. You know what I mean? There's so many different sections of society in the world which are actually doing that sort of thing. So I suppose that it was more likely going on with the Arabs, with the Jews and what have you, and they thought, right, let's talk about all this stuff.
Right, what you're getting confused with, Ron, is the Babylonian Talmud. Right, and
Babylonian, yes,
and also the Talmud Torah. Now, the Torah, the books, is just very similar to what the Hadiths are. Is the Torah? Yeah. So you understand what the Hadiths are. Well, the Torah is basically a breakdown of the Talmud. Yeah. So the Torahs have got all the extra passages or the explanations of passages in them.
Yeah.
Right, so Smiler,
basically, it's a documentation
is a Jewish person
of
or a
different
Muslim person
theories.
allowed to change
That's
faith
an
without
easier
any
way to
consequence?
say it. It's a document, yeah, a very fucking technical document, because it takes a long time to read it and understand it. But it's basically a document of all different theories, looking at different ways of life and what have you, and they've documented it.
The Babylonian texts are Old Hebrew, and the New Talmud is the new version of Hebrew with the extra letters in it.
Peggy, as long as our pillow's cold, love, like we all love cooking and cold.
Because I said the way you read it, it's really in depth. Everything's really in depth, and it's a lot to it. It's a hell of a lot.
They spend like 2 hours reading one page, and they rock backwards and forwards while they're reading it.
Exactly. So it's a whole load of basically what I could gather from it, because I forget who I was listening to, and he turned around, a few have talked about it, and I've looked, and they turned around and said, well, basically the Torah is a whole load of arguments. From these ones to those ones, and they decided to, right, okay, then we've all got our ideas, we've heard it, you know what I mean, so let's put it all down in writing and allow people then to read what they've come across, and their own mind.
The Torah complements the Talmud, and it gives explanations of what each passage means in the Talmud.
It's
also got the Noahide laws in it as well.
Yeah, it's very, very, you know, for us people, you know, that haven't done it, for us to understand it, you know, these people have been 7 years, like you said, and then a further 2 years to get to grips with it. We are
but then they've also
on page 1.
Then they've also, you know, if they're going to become a rabbi, They go to Oxford. They go to universities.
Oh, don't go to
and
fucking
America.
Oxford. Or don't go
Yes,
to
they
university.
do go to Oxford University.
Yeah, but universities are
right?
fucked up now.
And they
no,
also
Smiler.
go to America, and they also go
Universities are
to
fucked up. They're full
they
of
also
woke
go
little
to
down them.
Israel, right, to become then rabbis, because they've got to get a university degree to become a rabbi, because you've got that Shlomi or Shlomi or whatever his name is, the weird
If
one
they
with the
choose
beard.
to become a rabbi, they
Yeah,
don't
if they
have
choose,
to,
yeah,
but
they
only
don't have
Is this an
to.
old school
No.
rabbi? Is this an old school
So gone
rabbi?
are the days where these
No.
people are chosen by God. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you can
is a
choose,
rabbi?
you
Is
know,
a rabbi?
you can
Is it
still
still
choose to be a
is it
banker
still
and what have you. You don't
practicing?
have to become a
But
rabbi.
they were never
Practicing rabbi,
they
do
were
you
never
still
the
have to
chosen
suck
people.
the blood out of a circumcised child?
That's what a rabbi does, yeah. But there's a special rabbi.
Yeah, that's a paedophile.
It's a special rabbi that does it,
And
and
I'm just saying, I don't care how
special.
special you are. Right?
There's a
Okay.
special knife that they use. Right now,
I'm on about the lips that wrap round it.
Yeah, but Chris, hang on. You've got to get the contacts of the knife, right? Right.
I'm on about the knife.
Yeah, you've got to get the knife, right? Because now, when we go into surgery, we use a surgical blade, right? That surgical blade stops a lot of blood flow because it cuts so neatly and so sharply.
This one's jagged.
This one's, and bluntish. Yeah,
they want it to bleed.
They
So
want
they can
it to
suck it.
bleed. Yeah. Now, they've
was a bit
never,
dodgy.
because circumcision in the Bible and circumcision that Jesus and God or whoever was talking about it, is internal. It's
Christians
not external.
don't get circumcised.
No, it's an internal circumcision. It shouldn't be an external, whereas the Judeans.
So why not
went
just use
for
a sharp blade to stop the bleeding so you don't have to suck the child's dick?
Because it's a ceremony.
What?
It's a ceremony, isn't it?
Right, you see what I mean? It's like you're hearing that. It's a ceremony. I'm not wrong in what I'm saying. Right, this is weird for me to think. Right, okay. That.
So, if we're made in God's image, right?
This now.
If we're supposed to be made in God's image, right? Why the fuck did He give us the foreskin in the fucking first place?
Exactly, Jim.
Yeah, but it isn't about cutting the foreskin off. They invented cutting the foreskin off.
So who invented using a blunted blade, ragged blade, so the rabbi could like suck
the Jewish,
right? Now,
Yeah, but it was obviously they didn't get together and let's say like, right, okay, what can we do to make it sort of like a Jewish thing? I don't know, let's cut that little bit of skin off the end of the cock. They didn't have a meeting about it, did they? Someone come up with that on their own.
Some pervert thought himself, right? Okay, how can I get away with sucking dick? Right, okay. And like being underage dick as well. Like, which basically I would want to put a bullet in the head, right, over like a sharp, blunted object for the back of their spine, just to like fuck them up. But they managed to get this into the fucking scripture.
In Judaism, they decided because they were God's chosen people,
the Torah's fucked up, just like the Quran is.
That they needed a physical sign, which is why they cut the foreskin off, right? In Christianity, while not explicitly required, some see the practice as fulfilled by baptism, another sign of covenant with God. So the Israeli boys, their covenant with God is to have their foreskin chopped off.
I'm so
glad. But there again, though, and then obviously within the Muslim religion, it's the girls which are genitally mutilated.
Yeah.
So it isn't just the Jewish religion,
FGM.
It's the girls.
Mm-hmm.
And where can you put the equivalent? Where's the equivalent?
There's another tribe or something.
Where's the equivalent of Christianity?
There's
No.
another tribe or something where they actually sew the woman up, isn't there? They don't mutilate her, they just sew it up.
Oh, fuck knows.
Yeah, but look at
What?
Christianity, the Bible, Christianity does not give you any of those commands or demands to chop your bell end off. or
Chris, it
mutilate
was
your
actually in the Old Testament. Yeah,
Female mutilation. That's
it was a commandment from God,
which is what the Jewish go off.
to Abraham, a sign and seal of the covenant he
Modern day
made
Christian does
with
not go off
him
the Old Testament.
and his descendants. This
Modern
covenant
day
promised
Christianity does
blessings
not go
and a
off the Old
special
Testament.
relationship between God and the Jewish people.
But as a baby. So the baby can't make that decision.
No.
A
But
bit
they're
like
forcing it. They're forcing it on the baby.
But they're allowed
Is
to.
that you,
I'm
Jimmy?
not a baby. Yes, me.
You're eating, Jimmy.
Oh, yeah,
So,
Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy.
what
back.
about the sacrificial lamb? Do they eat lamb after sacrificing it?
Well, they
Hey?
can't eat cows, can they?
Well, no,
Why?
it's a goat, isn't it? They eat
Why
goats.
can't they?
They
Why can't they
sacrifice
eat
goats.
cows?
Well, there's
Well,
a
they
Muslim, he can't eat a cow.
sacrifice them, so I'm asking if they eat them. I don't know.
Have you ever...
Jews eat beef. They got salt beef. Salt beef is
Muslims do not
lovely.
eat beef. Muslims don't eat
Oh,
beef.
they sacrifice goats.
Yes,
don't
they
they?
do. Muslims do eat beef.
What
Yes.
Muslim? What
Yeah,
practice
they
of
eat beef.
Muslim do you know that eats beef?
No, the only meat that they don't eat
Halal.
It's pork.
of the clove hoof is pork.
Pork, right? Because it's
Pork.
classed
They
as a
don't eat
dirty
pork.
animal. But beef,
Christianity, they chop
Beef.
their dicks off.
They
And they
eat
don't
They
eat
eat,
fish
they eat
either.
beef. They eat
Fish, I think,
beef.
as well.
no,
seafood.
Has anyone got any beef on here?
James.
Fish, I
What?
think it is.
Muslim.
You're getting confused.
got beef?
You're getting confused with Hindus.
James, you got beef?
I've got loads of beef, Jimmy.
You got any beef with me, son?
So why
No.
when you go to the halal subway, right? Do you get turkey ham?
Turkey ham?
No, I don't go to Subway. I don't encourage corporations.
Cow is a sacred animal,
Yeah, in
Only in
fucking India.
right? Which
In
is a
India.
Muslim state, which is
No, it
predominantly
ain't.
Muslim,
No, it ain't. No, it
No, it
ain't.
ain't.
No, it ain't.
right? So what
Right.
religion are they
Muslims-
following in India that they have the cow?
Don't have
Chris,
about
Chris,
15% Muslim population today, India, or something like that.
Chris, why do you think they got halal slaughterhouses to slaughter cattle, deer, sheep?
Yeah, they're
goats,
terrible. I've
antelope?
seen inside of one of them fucking places.
Yeah.
They're vulgar.
Do they slash up gear as well?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean,
Why do you think? Why do you think if you go to Asda? Why do you think if you go to Asda and if you don't pick up the steak and if you don't pick up the other meats, yeah, the lamb and what have you, yeah, and read it, yeah, some will say kosher and others will say halal. Now, when it's kosher, you pay a tax and there's a prayer supposed to be said. Now, when it's supposed to be halal, it's also supposed to have a prayer when they slash their throats. But
yeah, but it doesn't happen that way.
it doesn't happen that way.
Yeah, because in a
they have a radio on. They have a radio.
Haribo jellies, what you buy from shops with gelatin in, right, are predominantly halal, right? Okay.
Yep.
Halal.
Yep.
Now that's
what are they praying for?
That's gelatin. Where does gelatin come from?
Well, it comes from bone marrow.
Exactly.
Right? From predominantly what
animal? And what's halal?
Pork.
Doesn't come from pork. Muslims don't eat pork.
We know.
I know.
They do.
They don't.
They do.
No.
Not
You know, we had an argument a little while back about rice, right?
There is this
And you know, they do have to adhere to having halal rice.
Yep.
Wait there, how does halal rice come
Halal
about? What happens
sweets.
to, what
Yeah,
is,
it's
why is,
halal. It's halal rice.
Halal.
yeah, how is
Look it up.
halal, how is rice made halal?
It's all about the preparation.
They can prepare. They can eat pork, but it's got to be prepared a certain way.
No, the can't eat pork, the won't eat pork, the won't dare eat pork.
They have. There's a special.
No,
It's a dirty animal.
no,
But there again,
exactly.
though,
It's because they flew some to have
But
to go through a special process.
rice is a plant, it's classed as halal anyway.
Right. So then, why is a cow? Why is a pig? Why is a cow or a lamb classed as
And
halal?
they also
It's not a plant.
and they because it eats
halal is a process that it's fucking under. Halal is a
No, it
process it's
isn't.
under.
No, it isn't.
So what is it then?
It's because they eat herbivores, yeah, grass eating.
So what does a rice plant doesn't eat herbivores?
No, but it's a herb.
Come
It's
on,
a herb
Smiler.
to start with, isn't it?
You're talking of a fucking 5-time debate champion, yeah, son. You're gonna have to do better than that, son.
Particularly.
Why is a rice plant classed as halal?
Rice is a plant and is halal by nature. Most rice products like rice flour, vinegar, milk are halal. Sake, yeah. So rice wine, yeah, is halal.
So what about curry?
Sake is not halal.
What about curry?
Curries are halal.
Well, they have chicken curry, yeah. Basmati.
That's why I don't buy halal.
Yeah.
I don't. I
Do you know,
refuse.
if you go to Asda, because it's owned by two Muslim brothers, most of the meat in Asda is halal.
Listen, I'll be totally honest with you, right? I don't give a shit how the animal's killed, right? Once it's dead, I'm going to eat it.
What the fuck?
Jimmy, I don't know what you've done, but you're like speaking like a Dalek.
It sounds like he's underwater.
You're speaking like your picture. Well, you was.
Monk Donk is the Cornish in me, mate. It's Basmati.
Big up, man. Stick the link over Mang Dank. Mang Dank will jump on. He's funny as fuck.
He knows about all this stuff. He's from Manchester.
Mang Dank knows all about Mang Dank, I'll tell you, Manchester's split into two areas. The Jewish and the Manx. Right, okay.
And the Muslims.
Well, the Muslims took the non-eating of the pig from the Jewish religion.
Yeah,
that's where they took that part of the religion, as to themselves as well.
But Ron, the Jewish religion and the Muslim religion is one of the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They took a lot of Christianity as well into the Quran. That's why you will find sections of the Torah and Christianity within the Quran.
They both worship deities or whatever you call it.
Yeah. And they even within the Quran, they do actually mention the Torah. And they do actually mention the Christian Bible.
What do they get out of it, Owen? Like, do they get money?
The difference between them, one recognizes Jesus, and the other one says that Jesus.
Urban Woods just said in the chat there. Urban Woods has just said in the chat there. I can explain it very simple, in very simple terms, why pork is haram and not kosher.
See, the problem that the Muslims have when it comes down to it, because
there's a lot is Urban Roots, but that doesn't say fuck all. He says I can do it in so many words, but he never does.
I'm just waiting for his answer, James. I'm just waiting for his answer. I'm just trying to. James, I'm evolving. I'm trying to read the chat, man. I'm just trying to involve the chat.
I'm very impressed.
The confusing part, when this is another one that Christians will pick up the Muslims on, and that is that. Why do you say peace be upon Jesus? Why do you say peace be upon Moses? Because they're prophets. That's why they say it. And Muhammad is a prophet also. Then a prophet is supposed to be perfection, right? And one of the things which they do not do is deceive or lie, which doesn't make sense because they are
I'm gonna
saying
run
that
my own religion.
Jesus is a liar and a deceiver because Jesus claimed himself to be God. So how can they say peace be upon Jesus, although they are criticizing him?
They think he hasn't arrived yet, the Jews, so they're just looking for
Yeah,
someone to
but
pin Jesus on.
no, they believe that Jesus was around, but they only class him as a prophet. Now
Yeah,
a
they
prophet
don't blush
No,
the Son of God.
the Jews don't class him as a prophet.
No, not
Well,
the
the Jews
Jews.
did
I'm
not
talking
class him as a
about
prophet.
Yeah,
That's why they
but
stuck
the
that's
Jesus
what
on a
Muslims.
cross.
that's what I was explaining
That's why
earlier
they
on.
stuck Jesus on a cross.
Jesus isn't the Son of God that everybody thinks who's God. Yeah.
Jesus is God.
Yeah, it's
Right?
the
No,
Holy
it's the Son of
Well,
Trinity.
The
you say
embodiment
you
of
say
allegedly
he's
the
as.
Son of God.
Okay, the Trinity, like I explained this before, the
The
Trinity.
So
Trinity.
why was
Three separate
Jesus? Why
entities,
was
but the same
Jesus?
person.
Why was Jesus saying, "You will meet my God. You've never met my God."
Why
But
did
he is
Jesus get
right. Right.
resurrected
I
and
am
then be,
talking.
never be seen again?
Right,
The thing.
Jesus didn't get resurrected. Yeah.
He came
Who
back on
said he didn't?
Sunday, but then he disappeared for life.
Jesus didn't get resurrected. He was seen in spirit, not in
There you go.
body.
There you
Yeah,
go.
but
That
He was
makes
only
sense.
seen in
the body was
spirit.
gone from the tomb. Don't forget. Where did the body go?
I don't know.
Oh, there you
But
go.
when he spoke to Peter, he spoke in spirit, not in body.
Yeah, I speak to
God,
dead people all the time.
Jesus was. I say all. Apparently, he was the
No, I think they're
embodiment
just
of
some dead
God. So
people.
God wanted to come to live amongst
Yes, amongst man.
humans. So the
He
only
could
way he
only
could do it
understand.
is to be born of a woman, and Jesus is the embodiment of
Yes,
God.
yes. It's
Is that
because
why
he
there's
had
so many
to
lady
understand.
trans now?
He had to, and in the end, in other words, the wrath of God. That's what it was always. It's the wrath of God. But for God to understand how man is, he had to become man to
Yep.
understand the torment and what have you that go on
He
within man.
made us in the first
That's
place.
the only way he could actually
Right. So look
experience.
at the
That's
Trinity.
why
The
it
Trinity.
all
Look at
changed.
let's try and dumb it down
The
for you
Jews will
fuckers, right?
never
Okay.
accept that.
Let's
The
dumb it down
Muslim
for you
religion will
dickheads,
never
right? Okay.
accept that.
The Trinity, right? Okay. It's basically a central Christian doctrine dating that God exists as one being in
Yeah,
three entities, right?
yeah.
Okay.
3
Co-equal
into 1.
persons, the Father, the Son, Jesus Christ,
And
and
the
the
Holy
Holy
Ghost.
Spirit.
And the
These
Holy
are
Spirit.
distinct and
Spectacles, testicles, what and what.
relational, yet share the same divine essence. Right?
Well, you know that guy Simon. You subscribed to him as well, haven't you, James?
Yeah.
He actually goes through and explains what the crucifixion and why he said the words that he said before he died. And he's just put that up about 24 hours, 48 hours ago. And he explains it and why he said the words that he did. I want to go and listen to that. I tell you, you need to go and listen to some of these people. David Woods is another good one. Really, you want to tune into some of their stuff. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you're going to believe, but it explains a lot. It explains a lot. But plus that they're explaining the Jewish religion and the Muslim religion, and they're just picking holes.
And the hypocrisy within them as well. When he picks the hypocrisies within, especially the Muslim religion. When he,
shouldn't it be allowed that you can pick holes in people's religions? Shouldn't you be allowed to do that?
Of course.
Yeah, you should be, shouldn't you?
Yes.
Right. So why is it that there's a specific religion, especially in this country, that you're not allowed to question, even though it's predominantly not the country's faith?
Well, because if you kept on questioning it, it'd fall apart. It would absolutely fall apart. If everyone started to saying, "Hold on a minute," it says
Which
this.
religion aren't you allowed to question?
The Muslim faith.
At the moment, at the moment.
We've got a
Well,
month.
if you
We've got a
question,
month.
if you
We've
if
got a
you
month
question,
in November called Islamophobia Awareness Month, right?
no,
Okay.
they can stick it right up their fucking arsehole.
Yeah, they can stick
Right.
it right to that fucking fat little dirty arses, right?
Now,
Okay.
if you
'Cause you can
if you
slag
if you
Christianity off all
question
you want, mate.
if
you
you
can do that, right?
question
That's your
if you
fucking right
question
as a
the
human
Jewish
being.
religion,
But if I want
if
to
you question the
why
Jewish
your God
religion,
took a 6-year-old and married her, and then they consummated the marriage when she was 9, I'm going to call him a nonce. That's just how I look at it.
right? Well, what about the Jewish then? What about the Jewish then that can have sex with 3 years old and not 1 day older?
Well, they're even worse.
They can't.
Pardon?
1 day older.
It's not practiced.
It is practiced.
Unless it's a paedophile, but
No,
it
how
isn't
can that be
practiced.
practice?
It's not
I don't
practiced.
believe
This is
that.
why the Muslim grooming gangs are getting away with it all, because they're allowed
When
to
a
do
boy
it.
when a boy goes through his I can't remember what they even fucking call it now. I think the boy is 9 and the girl is 13. They're in the Jewish faith.
The boy is 1 year older.
No. When they become 9 and when they become 13, girl and boy, they then become adults.
How old was Aisha?
Yeah.
How old was
but the
Aisha?
arrangement can't be with a man.
How
Oh,
old
he
was
married her.
Aisha?
He married her at 6 and consummated it at 9, like you said.
Right
Yeah.
now,
Then there's other things. Aisha's sister, I can't remember what Aisha's sister was called. Yeah.
what do you mean? Did
Where-
he gangbang Aisha with his sister?
I think her name was
No.
Doris.
It's been proven anyway. Even the imams, a lot of the top imams are not arguing that anymore. And they've said we got to be honest. We got to be honest. Like they've now had to be honest where the what's it called, the divorce part. You know, they said we can't be ashamed. We have to be honest about this. It is there. We know what it means.
Yeah, the mantra now is it's different times. Which is
It's none of the,
and they didn't.
a kid
they
is
didn't
always a
take-
kid.
They didn't take ages as well. They took moons, didn't they? They counted ages in moons.
put it this way, Muhammad, shit, off the top of my head, I can't remember. But Aisha was promised to Muhammad before she was even born.
Yeah.
Before she was even born. If your child is female, she is mine. And obviously, for them to refuse him, that's refusing the prophet. So they had no choice but to give their child to him. Had no choice.
Right, what it says here, right? The idea that Aisha was married to Muhammad at a very young age, 9, is based on misinterpretation of historical accounts. And the hadith, while some hadith describe her marriage and betrothal around the ages of 6 and 9, these narratives are not universally accepted as definitive and have been subjected to differing interpretations and scholarly debate. Some scholars believe that the reports of the young age are historical fabrications, particularly within the context of the latter. More conservative interpretations of the hadith. Other interpretations suggest she was older, possibly 17 or 18 at the time.
No
of
way.
the Hijrah and the migration of Medina.
I can put one flaw.
Ask.
In
hang on.
I think I know what you're going to say. Go on.
Ask Echo.
Right.
Echo? What do you want me to ask her?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
What I put in, which AI has answered, is why Aisha wasn't 9 when she married Muhammad.
Echo, how old was Aisha when she married the Prophet Muhammad?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor. According to Islamka.info, Aisha got married to Prophet Muhammad when she was 9 years old.
See,
Right.
it's mad as poo, isn't it?
The problem which you have in that, yeah, is within by the hadiths themselves. They turn around and say that she was out playing with dolls. Now,
Yeah.
what a Christian would turn around and say, "Hang on a minute, that see when a child comes of age, yeah, a doll is a false idol. You can no longer play with dolls." Yeah. So how was Aisha playing with dolls? That's just one thing which
Right. Can I just butt in? Can I just butt in and just give it like a little brief insight, right? Okay. So the Quran, it's not the word of God, right? Okay. It is genuinely not the word of God, right? Okay. What it is it's the Quran
It's the
says,
word of Baal.
wait, shut up, Smiler. The
To be
Quran
the
says,
last word of God.
the Quran says that it is a previous revelation of God, and it's true, and to believe it, right? Okay. So ask a Muslim today why they don't believe that the Bible is true, right? Why wait? Ask a Muslim today why they believe that the Bible is corrupted, right? Why do they believe the Bible is corrupted, right? No answers.
I'm sorry, I was trying to figure out.
What did the Quran say about the Word of God? What did the Quran say about the Word of God? Right?
About
tell us.
specifically.
The Quran
What do
said
you
about
mean?
the Word of God, right? That it cannot be corrupted, and the Quran is true. Biblical. Look, the Quran is based off previous scriptures, and it cannot be corrupted because the Quran said so. So, if the Bible is false, right, the Quran is false, right?
Yeah.
It is based off the Bible, previous scripts.
Yeah, but no one denying that. I don't think Islam denies the Bible of being true or false.
No, but they say the Bible's
From what
corrupted.
I understand,
But Muslims say the Bible is corrupted.
Islam.
And
No,
the
but the
Bible
Islam.
cannot be look at the Muslims
No,
say
if
the
you let me
Bible is
say
corrupted.
it, if you let me fucking say it, that Islam it's meant to be the last word of God. So his last
But it can't
coming,
be corrupted. Kind of the Quran cannot be corrupted.
rectifying things that were maybe false within
So
the Bible.
Quran cannot be. The Quran is not. The Quran is a word of God and cannot be corrupted. Okay. But you're told that all previous revelations is what the Quran is based off, right? Which is the Bible. So if the Bible is corrupt, the Quran is corrupt.
Well, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but the thing is that it's very hard. Well, it's virtually impossible for any dawah to actually pinpoint where the Bible is corrupted, whereas the Christians can pick holes in so much of the Quran.
Well, look, the Muslim, the Quran,
Because
like
you've got to realise as well. Hang on, you got to realise as well is that the Quran, was written about really when the Hadiths decided to all get together, all write it out, and what have you. None of them had met Muhammad because it's hundreds of years later. It's based on word and mouth.
Yeah, he
You
went to the
had, I
cave.
think it was his cousin or
Muhammad went
his
to the cave.
brother, which started to put things down about by 60 years later or something. But for the actual hadiths was around about 400 to 600 years later. No, 200 to 400 years later when they started to put everything together. So it's literally word of mouth. You know, he didn't have disciples or anything like that writing down everything that was going on at that point in time and spreading it. It
No,
was
because he
200
wrote that
years
whole
later.
book. He basically wrote that book himself. And if you look in the Quran again, look, I'm not that knowledgeable about it, right? Okay, like I tell you, I'm brand spanking you, right? Okay, but I do like these debates because they educate me. They do, and this is why I would encourage everybody to believe in the faith structure that they believe in. And I do not judge you for believing in any faith structure you believe in, but you do need to be able to be challenged, right? Okay, there's no way you can shut me out, right? Having my belief structure and my fucking my discrepancies against.
Muhammad was illiterate, by the way, so he didn't write the Quran.
All right, hang on, look. All right.
Folks, you don't understand what this is going to do to Islam. The majority of Muslims don't know this, and they'll be shocked to hear this, and they'll say you're lying.
He's good.
They don't know this. They'll be shocked. Now here, a leading Islamic scholar, Islamicist, he's not Muslim, but he's a leading authority on Islam, Fred McGraw-Donner. Notice what he says. At the center of the town was the shrine called the Kaaba, a large cubical building with a sacred black stone affixed in one corner. That was the sanctuary to the pagan god Hubal. What are some of the pagan practices that Muhammad adopted? This is Karen Armstrong. They would kiss the black stone embedded in the wall of the Kaaba, which was probably a meteorite that had once hurled to the ground. Oh, so wait, the pagans before Muhammad used to kiss the black stone and Muhammad adopted it? Now we know why the pagans did it. Why is Muhammad doing it? Then she says in that same source, officially, the shrine was dedicated to Hubal, an Nabatean deity, and there was 360 idols arranged around the Kaaba, probably representing the days of the year. Okay, Karen Armstrong, you are not hostile to Islam. You're very friendly to Islam, and you bend over backwards to appease Muslims. And Muslims even invite you to lecture in their meetings, and they praise your books. And you admit that the shrine was officially dedicated to Hubal? Then who is Allah? If the Kaaba is the shrine of Allah, but it's the shrine of Hubal, and you can't have a shrine for more than one God. Here, connect the dots, the necessary logical inference and conclusion, Allah was the name of Hubal, Hubal was the name of Allah. How do you get around it? And even here, F.E. Peters, in his book, Hajj, he says the same thing, F.E. Peters. This Muslim historian says, Amr ibn Luhay, pay attention, where does this come from? Amr ibn Luhay brought with him to Mecca an idol called Hubal from the land of Hit in Mesopotamia. Hubal was one of the Quraysh's greatest idols, so he set it up at the well inside the Kaaba and ordered the people to worship it. Thus, a man coming back from a journey would visit it and circumambulate the house before going to his family and would shave his hair before it, all of which Muslims do. Circumambulate the Kaaba and shave their heads. Here, the source is saying the pagans were doing that before Muhammad. Folks, is it sinking in? Are you getting it? Now, are you ready for the shocker? You thought this blew you away. Did you know that the Muslim scholars till this day have no idea what the Arabic word samad means? That's chapter 112, verse 2 of the Quran. If you read it in Arabic, it says, Allahu samad. Allahu samad. What does samad mean? They have no idea. Samad. Now, here's where you're going to get shocked. If Hubal was actually Baal, pay attention. Hubal was actually Baal, and the Arab pagans knew that was Baal. But in time, the connection became lost and marred by Muslims, by Muhammad and his followers, because they didn't want Allah to be identified with Baal. Then it shouldn't surprise us that certain words connected with Baal worship, their meanings became marred and confused and lost as time went on, as Allah was disassociated with Baal. If Hubal was Baal, and the evidence shows he was, but then in time, Muhammad and his followers tried to disassociate Allah from Hubal so that the connection became lost, then it shouldn't surprise us that words associated with Hubal, with Baal, that were then taken over by Muslims in reference to Allah, their meanings would be lost too. But if you go back in history and see the connection of these words with Baal, then it would make sense. Guess what, folks? We found an inscription, a Ugaritic inscription with the phrase Baal Samad. Baal Samad, Lord of Samad. And Samad meant club. The Lord of the club, because Baal was
James, I take it
depicted
you've
with a
watched
club
him
in his
before, haven't you?
hand. Here it is.
I have.
This comes from Franz
Ditto.
Rosenthal. Franz Rosenthal, a scholar of Islam.
I've seen a
And
lot
he's
better
talking
videos than this
about
one.
the Muslims being confused
Oh,
over
yeah.
the word Samad. And now he explains why they may have been confused. Let me read. There is enough room for suspicion to permit us having a look at some outside evidence. There we encounter a noteworthy phenomenon, the not infrequent religious connotation of the root Samad. In Ugaritic, that's a place in Canaan, Canaanite worship, Samad appears as a stick or club that is wielded by Baal. In the Kilamu inscription, line 15, we
Cheers,
find
Robert Lee.
Baal Samad, apparently Baal as the owner of his divine club. In the Bible, the adherence of the Israelites to Baal of Peor is expressed by the Nepal of the root Samad. So even the word Samad appears in the Hebrew Bible in reference to Baal, even in the Old Testament. The verb that is translated by the Septuagint, hatalusi, the use of the verb doubtlessly reflects North Canaanite religious terminology. From Arabic sources, we learned that an idol of Ad was allegedly called Samud, which brings us rather close to the environment of Muhammad. Now watch this. In view of this material, the suggestion may be made that as-Samad in the Quran is a survival of an ancient northwest Semitic religious term, which may no longer have been understood by Muhammad himself or by the old poets. Did you catch it? Such hesitation is what we'd expect if we are dealing with a pagan survival from the early period of Revelation. Wow. Did you catch it? We now have archaeological evidence showing Samad was associated with Baal Baal Samad, the Lord of the club, because Baal was depicted with a club. So Hubal comes from Syria, maybe Jordan, an idol of the Moabites, and the Moabites worship Baal. Hubal then comes to Mecca. He becomes the chief god of Mecca, of the Kaaba. So that means Hubal would be the Arabic form of Baal, either Ha-Baal or Hu-Baal, he is Baal. And then Samad would have been associated with Baal. But when the Muslims purified Allah from his connection to Baal, they kept Samad but did not realize its pagan root and origin and implication. You want me there? Okay. Now, let me read Ibn Kathir. The third line of evidence. Who's ready? From Ibn Kathir, one of the greatest Muslim scholars, commentators that ever lived. This is in my article. This comes from the English translation of Al-Sirah al-Nabawiyya, the biography of Muhammad, the Prophet, by Ibn Kathir. Volume 1, pages 125, 126. Volume 1. Guys, pay attention. Ibn Ishaq stated, it is claimed that when Abdul Muttalib received such opposition from Quraysh over the digging of Zamzam, he vowed that if 10 sons were born to him, who grew up and protected him, he would sacrifice one of them for God at the Kaaba. Allah at the Kaaba. So notice his vow. If I have 10 sons, I will sacrifice one of them for God at Kaaba. Do you remember what the person said earlier? Oh yeah, but Baal demanded human sacrifice. Did you catch what Abdul Muttalib vowed? To sacrifice one of his sons. Oh yeah, but Baal demanded human sacrifice. Did you just catch it? Abdul Muttalib promised that if Allah gave him 10 sons, he would sacrifice one of his sons, a human sacrifice to Allah. Baal demanded human sacrifice.
Look at us having a theological debate, people.
I know, I've impressed myself.
Oh yeah, but you know, and then I said, what do you think jihad is if it's not human sacrifice? Okay, so now notice, Abdul Muttalib promised, if you give me 10 sons, I will sacrifice, kill one of them to you. Okay, now watch here. Watch here. Let's see who's going to see this. Who's going to make the connection? Eventually, he had 10 sons grown up, whom he knew would give him protection. Their names were Al-Harith, Harith, Al-Zubair, Hajl, Dirar, Al-Muqawwim, Abu Lahib, Al-Abbas, Hamza, Abu Talib, and Abdullah. He assembled them. Let's see who's going to catch this. He assembled them and told them of his vow and asked them to honor his pledge to God Almighty, Allah Azwajal, and all glorious is He. This is in Arabic, it's Allah. God in English, but Arabic, Allah. So he vowed to Allah. Okay. They obeyed and asked him what he wanted them to do. He asked each of them to take an arrow, write his name on it, and return to him. Now watch this. Remember, he's going to go to Allah and sacrifice. Allah. They did so and went with him inside the Kaaba to the site of their god Hubal, where there was the well in which offerings to the Kaaba would be placed. There, near Hubal, were 7 arrows which they would use for divining a judgment over some matter of consequence, a question of blood money, kinship, or the like. They would come to Hubal to seek a resolution, accepting whatever they were ordered to do or to refrain from. Guys, can you help me understand? He made the vow to Allah. Why is he going to the idol Hubal? And why did Ibn Kathir say this was their god Hubal? And why is he asking Hubal whether he can get out of sacrificing one of his sons? If you made the vow to Allah, why are you going to the idol Hubal? And why did Ibn Kathir say that's your God? The God of Muhammad's family, the God of his grandfather, and his father was Hubal. Okay. Now the tradition goes on to say, before it dies out. Okay, this is my article. It goes on to say that the lot fell on Abdullah, Muhammad's father. So Hubal wanted Abdullah to be killed, right? But then the Quraysh say, no, don't kill him. Make a deal with your God to see if he'll take camels in place, sacrifice camels in his place. Now watch here. Pages 126, 127. It's lengthy, but I think it's worth me reading, and we're done. So they left for Medina, where they found a diviner whose name was Sajah. So they went to a witch. To ask the witch, how can we appease Allah? How can I appease Allah so I don't kill Abdullah? Why would you go to a witch, a soothsayer, to tell you how to appease Allah? Are you catching this? I don't know if it's sinking in. What kind of God is Allah that would allow Abdul Muttalib to go to a soothsayer, a witch, a kahina, one who contacts spirits, to tell him how to appease Allah? And this is Ibn Kathir, one of the greatest Muslim scholars, saying this. Okay. So they left for Medina, where they found the diviner whose name was Sajah, as Yunus bin Bukayr reported from Ibn Ishaq, that was at Khaybar. They rode off again and went to her and sought her advice. Abdul Muttalib telling her of the whole problem regarding him and his son. She told him, leave me today until my attendant spirit comes and I can ask him. Wow. So not only do you go to a witch, a soothsayer, she says, wait, my spirit will show up. In other words, a demon, a Satan. And that demon and Satan will tell you how to ransom your son Abdullah. And Allah is going to accept it. Allah is going to accept it, folks. Allah is going to allow Abdul Muttalib to go to a witch, a soothsayer, and allow an evil spirit, a demon, a spirit, to tell her how to appease Allah, and Allah is going to be okay with it. Now, what would the true God, Yahweh do if an Israelite went looking for a witch and took the advice of the spirit that inspired that witch to appease Jehovah? What would God do, the true God do? Okay, now watch. Let's keep going. They left her, and Abdul Muttalib prayed to Allah. So he's praying to Allah.
My God.
Next day, they went back to her, and she informed them that she had a message. How much is the blood money you prescribe? She asked, 10 camels. Okay, and then they says, okay, go back and present your man as an offering and do the same with 10 camels. Then cast arrows to decide between him and them. If the divining arrows point to him, then add to the number of camels until your God is satisfied. Keep doing this divining of arrows.
With a lot of shit.
To the camels, not your son. Okay?
No.
And once it points to the camels, then you know that's how many camels you sacrifice to
he's
ransom
stating
your
a
son Abdullah from
farcical.
being murdered.
Is he a serial
To the
killer?
camels, then sacrifice them in his place. That way,
No,
you
you're
will
getting it
please
all
your
wrong,
God
Jimmy.
and save your man. Please your God and save your man.
Jimmy doesn't get it.
When they had agreed
No.
to do so, as she had said,
I want to get
Abdul
it.
Muttalib said prayers to God. Prayers to
You'll
God.
get it in a minute.
Then they offered up Abdullah
You started.
and the 10 camels as sacrifice and cast the arrow. At that point, the men of Quraysh told Abdul Muttalib, who was standing near Hubal praying to Allah. Hubal praying to Allah. It's all over. Your God is pleased, O Abdul Muttalib. Wait, earlier it says their God was Hubal, and it says as he's praying to Allah, he's before the statue Hubal. Here you go. Ibn Kathir, pages 126, 127. Here. At this point, the men of Quraysh told Abdul Muttalib, who was standing near Hubal, praying to Allah. Arabic is Allah, God. It's all over. Your God is pleased, O Abdul Muttalib. But wait, who's this God? Is it Allah or Hubal? Because earlier, Ibn Kathir told us this. Look what he told us, Ibn Kathir. They did so and went with them inside the Kaaba to the side of their God Hubal. Hold on. Abdul Muttalib prays to Allah by standing in front of the idol Hubal. Hubal is said to be his God, the God of his family. But then the Quraysh said, it's all over, your God is pleased, O Abdul Muttalib. So I'm really confused.
Good morning, Mickey.
His God is Hubal, and he's praying to Allah, but he's shuffling arrows to the statue Hubal, and he's before the statue Hubal praying to Allah. Are you trying to convince me that Hubal is not Allah, Allah is not Hubal? Can you help me understand now? Why does Allah accept Abdul Muttalib going to a soothsayer witch? And why does Allah accept a demon telling that witch soothsayer how to appease Allah? And why is Abdul Muttalib going before the statue Hubal and shuffling arrows and praying to Allah at the statue of Hubal? And if Allah is his God, why did Ibn Kathir say Hubal is his God? What's going on here? What's the conclusion? What's the conclusion, folks?
Smaila, keep an eye out in the back chat, kid. Keep an eye out in the back chat for the guest.
Simple conclusion.
Keep an eye out in the back chat for the guest, Smaila. Put the link out the Smaila, please.
When you combine them together, that Islam is nothing more than Baal worship repackaged by Satan through his man Muhammad in order to entice the people of God today away from the worship of Jehovah, like Baal did during the Old Testament period. How many of you are overwhelmed and shocked by the evidence? And how many of you are now convinced Islam is nothing more than Baal worship repackaged by Satan? How many of you were not aware how much evidence there was to show that Allah is Baal and therefore Satan? Because Baal or Baal is the name of Satan.
Boom.
Wow.
Yep. In other words,
pretty conclusive.
Jesus, he knows,
two gods.
He knows I'm right.
Two gods. How can there be two gods? Yeah.
Too many gods we want. The Greeks had multiple gods.
Why would you need to go and see a witch to
If
be
you
able
believed
to,
in Allah?
It's completely fucked up. Completely fucked up religion.
All right, here's another one then. Here's another one then. I'll only play a short bit of this.
Judea.
Who was Baal and why was the worship of Baal a constant struggle for the Israelites? Is this your mate, Chris?
Is
he Carl Christmas Strange?
No.
Yeah, but he's
That's him.
That's him. No, he's dropped. He's dropped. Yeah, he's dropped. He's dropped.
You'll come back on. I promise you'll come back on. Right?
It's not the tranny, is it, Chris?
Right. So the worship of Baal, a constant struggle for the Israelites, right?
Listen, please, let Chris on. Let Chris on.
You're Chris. You're
yeah, well, he popped up again.
Throughout Canaan and Phoenicia in ancient times. During the Judges period, the practice of Baal worship entered Jewish religious life. Judges chapter 3, verse 7, NIV. The Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord. They forgot the Lord their God and served the Baals and the Asherahs. The practice of Baal worship became widespread in Israel during the reign of Ahab. 1 Kings chapter 16, verses 31 through 33, NLT. And as though it were not enough to follow the sinful example of Jeroboam, he married Jezebel, the daughter of King Ethbaal of the Sidonians.
He's in the
and
back.
he began to
He's in the
bow
back,
down
he
in
is.
worship of Baal. First, Ahab built a temple and an altar for Baal in Samaria. Then he set up an Asherah pole. He did more to provoke the anger of the Lord, the God of Israel, than any of the other kings of Israel before him.
Yes,
And the
brother!
practice of Baal worship also affected Judah. 2 Chronicles chapter 28, verses 1 through 4, NIV.
Got Jesus
Ahaz
in the
was
back.
20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. Unlike David, his father, he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord. He followed the ways of the kings of Israel, and also made idols for worshiping the Baals. He burned sacrifices in the valley of Ben-Hinnom, and sacrificed his children in the fire, engaging in the detestable practices of the nations the Lord had driven
Can we
out
pause this a
before
second,
the
please?
Israelites. He offered sacrifices and burned.
We need to open the seas for the new guest.
Chris, brother.
What's up, man?
There you go. Right,
What's up?
everybody. I just want to introduce you. Everyone on the panel, right? Ron, James, Jimmy, Smiler, and me. Okay, and everyone in chat. This is Chris the Strange, right? He's a South African piece of shit.
What's up?
Yeah.
Hello, Chris.
This
Nice
my
to
brother
meet
from
you.
another fucking mother.
Hello,
He's gonna
Chris.
come over
What's up,
here. He's
fellas?
gonna
I'm not sure
educate
I'm
you.
introduced, but
He's gonna
Thanks
educate
for having me.
He's gonna
I'm
educate
surprised you don't know Chris, because I'm surprised Chris had to introduce yourself to you. I'm surprised about that.
Yeah.
I
Getting
wasn't
a fucking
introduced.
gracious
My name's
welcome
Kenny
by the
Jimmy. How are
country.
you?
Being all
No,
fancy
listen,
for me.
Chris,
He
mate,
done it just in
this is
case
the
you
dark
didn't
corners of the
remember
swamp,
him.
but this is the lighter corners of the swamp. We're having a theological debate, right, on Christianity, Judaism,
This is the bank.
and
This is the bank of the
Muslim.
swamp.
Right,
In the river.
All right,
This is
I
the
feel
lake.
ya.
right. So again, why? Look, I did reach out to you, Chris,
But
because
Bricky, I know
obviously,
I know some of the fucking people in here. I've been on your fucking channel.
right,
Is he South African?
Can you educate
Yeah.
us on, like, because I mean just like what are like come on, Smiler, like let's get back to
Fucking
the theological
since
points.
when am I the fucking church authority, Brick?
Never mind that, Chris. I brought you over here to be a fucking theological cunt, mate. Okay? Don't let me down.
Right, we've said that one religion worships Baal, and now this is the Israelite religion worshipping Baal. Right, so I'll let it play for a bit, and then we'll have a debate about it. Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
And the practice of Baal worship also affected Judah. 2 Chronicles chapter 28, verses 1 through 4, NIV. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. Unlike David, his father, he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord. He followed the ways of the kings of Israel, and also made idols for worshiping the Baals. He burned sacrifices in the valley of Ben-Hinnom, and sacrificed his children in the fire, engaging in the detestable practices of the nations the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. He offered sacrifices and burned incense at the high places, on the hilltops, and under every spreading tree. The plural of the word Baal is Baalim, which means Lord. Baal was a fertility god who was thought to help the earth produce crops and people produce offspring in general. Various parts worshipped Baal in different methods, and Baal proved to be a highly universal god. Various locales highlighted one or another of his attributes and designed special sects of Baalism. Baal of Peor, as we see in Numbers chapter 25, verse 3, and Baal Berith, as we see in Judges chapter 8, verse 33, are two examples of such localized deities. Numbers chapter 25, verse 3. In this way, Israel joined in the worship of Baal of Peor, causing the Lord's anger to blaze against his people. Judges chapter 8, verse 33. No sooner had Gideon died than the Israelites again prostituted themselves to the Baals. They set up Baal Berith as their god. The word Baal appears infrequently in the Old Testament as a personal name. The word's etymology shows that Baal was considered as the owner of a certain location, thereby limiting its use to individuals who were no longer nomads but had settled down. These local Baals were thought to be in charge of agriculture, creatures, and humanity's fertility. It was crucial to win their favor, especially in a place like Pal, where there are few natural streams or springs, and rainfall is unpredictable. This led to the adoption of extreme forms in the cultists.
Shut up and listen.
Can we watch this again, but backwards?
How long's fucking left? Seriously?
Yeah, I know. I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to meet God.
21 minutes.
Jimmy, you can't handle anything.
And 3 seconds. 4 seconds. I'm counting.
Hey, so anyway, what I'm going to say is now, right? What I'm going to say now is Chris is my representative. Anything I have said or will say from now on.
So this seems, is this a different Baal?
Power of attorney guardian.
Well,
it's not, it doesn't sound like the same God to me.
What I'm getting from this, is that this Baal offends God. That he shouldn't be worshipping this Baal.
I've got Bell of 300.
That's what I'm getting from this.
The thing is, dude, the thing is, when it comes to like the different God situation, think about it like this, right? It's like different emails, and so God is not like mortal, right? So you got to tap into that shit. So like a fucking email account. So these other religions just have a fucked up email account. They're not sending their messages to the right shit. That's the difference. On surface, it may appear as the same thing, but it's not the same thing, right?
Yeah.
But to those beings, we are the aliens.
But am I correct? What I got from that smile, there is it is saying a lot about. I think he said it quite a few times, at least 3 or 4 times, that by what this guy was doing, it actually offended God.
Yeah, it offended God, and it led to the adoption of extreme forms of occultists and Baal worship.
And also because he turned around and said, in other words, you are looking at another idol. This Baal was an idol.
But what the Israelites did is they sacrificed their children to Baal to create rain, because they didn't have rain in the valleys. Yeah. And they called him a fertility god.
Yeah, but check this, right? If you got to think about ancient humans, right? If fucking alien lands here, or some, this shit is talked about in the Bible, right? The Nephilim came down and gave technology and information to humans. So if these fucking crazy angel fucking things land in your village, you're like, fuck, that must be God. So those fuckers told them, we have gifts for you, we have technology, we have these things for you, but this is how you fucking use it.
Yeah, and they copulated with the women.
Yeah, and then they were using all that fucked up technology, and that's what pissed off God, right? So sacrificing your kids to make it rain.
Yeah, and that's why God cast them away. That's why they weren't God's. That's why they weren't God's chosen people.
And I mean, remember that story is echoed throughout. So people will go, but fuck the Bible. But that same story is told in every single religion across this fucking planet, from the oldest texts we know. That's the story, right? These fucking things came from the sky, came from the ocean. They taught us how to farm. They taught us how to build shit. That's everywhere. South America, fucking everywhere you look, that story comes up. So that's basically the story from the Bible. Same story.
I'd say that this is really confirming what Simon said.
Simon says, touch your head.
We're trying to be theological here.
It's basically confirming that this guy who's talking, obviously we've only seen a snippet of it, so we got to go by that snippet. He was praying to an idol.
Yeah.
He was following an idol, and that
Yeah.
offends.
And the
pagans,
Kaaba was an
Chris,
idol.
we're on a panel full of atheists. Yeah, by the way.
Yeah, but he was looking at another god. He was basically practicing.
Baal is Baal.
I'm going to go and commit an act to prove I'm a better atheist.
So, well, no, but dude, I don't give a shit. But like I said, man, you got to think about it like this, right? If we take like, what does God mean? They can't be multiple gods because it's like God, bro. It's like the ultimate.
That's because it's paganism, isn't it? If you
the deities.
Well, the thing is, well, you can say, like, I mean, you can call it angel or deity or whatever, but if we think like the understanding of God being the thing that made everything, timeless, ageless, out of fucking our reality, there can only be one actual God, right? Because it was one thing that made everything.
God and I never came back.
So anything other than that wouldn't technically be God. It'll just be like a divine or a fucking crazy angel or some shit.
See, the other thing is obviously we don't know when was this story, this guy around as well.
Well, I'll just play the next. I'll just play the next. If I play the next 3 minutes.
But we're going by Old Testament. Yes?
We're there. You got to play the full 3 minutes. You've got to really play the full 3 minutes.
The next 3 minutes, I said.
You need to explain the unexplained. You put God to fill in the gaps. It's that simple.
Well, no, but do you know?
I'm going to tell you now, he's embarrassing me. Right?
No.
I've got my friend over here, right? Okay.
No, shut the fuck up, bro. Stop crying, Brick. Stop crying. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm a fucking dirty cunt. Nobody can embarrass me.
Now he does what he does best.
Yeah, nobody can fucking embarrass me. I'm also a dirty cunt.
Sometimes it's
very complex.
The answer to the most complicated questions are very simple.
No, but the thing is what people get wrong with that whole God of the gaps equation. It's actually not a disk, because the thing is how the God of the gaps works is even if you look at science, metaphysics. So when we talk about science, it explains natural phenomenon in the world, but we have things that are metaphysics which we cannot explain, we cannot see it, we just know it happens, right? And these things, when you ultimately run through every possible outcome, this is what philosophy is about, right? It ultimately boils down to there is no other answer than something that did it, because it can't just happen from nowhere. So something has to cause it, right? This is the unmoved mover argument. So it's not that people just try and fill in God in the gaps. It's that's the only way it ultimately makes sense. Is with God. Without God, there's no good argument for why it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's out of necessity.
There's always an argument. If you haven't thought of it.
So we look to miracles.
Cross out use science to eliminate all the things that it could be down to one. But if you can't eliminate everything, then you have to say God did it.
Yeah, but they didn't only use science. They used arrows with names on it and spun the arrows, and if they pointed at that, then it is.
Yeah, but check this out, right?
Going to witches to get answers.
Yeah, but see, even the thing like witches and magic.
God.
No, but witches and magic and all that shit is fucking. That's like low tier shit, right? Because you have to think about this, right? Ultimately, again, if we go down this fucking rabbit hole, and that's what all these stoner, drug addicted philosophers did many thousands of years before us, is ultimately you get down to, okay, where does the fucking physical shit in the universe come from? And that's where you start, it becomes the necessity for God, because you ultimately get to a point where you're like, where does a fucking piece of space rock come from? It can't come from nowhere.
Where did we get here in the first place? How does no human can get their head around eternity? No human can get their head around that space goes on forever. But that's because we can't get our heads around it.
Yeah, but
doesn't mean the answer ain't out there.
Yeah, no. But ultimately, if you use logic, right, you're like, well, that fucking stone or those minerals or fucking the core elements of our fucking real reality has to fucking come from somewhere because it's physical shit. But then you realize, okay, but what's the shit that would have to exist before that? Now you see, this is now where God becomes a necessity, because now you sit with knowledge has to exist. The rule of non-contradiction has to exist. The regularity of nature needs to exist.
I
The
think
laws
as
of
beings, we
physics
can't
need
get our
to
head round
exist.
it.
No, but you understand what I'm saying. All of these things that we cannot see, we just know they are, but we cannot we can't see them. These are natural forces, the laws of physics. These things would have to exist and time itself for a progression to occur.
Do you think
All of
animals
these
think like
things.
this as well?
Yeah, but all of that shit needs to exist before you can even have a piece of rock or a fucking
I mean,
mineral that
for
does
God to
anything.
exist, he would have to touch every living organism, like animals, humans. Do you reckon they've got any insight as to how do we get here, where are we going? Just because they
Well,
can't think beyond a
yeah, but
certain capacity, just like we can't,
yeah,
because we haven't
that's why
got that far yet.
but check, but that's why we're special. That's why we get to fucking eat animals. That's where the Bible covers
Well,
this shit,
sometimes
you
we get
know.
eaten by animals.
Yeah, well, that's what the
It's
the
just our
Bible
hands can
fucking.
make tools. That's the only difference.
Yeah, but that's why the Bible is a cool book, right? Like that old ass book already said, you know, these fucking things are not like us. We are special, they are not. That's why we get to fucking eat them and we're the fucking
But the
boss.
only reason why we're special is because we got thumbs and we can make tools.
No,
Otherwise, we wouldn't
Many,
survive
no.
out.
many animals have got
Many,
disposable thumbs.
yeah, and many
But we
animals,
got a
fuck,
hand
dude.
and we can make tools because, like, as
Rats.
humans,
Yeah,
Rats.
but
like
You
yourself,
know. You know the
if we get
rodents
eaten by
have got.
dinosaurs,
yeah.
crocodiles, or we can
Did
catch
you
all
know
them.
that? Did you know that monkeys? So monkeys have sticks that they sharpen that they use like spears, bro. So
Yeah,
monkeys
the
catch
difference
fish
between
with
a
sticks,
monkey's
bro.
brain and a
There are
human's brain is
certain
only
species of
5%.
birds that use twigs to get
Yeah,
shit out of shells.
and yeah,
Crows do that.
birds.
Yeah.
Yeah, birds use sticks to get shit out of things, and they also will like pick up a stone and hit a nut with a big stone to crack it open.
They'll
That's
also
as
put
far as they
stones
go.
in a bottle to get a drink.
Yeah,
No,
so that's
that's me, Smaila. That's
Yeah.
me.
Like
yeah.
They can
So
also
water
collect coconuts
displacement. You
from
mean? Yeah.
coconut
So
trees.
the
Yeah,
water. Yeah.
Chris,
displacement of
can I just
water.
welcome you to the swamp?
Mainly
Can I
crows.
welcome you to the
Crows
swamp,
and
Chris?
ravens and
Right?
stuff
Chris,
Yeah,
you're going to be
are the
a
most
regular face in
intelligent
the swamp industry.
intelligent
Right? I'm
birds.
going to bring you to
yeah,
multiple channels, bruv. Right, okay?
yeah.
We need your fucking wisdom, son. We do.
No, but dude, no, I'm not fucking wise. I
Can
just
you put
like
Chris and
learning.
Chris together? Because I think
I
he's
just
infatuated with Chris.
I know.
yeah.
Well,
Oh, it's because we're
I'm
buddies,
just
bro.
gonna play the next couple of minutes a minute, right?
Yeah,
Which
I
might
Yeah,
do
but
answer a few
what I
things.
wanted to say, it's not the thumbs, bro. It's the consciousness that makes us different to all the other animals.
I would like to ask you a question,
Oh,
Smiley,
yeah.
before we carry on.
Yeah.
Because you said it earlier on. What do you mean by the chosen people?
No, there's no chosen people.
Now, hang on, Chris. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Smiley.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you've got a certain religion that claim that they're the chosen people, God's chosen people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't God's chosen people. There was no God's chosen people.
Right.
No.
Did you understand what it means by the chosen people, though?
Go on, you explain again.
Right. Why it goes by they were the chosen people, not as that these are my people, they're the defined people. No. It was like John, Paul, and all of them. They were the chosen ones because obviously they come from Egypt, which was a pagan gods. They believed in gods. They were chosen to spread the word of one God.
Well, it's the original lineage of people that fucking you hear about in the Bible, right? That's ultimately what became the Jews, what became the chosen people. It was the first people that basically connected to the right God.
Yeah, exactly. So when people turn around and say, "Oh, that they weren't chosen," well, in a way, that's the only reason why they class themselves as chosen people because they left the paganism.
Yeah, but see, they fuck that shit up also because like the fucking small hats have it complicated. They fuck it up because they go, no, we're the chosen people. But it's even in the Bible, bro. It says that Like when they say, yeah, it talks about Israel or you know, the one Israel that is you know, God's chosen people in the Bible. In the fucking Bible, that means it's anybody who believes in God and accepts Jesus Christ.
Yes,
So
the
it's
chosen
not
people.
Jewish
Yeah.
people, it's the church of God. The true Israel is the people who believe in the right God. That's what it means.
And
It
that's
doesn't
it.
mean your blood or shit like that. Nobody's chosen. It's
No.
the only people that are the special people are the people, according to the Bible and the Scripture, that believe in Jesus and believe in the Bible. Those are God's people.
Yeah, and that's it. And
Yeah.
Christianity, you had some of the disciples which went off spreading the word of Jesus Christ, one God, exactly the same thing. That's all it was. You know, Moses come across the burning bush and he told him there is one God and I am the God, which spread it to the
Yeah.
people. Let my
But,
people go.
but you know
and
what's
believe
interesting
in
when
one
I look
God.
more into
And
it actually becomes very interesting because a lot of the faiths, when I started looking into the faiths more, the fucking story actually started making more sense eventually because but most people don't even know every time God speaks to humans in the Old Testament, right? So like the fucking Jews book, every
But
time
doesn't he
God
speak
speaks.
to us now?
But listen, every time he appears or he speaks to humans, right? That is Jesus. That's not God, that's Jesus. If you look at the scriptural text, that's talking about the angel of God, God's right hand. That is
But it's
Jesus.
not Jesus God.
Well, Jesus is God, but you understand how like it's one of the same thing, right?
yeah,
It's the
yeah,
same
there
thing.
was talking about the Trinity earlier on, Chris, and
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
just think about it like it's like a fucking clone of yourself, basically, bro. But like on a
Exactly.
fucking godly level.
Nice one, yeah.
Think about this. I always say like it's the best way to think about this, right? If I'm playing a fucking game, I am the character
Paddy.
in the game, playing the game, right? I'm the character in the game that's busy running around with the gun, shooting shit. But I'm the human that's sitting playing the fucking character. But if I wanted to do something in the game, I have to fucking have a character in the game. Me as a human cannot go fucking climb into a computer because we make the computer. We can't fucking climb into the computer. So that's how God works, right? He works through Jesus to interact with humans. But it's still
And can I
God.
all introduce you to my friend, Chris Lestrange? We do a show Wednesday, Thursday. He's a dickhead, I'm a bastard, right? And you're all cunts.
But they
Well,
seem
you're
like good
learning
times,
something,
bro.
Chris. You're learning something, Chris.
Is that you, Paddy?
My normal Chris.
Who's this Patricia Ward?
Chris the Brick, I'm
I
talking
just
to.
point something out. His name is not Jesus. His name is Yeshua. The letter J did not come into existence until like the 15. Yeah. So it's not, and the Holy Trinity as well. Okay. The Holy
The
Trinity
real
as
name
well.
would be Yahweh, right? The real name is Yahweh.
Okay, but what did Yahweh do? Okay, how did he pray?
Who? Yahweh.
How did he pray?
Who? Jesus.
His name is not Jesus.
He couldn't pray.
Yahweh.
He didn't have to pray.
Okay.
Well,
Time to get up and
there's
sing
no
songs on
such
Amazon
thing.
Music.
There is no such thing. The Catholic Church.
Echo. Shut up.
The
Sorry about
Catholic
that.
Church was built. Okay, the Catholic Church was built on a lie. The Catholic Church was built on a lie. Okay, think about it. The Romans killed them. Crucified them.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, but we all know what the fucking Catholics got up to. We can see Vatican City and all of the fucking shenanigans they got up to.
Christianity, was born where? Christianity came where? Christianity came from Christ.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So, but the Holy Trinity, there's no such thing as the Holy Trinity.
Yes, there is.
But why would you say that?
Whoa, Patrick. Who the fuck invited you up, you dickhead?
No, Patrick's fucking fine.
Who the fuck invited you up, you Patrick? You little difference.
Where does it say in the Bible? Where does it say in the Bible?
Come up here, interrupting our conversation, you little
Okay, will you shut up, you fucking idiot, chat? Where does it say? Where does it say in the Bible? No, it's not an discussion.
Hold on, Ricky. Hold on. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Where does it mention? Where does it mention in the Old Testament?
Take control, Skylar.
Fuck off.
or King David's Bible, where does it mention in the Old Testament, okay, about the Holy Trinity? It doesn't.
Oh, the
Yeshua
the
never
Father,
ever
Son, and the
blessed his
Holy
faith.
Spirit. You're talking about the. Hold on. You're talking about the Father, the
Yeshua
Son,
was
and the
on the
Holy
cross.
Spirit.
Yeah, okay. And when Yeshua was on the cross, he said, why God have you forsaken me?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
listen, dude. Listen, I just want to. Can I quickly tell you? No, wait, hold on. Let me quickly tell him, dude. You know what's interesting about that? When Jesus was on the cross and he said that, if you look in the Old
He's not
Testament, I
God. Jesus was never
listen.
God.
Yeah, man,
Jesus was the Son of God.
Yeah, no, I know.
Jesus
Listen,
was the
but
Son of
dude,
God.
when
He
he
wasn't God.
Right, let's have one at a time. Let's have one
bro,
at a time.
Patrick,
Let's
but
have one
listen,
at a time.
Patrick, my
so
do me the courtesy, Patrick, and just let Chris speak to you. Speak back to him, because
I can tell you if you like bring
Well,
something up.
Chris, you be quiet a minute as well, and let's have one at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the thing is, bro, what I can tell you right now, so when he was on the cross, that's a very easy one, bro. When he was on the cross, he's referencing a passage from the Old Testament, bro. He's literally he's referencing a prophecy about himself.
The New Testament is a lie. The New Testament is a lie.
I mean, you could, I hear you, bro.
The New
but like I said,
New Testament is Masonic text.
Exactly.
Well,
No, the
how
Quran,
do you know that?
the Quran is, listen, the Catholic Church is all demonic. I totally agree with you. 100%. 100%. But what I'm saying to you is, listen to me. I was born a Catholic, yeah? Grew up a Catholic. Believed in all that, okay? The Holy Trinity and all that. That the angel Gabriel, came down. But so did the angel Gabriel in the Quran came down to Muhammad and told him that he could jump on the donkey and fly halfway across the world.
Yeah, but that shit's like 600 years after fucking Jesus. That shit popped up.
Exactly. So no. It doesn't work the way. No.
600 years
See,
after.
yes. Yeshua never, ever said that he was God. He said he was the Son of God.
Yes, he did. No, he did.
Oh, no. But because the thing is, remember, he specifically says you can only come to the God through me.
The Father, you can come to my Father through me. He's the Son of God. He is not the God.
Listen, so how that works is he says things from the Old Testament that only God can do. Like Jesus specifically says, I will forgive all of humankind's sins.
Let me ask you as
forgiveness
well,
of
okay?
sin is only something God can do, bro.
If you're so clued up, okay? If you were so clued up, okay? Jesus' birthday.
Right.
What?
He did claim to be God.
Yeah, no, he said that's why they killed him, bro. They literally killed him because he said he was God.
He did not. Show me where it says in the Bible. He never did. He said the only way that you will reach the kingdom of heaven is through me, through the Father. Okay, the only way you reach the Father is through me. That's what Yeshua said. His name is not Jesus.
Brother,
Which is what I was saying earlier on. Which is what I was saying earlier on. Right, when Jesus, Yahweh, whatever you call him, right, when he was stating, I am speaking of a God that you do not know. You do not know my God.
He was speaking to the Father. He was speaking to the Father, okay? Yeah. Jesus was not, no, listen, and we call him Jesus. Now, for argument's sake, okay, we will, okay? Jesus was, and I do believe that because I am a Christian, okay? I'm not a Catholic.
Good man,
Catholics are
Patrick. Good man.
Okay,
but I just want to say for that discussion, dude, somebody who did it very well.
Jesus was the Son of God. Jesus was not God. He wasn't God.
So listen
The Holy
quickly,
Trinity
bro.
does not exist. Jesus
No, I
never
hear
blessed
you.
these
Listen, do you know who Alex O'Connor is? You know who Alex O'Connor is? So he's that big atheist
no, I don't,
British. Okay, anyways, but Alex O'Connor, his most recent debate was with a Christian on exactly this topic. It was like 3 days ago, bro.
Chris, hang on, let Ron speak.
Thank you. Right, here you go. Right. He said he took the divine name I am for himself. And then John 8, 8:58 from Exodus. He said that the way to the Father is through him, right?
Exactly,
You turn and said, but also Matthew 11:27 to John 14:17. He made himself equal with God. That's what Jesus said. And then hang on, Patrick.
Shut up, Patrick, will you?
I'm reading your verses. You say, where does he say it? Where does he say it? So I'm telling you where he fucking said it. He claimed that whoever saw him saw the Father. So he was claiming he was God.
No.
You said he never claimed it.
Conception. That is a misconception. That is a misconception. No.
He's right, bro. He's right.
No.
So
Peter and Matthew asked him, and okay,
Patrick.
No. Peter asked him. And he said, no. He said, please, man. I let you listen. Listen to me. I let you speak.
Right, hang on a minute. Hang on. Right, Ron.
Okay, right.
Yes, mate.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, thank you. He said,
Ron. Paddy, hang on.
He said,
Paddy,
shut up.
Paddy, hang on. Ron, read that again, please.
Right. I can read you a few passages if you wanted to, quite a few.
No, just read what you read just now. Read that again.
So many indiscretions in there. There's so many things. Listen to me. The Bible. Okay, it was God's word, but it was written by man. The Bible was written by man. It was God's word. It was God's word. It's like me telling you the second story.
Who the fuck else did you want to write the Bible?
Patrick, you said...
Chris, you haven't got a clue, man. You listen to me, Chris. Chris, you haven't got a clue. You don't ask me elbow. Listen to me.
Yeah, when we're on panel, you need to call him Brick and me, Chris, because we don't know who the fuck you're talking to.
I'm just
listen.
No,
I'm not. Listen to me.
Patrick, you listen.
Catholic Church, okay?
One moment.
As it was written, okay?
One moment. Wait one moment.
Can't even have a decent discussion. How can I fucking speak to fucking every last one of you at the same time?
I'm responding to your statement, that's all. You turned around and said, that he never claimed to be God, right? Well, I've just shown you. Well, I just spoke to you a few.
That was written by man.
Hang on, Patrick. I'm just reading to you. Where he claimed to be God, and that's only 5.
Listen,
okay, man. Okay,
your hands are full, and you tell your message to write your message.
Let me finish my whole thing.
So I'm going to ask you something.
Let me finish it entirely.
He hasn't got a clue, man.
So, Patrick, so with you making that statement, I've just read to you some passages.
But that was written by man.
Your reply to that was, it is written by man. So since it was written by man, then you not take that as gospel.
No, the word of God.
How can you say
that? Not all of you pipe in at once, okay? So, listen, if I said something to you, okay, wouldn't you write it? You don't have to write it word for word. What I say, wouldn't you write it in the way that you want to write it? Okay, so that's the way it is.
If you tell somebody to write down your words, those are still your words, brother. It doesn't matter who writes it down if you ordered the words to be written, right? If you got your hands full and you tell your missus, write this fucking song I just thought of down. That's still your fucking song. It's still your words.
Okay, but how do you go about that? How do you go about that?
It's your words.
Because there's so many different. Okay, but come on to the James. Okay, come on to the King James Bible.
Patrick,
how many
stop being a bit of a cunt, right? Okay, let's face it, Patrick. You do.
Right, okay. When was Jesus born?
First, 0000.
No, it's like
No.
30 AD or something.
Listen,
They worked it
okay.
out. There's only 2 dates it can be for his actual, because it's about the Sabbath when he died.
Okay, all right,
So they
okay,
can
so
work
yeah,
it out.
you're right. Okay, so the Lamb of God.
Oh, there you go, Patrick. You've just been clamped again.
We'll claim
Chris,
him
you
every
haven't got a
time,
clue.
Chris.
Okay, I can explain
Shut the
this,
fuck
and he
up,
will
you
say,
dickhead. That's why I
and he
called
will
him
say,
over
yes,
here
you're right.
to educate
So
you. That's
the Lamb
why
of
I
God.
called him
Listen to
over
me, the
here.
Lamb of God.
Listen,
Lambs,
you
young
ain't
lambs
even
can
here,
only be born
Patrick.
on certain
You ain't
times.
even here,
Certain
dickhead.
times.
Don't
Will you?
turn
Oh,
into
will
a
you? Would you
roasting
shut up,
stock,
Chris?
because I'll fucking grill you, dickhead. Right?
Not fucking not in December. In December, okay? In December, 25th of December is a pagan worship. Okay? So when
Yeah,
you
we all
worship
know that. We all know that.
okay, that is you worship that's a pagan thing, okay? So when he says the Lamb of God, lambs can only be born a certain time of the year, correct?
Yeah.
So what?
Hang on.
Okay,
Yeah,
the Lamb of
yeah,
God.
but,
Okay?
but we all know that he wasn't born 25th of December. That's pagan.
Yeah, no, that's obvious
Like,
knowledge, bro.
everybody knows that.
Yuletide.
The handicap.
Everybody knows that, bro.
I never claimed I did. No,
You know that the Orthodox Church. Listen,
Spastic.
you know that not everybody is
I
Catholic.
brought my representative
Listen,
over here,
listen. Okay, but
defend
Bricky,
my
hold on,
fucking side,
hold on. Remember when they listen? No, listen. So the thing is, a lot of people fuck this up because a lot of people don't know church history. The Orthodox and the Catholics were the first schism. So yeah, if you listen to the
Exactly.
fucking
100%
Catholics,
agree with you.
no, but
The
if you
Catholics
listen to the
started
Catholics,
everything, and the
yeah,
Catholics
they fucked it all up, bro. They fucked it all up.
Okay, the Quran. Okay,
They
the
had to
Quran.
appease
No, the Quran is
That
so
was
much
because
later,
the
bro.
Catholic Church,
Calm down,
created the Quran.
Right.
Well, okay, but it doesn't. But that doesn't. Yeah. We don't give a fuck about the Quran. That's got nothing to do with fuck all. That came like 600 years after. Nobody gives a fuck about that.
Smiler.
The point is that
Yes,
the two
Ron.
original churches are the Orthodox and the Catholics. The Catholics fucked it all up, but the Orthodox, fucking obviously the positions are solid what they are, and it's not the same as with the Catholics, bro.
No, totally different.
Go ahead.
Christianity is the only true religion. But listen,
Hang on.
listen to me.
Hang on. What are you saying, Ron?
Well, I'm just about to go, but I think Patrick's missing one thing. Yeah. Different areas of the world have different seasons at certain amounts, different points in time. So, all because
Not in Jerusalem.
Hang
Not
on.
in Jerusalem. I'm on about
I'm off,
Jerusalem.
Smiler. This guy's
Listen,
a
bro.
fucking idiot.
I'm on about in Jerusalem.
different dates to the
Okay,
Catholic
listen to me.
Church, bro.
Absolute fucking
Right,
idiot.
I'm going to start muting people in a minute. Right?
Wasn't he born?
It's
Wasn't he born in Bethlehem?
It's widely known. It's widely known that in Jerusalem it's fucking cold in December. It's fucking wet, right?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
the shepherds would not have been having their sheep or their lambs out in December.
Yeah, it's the thing, right? The Orthodox Church has
100%.
different
And Jesus,
dates.
and as well, okay, please. Jesus wasn't white. Okay, he wasn't white.
Yeah, everybody knows he was brown, bro. Everybody knows
brown.
Jesus was brown, bro.
He spoke Arabic. He spoke Arabic.
Putin's already put out the original paintings of Jesus, hasn't he? Because he's got them in that I can't remember the big Orthodox church
For
that
anyone
he
that wants
built.
to know, you could buy one of Jesus' paintings.
No. These are carbon dated. These are carbon dated picture. These are carbon dated.
Yeah, I know what you're on about, mate. Yeah. They found an old one. I think it was in Spain. Was it in Spain?
I'm not sure where they were found.
Patrick brother.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's pink, blue, orange, green. You know, it doesn't matter about what the.
Well, it definitely wasn't white because it's the Middle East.
Where they were.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay, all right. And what does it say in the Bible? Don't worship, idols and things like that. So if you get a statue of a white Jesus, You
Yeah, but
can't
that's
have
not a
that.
false idol, bro. If it's God, it's not a false idol.
You can't listen. Okay, right. But statues or anything like that, you don't worship.
Bro, no, it's a representation of the statue because before Jesus came, we didn't know how fucking anything about God or how God looks, bro. So the only thing we know is Jesus because he's a part of God. So that's what it is. It's not a false idol.
All right then. Right. So now will you let me fucking talk? Okay. Yeshua.
Michelle C, you can shut the fuck
Anyway,
up, bitch.
Smiler, I'm
Right,
leaving.
Michelle
I'm
C,
going to
you
listen.
can shut
I'm
the
gonna
fuck
carry
up,
on
bitch,
listening.
right? You don't
When he
believe in
prayed,
God, that's
okay,
up to
he
you,
did not
right?
pray
Stop
the
chiming in
Father,
the fucking chat,
Father,
right?
the Son,
Right?
and the Holy
You're
Spirit. He
a
never
cunt,
prayed
right?
that
You
way.
stupid
He
little
prayed
bitch.
with his
All
head
this
down.
guy does,
He
Smiler,
prayed with his
is
head down.
shout.
He prayed with his head down.
All he
Man, you
does is
stupid cow, you.
shouts, and when other
Jesus
people trying to talk.
or Yahweh didn't
He's no
actually
point.
pray. He didn't actually pray.
Who did he pray to?
He spoke through his
Father.
people. He spoke through the people.
And remember also the thing is, dude, when people also talk about like your God speaking or Jesus speaking to God, have you never been like, fuck, I want another beer, and then you're like, nah, I shouldn't do
Yeah,
that.
it was
You
nice
just
and
fucking
calm
speak to yourself
beforehand.
then, bro. You can speak to yourself. It's not that fucking strange, brother. It
I
happens
speak to
all the
myself
fucking
all the
time.
time.
Yeah, I talk to
Jesus was
myself
not
a lot. I
God.
get more sense out of myself.
I've had the best conversations I've ever had with myself.
James,
You know what?
Fucking exactly.
James, that's me.
The Catholic Church
It was
programs
nice
you to
and
think that way.
calm till this
Jesus
Patrick
Michelle,
came
you
wasn't
up.
come on.
God.
You know I
He
love
was
you,
a
pet.
son
You know I
of
love you,
God.
right? But stop chiming in,
Son
right?
of
When you
God.
get fucked
There
up,
is
right?
no Holy
You do
Trinity.
the dish
Okay,
and
no
make a
angel
cow,
came down and
Michelle.
told
Do
Mary
something
that
useful
she's
like a woman, Jack.
pregnant.
Right?
How do you know this, Patrick?
Patrick knows fuck all but how to fucking rob people, right?
No, because it does not say it in the Bible. The Holy Trinity is not mentioned. It's never mentioned in any
You
Bible.
just said the Bible. You said the Bible was written by man.
No,
The Bible
it's mentioned in the Bible,
was
You're
written
bro.
by
using
man,
the
but Word
Bible
of
to
God.
suit you. You're
James,
using
he's
the
one of
Bible now
these
to suit your
people that,
narratives.
yeah, he
The
picks and
Bible, okay,
pieces
but
what have you.
the
The
Old
Trinity is
Testament.
in the Bible.
Bro,
The
the
Trinity is in the Bible.
No, it's not in
the
the
Old
Bible, mate.
Testament, the
Honestly, mate.
Trinity is in the bro.
No,
The
there's no
Trinity is
mention
in the
of the Holy
What,
Trinity at all in the
what
Bible.
that
The
you have,
Trinity is in the
Patrick,
Old
is that
Testament, brother. The Trinity
you
is in the Old
don't
Testament. What is the
understand
fucking
it.
Messiah in
Google
the
it,
Old Trinity,
mate.
bro?
There's no mention of the Holy Trinity in the Bible whatsoever. Even the King
Brother, what
James
is the
version.
Messiah that the Jews believe in? Are
Hang
you
on.
being fucking ridiculous? It is
Right,
mentioned, bro. It is mentioned in the Old Testament. What is the
Right.
fucking Messiah the
Oh,
Jews
not
believe
in
in?
the Old Testament. Not in the Old
Right.
It is
Testament.
in
It's
the
not.
fucking Old Testament, brother. The Son of God is in the Old Testament.
The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is not explicitly stated in the Bible, nor is the word Trinity. Right? However,
Thank you,
the
mate.
concept
Thank you.
is
Yeah, but the word
derived.
Trinity did not
Is
exist.
derived from various passages that implicitly suggest a triadic understanding of
You
God.
just got on.
Yeah,
You
the
just got
triune
on. I
God.
told you I wasn't. I told you. Okay, I know what I'm talking about. It's not
It
in the Bible.
contains,
Brother,
You don't know what you're talking about.
brother, do you know what the
It was
best thing is you should
created
do
by the
for yourself?
Catholics, the Romans.
Listen,
Okay, it was
Patrick,
created by them.
Tell him, Chris.
It was
Patrick, if you
created
want
by
to do
them.
yourself a favor to understand like the Trinity and the Jewish text, bro, look what
There's no
the
proof of
Jewish
the
thing is
Trinity.
that's called the
Mate,
in
Tetragrammaton.
Matthew
listen to me.
What is
Matthew
the
3:16 to
Tetragrammaton?
17 describes Jesus' baptism, where the Father speaks, the Son is present, and the Holy Spirit descends like a dove. In Matthew 28:19, the Great Commission instructs disciples to
There's bits and
baptize
pieces you would have
in the
passed one of
name
them
of the
out, you know.
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Oh my word!
Bro, if you want to nitpick, yes, the word Trinity did not exist back then. There was no fucking Trinity word back then. But it's implied. We understand. We look at how old fucking dumb people wrote, and then we figure out what they meant, right? We have new words for things.
Okay.
Yeah, like Patrick, when you write down how
Chris,
much
you haven't got a clue what's going on here. Chris the Brick, you haven't got a clue what's going on here, do you? Yeah, your little mind now is hurting, isn't it? Yeah, it's an overtime. You have yourself a migraine right now, don't you?
Little mind's hurting.
I'll
Your
be
little mind's
fair.
hurting, Patrick.
I'll
You
be
came up in the
fair,
wrong place at the
Patrick.
wrong time, dickhead. You should have
Patrick,
stuck on Mr. England's
Chris was
channel, right?
actually
Chris,
contributing.
Chris.
Fucking start with me,
Calm,
dickhead.
Chris,
I'll
shut
kill
your
you
mouth.
with it, son.
You're fine. You haven't got a clue.
Right, the pair of you.
Chris,
Oi!
tell me about the Crusades.
Oi, the fucking pair of you.
Chris the Brick, I want you to tell me about the.
You want me to tell you what?
Right, Chris, you shut up as well,
I
right?
want you to tell me about the Crusades. I want you to tell me about the. Okay? Tell me all the prophets.
Right, stop getting excited, Paddy. Stop getting excited.
Because he's
Chris,
stupid, okay?
Chris,
Tell me about all the
Chris.
Jews. And what did
Right, the pair of you, stop getting excited to give me a fucking headache, right?
All right, sorry, Matt.
Stop shouting.
Listen, can you tell me, Chris? Can you tell me about the 10 gurus? Can you tell me about them?
The 10 who?
Can you tell me about them? No.
You got to be more specific, bro. I'm not a fucking pastor, bro. You got to be more specific. I'm not a pastor, bro.
Chris, I think he's talking to me. He's trying to pick on me. Right? Patrick tries to do this to me, right? But he always loses. Patrick always loses.
Chris the Brick, can you tell me about the 10 gurus?
10 gurus?
Yeah.
I can't.
Okay.
Are you talking about Hinduism?
Can you tell me? Okay, right.
Next question.
Muhammad's parents. Where were they?
Muhammad's
They
parents were
reside in
bad.
hell.
Muhammad's parents were
They
bad
reside in
parents
hell.
if they let him shag a fucking 9-year-old. Fact.
Yep.
Oh, I think
They reside in hell. They both reside in hell.
Yeah.
Just gonna sit with Patrick. Would you deny the fact that Muhammad's parents were bad if they let him shag Aisha at 9 years old?
Muhammad's parents were damned to hell. The Quran is based. Okay, the Quran is the book of Satan.
Right,
yeah,
so
nobody here is fucking agreeing with the Quran, brother.
No one's
Patrick, we've already done that like an hour and a half ago.
I wasn't here. Listen to me. I wasn't here at that time. Okay.
Yeah, nobody here is a Muslim, bro. Nobody here is gonna fight you on the Quran isn't great, bro.
Yeah, Patrick, come on, bro. You know me.
Why are we talking? Why did we go to Sikhism?
Well, we went to say no, because okay, tell me about because I know
you just fucking spurging, bro.
I know a lot more than you do. I know a lot more. I know a lot more.
Just give up, Patrick. We all love your
spurging this, right? Adam and Eve. Okay, Adam and Eve. Yeah, Eve was not the first woman born. Okay, Chris the Brick, right? She was not the first woman born. Okay.
In the Garden of Eden, she was.
No, right, Patrick, like James just said, in the Garden of Eden, right, to reproduce to God's image, right?
Bro, if you're gonna say Lilith, bro, you know that's Gnostic texts that are like new shit. That's not old canon.
Patrick's just been burned.
Yeah, that's new shit, bro. That's from like the 1600s, bro.
Yeah, I mean Sikhism's the 1400s.
Bro, they've dated all of those texts.
Sikhism's only 1400s.
Yeah, it's new shit, bro.
Yeah, Patrick, come on, you can do better than that, Patrick. Come on.
They know they can
the oldest religion is the Abrahamic religion.
What is the oldest religion?
No, the oldest religion is fucking Zoroastrianism.
Oh, Zoroastrianism. Yeah.
Zoroastrianism is old.
Yeah. That's where they use the swastika.
Well, that's
the spread wings. The symbol of the wings.
The oldest country in the world.
The oldest country in the world.
Yeah.
No, all of the fucking.
Well, it's not America because America's about 200 years old.
Well, I guess it would be Babylon, bro. Babylon.
Ethiopia is the oldest country in the world.
No, it's not, bro. It's not, bro.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not. Wait,
Google it,
bro, the oldest documentation we have says it's Babylon, bro.
Yeah.
By
Bro,
the
the
rivers
oldest
of
stuff we have
Babylon.
is Sumeria, bro. The oldest documents we have is Sumeria, bro. So there's no older documents that can prove that.
Ethiopia is the oldest country in the world.
The oldest country in the world is the Republic of San Marino.
Where's that? Where the fuck's that?
Brother Patrick, you need to go on TikTok less, bro. You need to go on TikTok less. You need to just talk to like a normal pastor and not go on TikTok, bro. It's not that difficult. You just talk to smart Christians and don't go on TikTok, bro. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, because it's full of none. Listen,
Don't talk
TikTok
to
is for
shit
children, man.
Christians.
What
They
are you doing
fucking
on TikTok?
terrible, bro.
Listen, Chris can roast as well. Don't start with fucking Chris, right?
Nah, I'm not in a roasting mood. I'm gonna go to bed soon, brother.
Yeah, Chris, look, God bless you and thank you for even giving us your time, brother.
No, bro. Yeah, it's always fun hanging with you fellas. No, I was gonna go to bed, but
what are you doing on TikTok?
huh? No, fuck, I don't have
Chris.
TikTok. That's fucking Chinese bullshit. I don't have that fucking bullshit.
TikTok's fucking pedophilia.
That's
No,
what the
fuck
wives
no.
watches. That's what the wives watch, right? Okay.
No, I don't fucking do TikTok.
TikTok's fucking
Chinese,
pedophilia.
That's Chinese shit that fucking women and children look at, bro. I don't use that fucking bullshit.
And we're fucking stalkers go to fucking attract kids.
Yeah, no, fuck that website, bro. I chill on YouTube
100%.
mostly, bro.
Yeah, any grown man that's on that app is a nonce.
Good
Yeah.
man, Patrick. Yes, we agree with you 100%, bruv.
Yeah, no, man, no. Fellas, thank you for having me on. Bricky, I appreciate you
Chris, you're a
introducing me to
legend,
your
bro.
brother.
Thank you very much, right?
Yeah,
I really
you guys.
appreciate you coming over, yeah. I do,
Chris,
bruv, right?
Chris,
Yeah.
do not pray to false gods.
Nah, I'd never do that, bro. Have a good one, man.
See you later, Chris.
Take care, Chris.
Good
Nice
night,
meeting
thank
you.
you for having
Easy,
me.
Chris.
Brother.
Nice
God
to
bless
meet
you.
you.
thanks.
I'll see you on
for
Wednesday
sure.
Thursday, bro.
Who's Smiley? It's your channel, that we're
It's
on.
Smiler's channel, yes, Chris. It's Smiler's
Okay,
channel.
yeah. Thank you for having me on, man. I already
No
subscribed
problem.
before I came in.
Chris,
Right, mate.
with that,
Thank you very
Chris.
much.
Put a comment in the chat, please.
Oh, I can't. He has members only activated. Why?
Oh, Smiler, you fucking.
I haven't got
No,
members
man.
only.
Well, when I went in there, or maybe it was
Yeah,
subscribers
you
that
have
was like.
Smiler.
Yeah.
Well, I'll check.
Members
now. I'll put a
only.
comment if
Only
I
you have to
can.
subscribe for 20 minutes.
No,
but I think that's what it is.
subscribers only.
Subscribers only.
You got a 20
Where's
minute
the-
subscribe on.
Yeah, but sometimes there's a time delay because when I came in,
Yeah.
I subscribed, but there's sometimes that you got to wait a bit.
Yeah, if you've been on the panel longer than 20 minutes, so you should be able to.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, right.
Comment
So,
there.
I'll
Chris,
comment.
put a comment in the chat, right,
And
Chris?
someday,
Okay, and we may get a few of these. Look at this
Smiler,
traction.
if you don't mind, Smiler, some night I would like to
It
jump
won't
back
count
on
the same,
and
Smiler.
and put game on Chris the Brick and teach him about
Listen,
teach
you
him about
can
a lot
have
of
a go
things.
at me right now, son.
No, but I think there's
Patrick,
there's a
don't
lot.
start bottling out with this, you little
There's a lot
fucking
that you're
StreamYard,
not.
fight you right now.
Crusades. as
Sorry,
well.
Ron.
I said this is StreamYard.
Crusades, the
For him
Crusades,
being
you
on
know
the
nothing
panel for
about,
20 minutes, he will still have to
Do you know
subscribe
what
to
the
you
Crusades
for
were
your
over,
channel.
Patrick? Patrick, this is
YouTube.
my knowledge on the Crusades.
Ah, right, yeah.
Patrick, this is my knowledge on the Crusades. The Ottoman Empire took over, right, and started enslaving Christians, right, okay? And we had enough of it, right? And we went, fuck it. We had 300 years of it, right? And we went, fuck this daft country, boom. We're going to rise up, right, okay? And we rightly rose up and fought back. So the Crusades were a rebel against being enslaved by the Muslims, right? Have you got any with her? Is anything wrong with that? Is anything wrong, Patrick? Patrick, would you let me enslave you?
What?
Would you let me enslave you?
Okay, but the English, your English, Chris, and
you have to think about it.
that's very sensitive, Chris. So again, you're not very mindful, Chris. You're not very smart. Would ye enslave. He did enslave us.
Patrick, you're
The,
swearing your
the
spirit,
oldest
right?
slaves in the world were Irish, not blacks. The oldest slaves in the
No,
world did not come from
actually,
blacks.
no, Patrick, you got that wrong. The oldest slaves were
No, I did not.
Cornish,
Look
yeah,
at it.
and it was the Barbary pirates, yeah, that came and took the Cornish
Listen, the
from
Vikings
Carver's Bay.
everywhere they went.
James,
No, it
James
was the
Smith,
Cornish.
Chris,
The
you
Slavs
have
were
to be
after the
mindful-
Cornish. The Slavs were after the Cornish.
Okay, sorry, James, but Chris, you have to be mindful of what you say, okay? Because I'm
Why
going to
do I?
counter
What
it.
the
yeah.
fuck do I have to be mindful for what I say? I'll own everything I say, Patrick.
But you just led yourself
Patrick,
into a
look
trap.
at bro,
Anyway,
look at bro.
it's
I
not
love
fun.
you to bits. Patrick, me and you, look at, I really do get on. But look
Yeah,
at
but you're never
everyone.
gonna
Me
win.
and Patrick really do get on genuinely, right? Okay, we genuinely do.
Thank you,
But we
Chris,
can
for the
really
same.
have a back and forth, right? Where we want to bite each other's noses off, right? The fact is, Patrick would chin
Wouldn't
me.
touch your
right,
nose.
okay? Yeah, Patrick would chin me, right? But I've got more kids than Patrick has, right? Okay, so there was
How
no
you doing,
celebration.
I have 7 kids, mate.
Right, well, I'll have to get the neighbours involved, okay? So we have to like sort that one out.
Well, if you get your neighbours involved,
No,
I'll
that
have more
look
kids
at that
still as
retard,
well.
Patrick,
I'll have more kids
that
still in the
retards.
future.
Honestly,
Chris,
they're
I don't
proper
know what you set me
handicaps.
up for.
The neighbours are proper handicaps, Patrick. I wouldn't even involve them in it, right? Honestly, I wouldn't. But, yeah, you get what I mean, bro.
Listen, yeah, just have it. Yeah, look, bit of back and forth. That's all it is. Yeah.
Patrick, you're a legend, mate. You're a legend. I've always spoke highly of you. Always spoke highly of you. But you were wrong tonight, and I clamped you up, right? And I roasted you, didn't I?
Chris, in fact, I didn't even
Just
hear you
admit it.
tonight.
Just admit
I
it.
didn't even hear you tonight. Chris, you don't have a clue what you're talking about. A lot of people don't. So listen to me, and let me finish, please. We are programmed from the minute we are born. We're given a birth cert. Okay, we're owned. We're programmed. We are programmed.
We've got free will. We've got free
We're
will to
taught,
do what we choose to
listen
do.
to me. We're taught to get an education. What does an education really get you? The only thing that you really listen. The only thing you really need in life, okay, is English and maths. Really,
You need the
to
will
really
to
get you
survive,
somewhere,
Patrick.
okay?
The will to survive, right?
But it's
That's
all
what you need.
bullshit. It's all bullshit.
So Patrick,
we are
look, let's
programmed.
face it. Look at Patrick. Look, I went to school, right? Okay, I went to school
You're
and
a
I went to
sheep.
college, right?
You're a
Now,
sheep.
Patrick,
You'll
a
always
lot of
be a
people I
sheep.
went to
I'm not a
school and
sheep.
college with done very better than me, right? Okay, they did, right? But they now swipe my vodka and whiskey through the tills when I go to Tesco's, right? Okay. Now,
Yeah, and you sit on YouTube talking about them swiping your vodka and all
yeah,
them.
but I made some good
Tesco's, yeah.
choices. I made some good choices in life, right?
Yeah.
Where I don't have to work, Patrick. A bit like you.
Listen, no. See
Patrick,
why, Chris?
what you doing here on
listen to
YouTube with me?
See why I
You're
don't have to
obviously not
work.
working, are you?
Yeah.
You're not working. So you've got people working for you, right or wrong, Patrick?
Yes, I do.
Right, there you go then, dickhead. So we made some good choices. But I bet you I made better choices with Bitcoin than you ever did, son.
I don't listen to me. I don't believe in Bitcoin. If it's not
Yeah,
cash,
you don't do it, but you should have done, son, because when I bought them, right, mate, when they cost nothing.
if it's not cash, I don't want to know. But listen,
and I just bought some Tesla stocks the other week, right, when they were going getting smashed.
what I'm saying to you, Chris,
that there, mate, that's went through
what
the
I'm
roof
saying to
now.
you is, okay, what I'm saying is, okay, and all of our children as well.
Don't talk to me about finances, son. You do not have to
generation.
educate me on finances, you little dickhead, you. Right?
Not
Do you
finances.
think I'm broke?
Not finance. It's much worse than that. Okay, it's much worse than that. Much. We are programmed to
I'll tell you
fail
what, right? I'll bet you double or
from the
squeeze, right?
womb.
You put
will
£5
you let me
up,
finish?
I'll put
From the
50 quid
womb
up,
to the
right?
tomb.
I'll fight you.
Okay, we are programmed to fail. Okay, we are programmed to fail from the womb to the tomb. Okay, when you're born, you're given a birth certificate. You're stamped. Okay, you're labeled. Okay,
Yeah, but we carve all our paths, Patrick, love.
national insurance number, everything.
You haven't got a national insurance number, you daft cunt.
You get a national insurance number at 16.
That's
15, I got mine.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, it is, yeah. It was 15,
everything
wasn't
about
it?
your life is
Got it on a piece of paper, James.
I love it a bit, mate. I do,
Yeah.
right, okay. You know, but
So everything about your life is monitored. Do you understand? It's monitored. You're set up to fail, mate.
Yeah, but Patrick, that's not what we're getting to tonight, right? It was a theological debate about Christianity and Judaism and the Quran.
Listen to me. That was wrote down for you because no way did you put that sentence together, okay, on your own. Fuck off.
Well, that's you underestimating me, Patrick, and that's a bigger fool for you for doing that, son. Bigger fool you doing that, right? Bigger fool you underestimating me, Patrick.
No, it was good.
Yeah, well, look, Patrick, I never.
A message on the screen for you, James.
That is actually insulted me. You've actually insulted me there, Patrick.
I'm afraid.
You underestimated me there, right? And I never thought you would do that, right? I know you think I'm a cunt, right? But you underestimated me, Patrick. Right? Okay. Now, let's face
How
it.
many ribs do you have
If
removed,
you do not
by the way,
come
James?
with your whole
At
travel,
least 4.
me and you,
No, I've got no
one-on-one,
ribs
son,
removed
right, okay?
whatsoever.
I'll run you over
Chris,
on my 4x4.
January, Chris, I don't know what you're saying, but Chris, say that again, please.
Heaving your favorite potatoes.
Listen to me. A good dinner will kill you. Okay, a good dinner.
That's
if you had a good dinner, if you had a good dinner, you'd have to get your stomach pumped.
That's a Patrick, I know. Patrick, come on, son. Calm down. Take a chill pill. Right, okay.
I am calm.
Sit next to Bricky. Sit next to Bricky. I'll cuddle you in. Right, okay. Give you a cuddle.
One second. I'm just reading this. Yeah. Thanks for having me on anyway, mate, yeah?
Alright, catch you later, Shane. Catch you later.
Patrick, you're a legend, kid. You're a legend, right? God bless you, right? God bless you and your family, right? As always, brother. You're a dickhead, right? As always, right? But I'm a cunt. Right? And Patrick, you know that you're always welcome anywhere where I am, brother. Right? And thank you for jumping up here and giving some back and forth, brother. Right?
100%,
God bless you.
100%. Chris, listen to me. God bless you all. Yeah? God bless you all.
God bless you, Patrick and family, both. Honestly, you're a legend, kid. You are.
Oh, my ears can now breathe.
Yeah. I do this. I kind of do this to people, don't I?
It wasn't that he was loud. It was like that he was chewing on fucking gravel. Do you know what I mean?
Hey, don't start going at War Patrick because he's not right, okay, James?
No, I'm just saying. He sounded like he was chewing on gravel.
Yeah, he probably was because he's probably done a tarmacking fucking job previously.
He doesn't know how to debate.
Yeah, Patrick doesn't debate. He just roasts. He just like argues. Like this is what I keep saying to Patrick. It's like if Ron, you honestly, bruv, that was great the way you done that there. The way you just came in with your like your one-liners and your facts and whatnot and your little things and whatnot. You know, to have an actual argument against people. And look, I brought Chris over. Listen, I went into Discord, right? I got Chris to come over here, right? For me, right? Because I'm not really clued up on this shit, right? And me and Chris do a show together, right? Okay. And it's a fun show. It's a humorous show, right? It is. But he's funny as fuck. But
We'll be the judge of that.
He's very knowledgeable for me in the sense of like the biblical text of stuff. You know what I mean? So I thought it only fitting that when I'm sitting like blabbing on about shit, that I would try and bring somebody in that, and believe me, I've got other people. There was a lot of more other people that I could bring in, right? Okay. But Chris is a
But Chris was the only one available, eh?
No, James, what it is Chris is a genuine cunt, like us, right? He can roast, he can take it, he can give it, and he's got no feelings, right? He doesn't go to bed feeling sorry for himself, right? Okay. Like none of us do. And that's the good thing. So
I did last night. I was fucking crying in my pillow.
Yeah, you always
all the abuse I got yesterday.
Yeah.
All that fucking abuse.
What abuse did you get?
It make me tear up as we fucking speak, Ron.
Oh, bless.
Oh, bless. Jim, boy. Tommy, Gingy boy. Do you want to do cuddle? You Bricky give you cuddle.
I
may stop you from breathing, James, when I cuddle you, but I mean that's
yeah.
Yeah, I did find a video, but obviously that guy weren't going to watch it.
Have you got a video?
Yeah, I did have a video. It said, in other words, the Trinity made it easy for idiots. But it was 10 minutes long or more. So I thought, no, I can't
Oh,
really
do you know what it is? Honestly, people, this has been absolutely brilliant. Like look at Smiler, Ron, fucking James, like everyone in chat. It's been fucking fantastic. Having an actual debate in a sense,
Yeah.
like the best way that us over this side have ever had a debate.
It was all right until the other two joined.
Well, I'd say that the Chris guy wasn't too bad. It was when Patrick come on the panel, you just couldn't find a gap to. He'd make a statement, but that's why I ended up yelling. I didn't want to yell to say, "Hang on a minute, I just want to go by your statement. Your statement is wrong," and that's why I thought, right, I'll read their passages and say, "Look, he did say he's God." And there's loads of passages where he states that he's God. So, you know what I mean? I thought, so
It's
it's
one
not
of them
in the
ones,
Bible. None of this is in the Bible. Oh, because you
run,
don't
run,
understand it.
run,
I don't
run.
understand the Trinity fully myself. You know what I mean? I'm trying to understand it, but he said, ain't in there. Well, you got to look for it and understand it. And I think that's what Chris was trying to say. All because you don't understand when they're talking about it doesn't
Well,
mean
it's just not worded as the Trinity in the Bible.
Exactly. But it's more the New Testament, which
the New Testament we know. But the New Testament we know. The Old Testament is the Ethiopian Bible.
Yeah.
And the New Testament is written.
Yeah. So this is it. But maybe Patrick, if you're there, Patrick, maybe you should tune into Speaker's Corner and something that James brought up.
Oh, don't tell Patrick to go to
that
Speaker's Corner for
things
fuck's
like
sake and
that.
start fucking doing people in. Patrick's an evil bastard. Honestly. Patrick will fuck you up in person. Like, seriously, Patrick is an evil bastard. He is. Like, seriously, the best place you can get Patrick is on a panel. Right, okay? If you meet him in person, seriously, he's going to have you locked in a caravan, digging fucking drives up, right, while he tarmacs them. Right, okay? He's a cunt. But I love Patrick. Right? And nobody will go against Patrick but me. Right? And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to love yous. God bless yous and leave yous.
Now you're giving us a
Good night, Chris.
Take care, Chris. So it's Chris' fault that Patrick come over then. Right, Chris. Don't ever do that.
Patrick, he's been in here before.
All right. Was he so when he come in the last time?
That ain't the first time you come across him, is it, Ron?
Yeah, that's the first time. The last time, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not just being upfront. Yeah, hopefully that's the last time. Because he's not what you say, a conversationalist, and when you're talking about, I don't know, subjects, not for me. I don't know. That's just me.
I think it was confirmed a couple of weeks ago that me and him actually know each other in the real.
Really?
God, poor you.
Yeah.
Did you have to wear earplugs then? Or
no.
Oh no. So is he always like that, no matter what the subject is?
No.
Oh right. It's just on this subject. Right. Okay. Then. Right. I don't know. But otherwise, yeah, it's a really good conversation we was all having.
It was interesting. It was interesting when it was calm.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I mean by it.
And then people get excited. It's like, well, hang on a minute. We was having 1 to 1 to 1. And we were, we was having proper conversations about it, and you could understand, and everybody could put their argument across and talk about it. And the next minute, 2 join, and it's just fucking explosion.
Yeah, because that's it. I was interested in the video that you were showing at the time as well, and we did get to discuss a little bit of it. But yeah, maybe one time have to play it all on one sitting. I don't know how long that was.
You'll get it, that.
Because that'll... Oh, I don't give a fuck. When do I give a
Who's
fuck?
getting it?
When do I really give a fuck?
Go on, Paddy. Give it. Give it.
I know how to switch off. I just let people rant.
That channel, because I know you won't hit links. The channel name of that, and he does some really good stuff.
Well, if he does debate, but that wasn't a debate.
No. The channel that the channel that I was sharing just a minute ago.
Oh, right.
That you said it was interesting.
Yeah. That was, I'd like to listen to it in full, because I do find it interesting, and it's good that you stopped it, and then we could talk about, well, we didn't get to be fair, we didn't get to.
No, and the next like 3 or 4 minutes was like really interesting.
Right.
What in the name of fucking history then?
Very loud. It's like being on a panel with Joe all over again. I thought those times were gone.
Joe goes round in fucking circles. Fucking watch history today. Pagan rituals.
It'd be in your history.
Yeah, I'm in my history. And it's like, where the fuck is it? Right, there's who was
No, same Michelle. I don't miss it either.
Right, there it is, yeah.
Too much.
Right, it's called the Grace Digital Network. So Golf Romeo Alpha Charlie Echo, Grace is in the girl's name. Digital Network. The title is Who Was Baal and Why Was the Worship of Baal? I can't read the rest because it fucking disappears.
Tried to be erased from the Muslim faith.
Who was Baal and why was the worship of Baal a constant struggle for the Israelites?
Oh, you're talking about the second video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found the one with the guy, Shaman. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's fucking brilliant. He is.
Yeah, the one that
you see it. He takes the Jewish people apart. He takes the fucking Islamic people apart.
Yeah.
And he's like taking Christians apart as well.
His recall is unbelievable.
Yeah.
So much information that he's got. And that's why I like him. He actually goes on panel with David Woods as well.
Yeah.
And they rip people apart.
But he's funny as well. He actually takes the mickey out of himself. when he can't get pronunciations right.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's how you need to do it. You know, be yourself, be honest to yourself, and what have you, and just say how it comes. No script, no nothing. Just here you go. Cop some
hold
of this.
hold on. Are you getting this? Are you getting this?
Yeah.
Help me
Cop a load of
understand.
this.
Help me understand here.
Yeah. So he just literally dices it, cuts it, and goes, right, you getting it? You getting it? No, I do like him. So that's what I'll do one day.
Yeah,
I'll
but
play
it's like-
the Trinity, and from him, may just get it because he'll just pick it apart and do what he did with the one that James put up. You know.
Don't forget to invite Patrick to that one.
Yeah, I mean, another good channel is Esoterica. Have you seen Esoterica?
I don't think so. I tuned into the archive, but that is David Woods, and then you got Woods in the what's he now? Apostate or something. Because he's I can't remember the how it's pronounced, but in other words, he's an ex-Muslim. He's an atheist. Yeah. So, and he's good with David Woods. They both on the panel and do their own lives. So it's good.
So you got another channel called Esoterica, which is really good, and you got Stefan's History of the World. It's
All
another
right.
good channel.
Wow. But if you're interested in, I don't know, I'm not a religious person, but I am finding it rather fascinating because Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You know.
Well, it's still history, right? It's still history.
Yeah, it's part of history.
Agree,
You know, it doesn't mean you're going to believe everything. What you're
I mean, I
being
used
told.
to watch all the biblical films back in the day. You know, do you remember the long, the films that went on for hours and hours? Like, you know, I used to love watching those films.
Yeah,
But I've never been
like
religious.
Moses.
That's never been religious.
Yeah, the Ten Commandments. Seen that many times.
Seen that.
What have you? You know what
That
I
was
mean?
Charlton
So-
Heston, wasn't it?
Yep, that's it. And Yul Brenner. Yul Brenner was a pharaoh, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think who was Jesus of Nazareth? That's about 2.5, 3 hours long. No,
Yeah,
that's
we
nearly
thought about
4
that. Yeah,
hours long,
Robert
I think.
Powell.
Yeah, I think that's nearly
Who's
4
Ian?
hours long.
Is that Maria?
No, that was me opening up the pouch of tobacco.
See,
I'll
the
tell you
Bible I got here, King James isn't King James when this Bible is written, it's Prince James.
As long as it ain't Prince Charles, King Charles, whatever he fucking calls himself now. I don't know.
I've done me back, Beth. I said earlier, I've done me back in, no cartwheels. Yeah.
Yes,
Well, you know what he was doing.
I've got a holy Bible, Rebecca.
Hey?
Where it says on the front cover, Holy Bible, and then it's got Rebecca at the bottom of it.
How old is that one? They've got a date on it. Might be worth a few quid.
Oh yes, dig down at speakers. Yes, yeah, I know you're on about there. Urban Rots. Yeah, he's the. Is he the American? You'll have to let me know. Is that one the American that come over to England with David Woods? You have to let me
The
know.
black
I
guy.
think that's the one.
The black guy.
Yeah, young Nigerian. Yeah,
yeah.
Oh, I think that's the one. God Logic. Yes, God Logic. You want to tune into that one as well. Very clued up young guy. Very clued up. Oh, right. God Logic is the one I'm thinking of. Sig, I think I know which one that is. Sig is the boy. Let me think now. Right. I can't offhand. I'll have to look him up. I know who. I watched quite a few of them from Speaker's Corner. I've seen the name before, so I've definitely watched him. Sig.
I'd like to know where Mark's gone.
Yeah.
I was watching. I was watching it Sunday, and I thought, oh, maybe I'll, I might see him
Mark
there.
Kelly.
Yeah, he's fucking gone on a missing list, hasn't he?
Well, Mark said, like, after the Atherton ball games, he said that it's too cold to stream from the boat. He doesn't really like streaming from home because of the kids and the neighbours.
Yeah, but it's summer now.
Yeah.
I know you're on about Siggy wears the bandana around his mouth. Yeah, I know you're on about now. Yeah.
Shay,
answering to.
You'll only lay 2 mil tarmac.
Yeah, somebody's
It'd be that thin, the whack. Go on.
Where that Sig is concerned, a Muslim threatened to stab him. Seriously, him and his mate, he threatened to stab him one time at Speaker's Corner. This was
right. I'm going to bed. I'm fucked.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot off as well. So
I'll probably see you all tomorrow sometime.
Okay,
catch you later. See you later.
All right,
brother.
cheers, James.
I'll see you later.
Brother.
Take it easy. See you later,
Cheers,
chat.
James.
Bye.
Okay then, Smiler, I'll shoot off as well because I was
All
going
right,
to.
thanks for coming.
No, it's been really good. No, I must admit I've enjoyed the live tonight. So,
Well, I thought you would have come up a lot earlier when I started talking about the Channel 4 documentary and then the further things that have come to light in the last couple of months.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've come across all the videos on that about the secret marriages, within the those religious places. So yeah, I've come across it. So that's why I said that. This
but you haven't spoken about it.
Well, I ain't done any lives, have I? So. You know what I mean?
Night,
when
Shirley.
I've done lives, it's been on other things which we talked about. So yeah, I was going to hit on it at some point, but you brought it up, so I knew what you was talking about. So, yeah.
But it's like nobody else is speaking about it, People are all shock horror with A, B, C, D, and it's like, hang on a minute, there's a fucking, everybody's saying, well, they're not Sharia courts, they're Sharia councils, but they're still underground, and they're still doing fucking things in this country that they shouldn't be doing in this country,
Exactly.
and Keir Starmer's protecting them. The Labour government is protecting them.
Yeah, because the documentary that Channel 4 did was a few years ago.
Yeah, that was quite a few years ago.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
half
now,
of it was in black and white.
Yeah, but now obviously there's been more since. So yeah, it didn't change anything. So,
Birmingham, Manchester, Leicester, Liverpool.
Yeah, so it's a sad situation.
London.
So,
London. I think 2 or 3 weeks ago there was one in London. 15-year-old girl.
Yeah, something like that. Yes. So I don't know. Maybe we'll have to talk about this more in depth another time. and show some clips, because I think sometimes when you're just talking about it, people don't really take it in. But if you start showing small clips, and then they go, right, well, that, you know, people aren't just saying it on a panel, that when you can show them something, they take it more in. That's how I've looked at things anyway. But,
yeah, that's why I've been making like loads of videos in the background. But like I start one video and then I go, oh fucking hell, that's I'll do a video about that in a minute, and then I start that video. And like, I'm doing the video, but I'm listening to other shit, and it was like, oh, that was interesting. Oh, go down that rabbit hole. And I got like 4 videos as projects on the go, like, and I haven't finished one of them yet.
All right, yeah. No, it's a lot to take in. Yeah, I know that Sig, just answering, Urban Bunrots, yeah, Sig's gone down the Trinity line. And then obviously you've got Chris, who goes there. He's tried to explain, well, he has explained it, but it depends if people are taking it in. David Woods has gone down the Trinity. And then you got Dave, tall black guy. He spoke about the Trinity. So and Bob, obviously, and you got young Bob. So you got quite a few of them that have explained the Trinity. Even a young Asian guy who can speak Arabic, which sort of throws some people. He's talked about the Trinity as well. So there's quite a few people which are explaining. But Shimon, Shimon, he's good. He's very good. I think that's how you pronounce it anyway, Shimon. So if I was you people, start tuning into these Speakers Corner and get to know these certain people, and they do all run channels. It's worthwhile. They do it in a humorous fashion as well. So, you know, it's worth listening in. Anyway, one thing I'll say. Did you know there was a whole load of arrests on Sunday at Speakers Corner? I think it was Sunday.
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of arrests.
On whom?
It seems so far Muslim went there. Some people were there with Israeli flags, and they got hold of one and they ripped it apart, and then they tried to grab another guy's. I don't think they were the normal Muslims that go to Speakers Corner. I think they were just disruptors. Yeah, and they just wanted to cause mayhem. But the thing because Chris was talking about it, and Chris turned around and said it's rather unusual because normally you only have about 3 or 4 officers there.
Yeah.
At this time, there was 20, 30 officers which were there. So was it set
up then, isn't it?
Was it set up?
Set up,
but
man.
They're wondering if the people which tried to disrupt the marathon, they may have gone to Speaker's Corner after that.
But they were plasticines, weren't they? That disrupt the marathon.
So, yeah.
I mean, I don't get them personally. You know, they're paid agitators. You know, I've never supported the Israeli ones. I've never supported the Palestinian ones.
Yeah.
On the streets, right? But if they like, they've had one peaceful demonstration, which was the big fuck off great one where they all went it went for miles and they had helicopters up and everything else. Yeah, that was the only one that they've had that they haven't had no trouble in.
Yeah,
all the others have been. I mean, Matey, who was in charge of it all, he got arrested a couple of months ago. Sorry. But he ain't Palestinian. There was something strange about him. He wasn't Palestinian, but he wasn't Israeli. But he was, I can't remember what he was. But he was getting loads and loads of donations, and he was paying people basically to stir up trouble.
Right, you're going to have the agitators, aren't you? And this is it. It's a pity.
Well, it's the same as matey who was you know, with his Torah and his prayer bag, was it? And he was trying to walk up the street against all the Palestinians, and then he wanted to cross the road, and the copper said, "You're definitely Jewish or something or other."
Oh, I'm trying to. I think I know which one he's got his own channel as well. I think I know which one. Yeah,
he was the one that got Tommy arrested when Tommy was in the cafe having his breakfast, because they didn't want Tommy there.
Right.
Because he's the Jewish lobby or something, and some Jewish charity, and he don't like Zionists.
Oh, it ain't the same one that I was thinking of then, because he has a t-shirt saying I'm Zionist.
he's got a funny name. He's got about 3 or 4 different charities, and they all go back to Israel.
Right.
But they're all non-profit in the UK.
Right.
But all the money goes back to Israel. Oh, I can't remember his stupid name.
No.
He was the one that Anti-Defamation League, ADL. Is it Anti-Defamation League? He was one.
I have seen ADL before in the chat. I think I've seen ADL mentioned.
Yeah. It's got that stupid name. Where that copper standing there and saying to him, "You're notably Jewish," but around him he had all his camera crew around him, and he had a great big security guard with him as well. You know, it was all a big setup for the TV and everything else. And then he went on to all the fucking news channels. He went on to Piers Morgan and claimed victim by this copper for saying he's notably Jewish.
Right. I
did a piece on him. I dug out all his fucking charities and everything else. I did a piece on him. Jupiter was on the panel with me.
All right. You know me. Sometimes I tune in, and more likely a night where I thought, do I want to listen tonight to this? And sometimes I just channel hop, and I go from one to another at times and watch a few clips and then come back. So, but I stayed tuned in this time. I did stay tuned in. Just thought, no, I'm going to sit here in the chat and just listen to what's being said and what have you. There was 2 on 2 in the chat. I noticed Michelle and Paul Dunn against I forget who they are now. Oh, DP Audits and somebody come in, don't ban me or something.
Yeah, don't just ban me or something.
Yeah. So I was watching that as well. That was rather humorous, I must admit.
Yeah, I was watching it. I was losing what was happening on the panel. I was watching the fucking what was going on, and even I was quizzing him.
Yeah, even down to wearing knickers.
Yeah. And the brands, it was like, fuck me, man. What are you going on about? In a minute, you'd be saying Sergio. Yeah, Sergio Tagini, you'd be saying in a minute.
Yeah, I've got watches way more than that guy's got of those clothings. Way fucking more. So I don't know why he's bragging about fucking, I got a jacket, I got some tracksuit bottoms. I thought, what the fuck are you talking about?
I still got my Rolex and still got my tag.
This is it.
My tag needs repairing, but I've still got it.
Yeah, but no, I couldn't understand why all of a sudden £150 trainers. I couldn't understand why all of a sudden he started talking about how much money he spent on free items. I think it was. Yeah. What? Where the fuck did this come from? So that was rather amusing. Okay, then, Smiler, cheers for having us up. I totally enjoyed it. Had a really good conversation. Theological, I think that's the word. Yeah, I think it's the word. So, yeah, and everybody, well, apart from was getting into it, which is a shame. But yeah, we'll have to watch a few more videos, and yeah, it makes it interesting. Anyway, take care.
When's
Smiler.
your next live? Before you go, when's yours?
You know me, I can't really say when I do a live. I just look at things and go, oh, I could do one tonight. Nothing planned. Nobody will be calling me. No family. No workmates. You know what I mean? I'm just able to throw one up. No phone calls.
I'll be leaving it up SR anyway. So
anyway, thanks a lot, everybody.
All right,
in
thanks
chat,
a lot.
Take care, everybody. Catch you later, Smiler.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks for it.
Bye, mate.
Night. Wow. Religion, it gets everybody, doesn't it? Starts wars. Starts the wars. Dulcet tones of Paddy Ward. So do you feel any different, Michelle? I bet you're aching after all that gardening, though. Kung Fu Kev? No. Definitely not Kung Fu Kev. Religion responsible for less than 6% of all wars in history. But what religion pays for all those wars? Not religion. Not religion. Hello. He's been pushing out Zeds all night. This is the second stream, Vincent. I finished the other one, didn't I, when you went? Then I went live just before midnight, I think it was. I went on your Nemesis channel and he wouldn't let me speak. He kept muting me. He didn't want to talk about Operation Banner, although he was talking about Operation Banner. So then I thought, well, I'll talk about the ICJ then. And he didn't want to speak about that neither. He said, not on my panel. He wanted to speak about you and he wanted to speak about Tyrone. I don't know why he wanted to speak to me about it. Donkey.
Spoiler.
Good morning.
I was listening to that for the last hour.
You was?
It was getting very frustrated. I didn't like that Chris guy. He was a bit over the top.
Yeah. That's when it all started going pear-shaped and the other Chris was sucking ring. I will tell him later.
Why didn't you control him?
Oh, I tried. I muted him a few times. And Paddy.
Shane Patrick Ward. Getting all gobby in the chat, look. You contradicted yourself at the end there, Shane. Let me try and remember what you did. You contradicted yourself completely in two separate statements right next to each other. I can't remember what they were now. One was that everything is designed in life to hold you back, which is what you stated. You stated the whole system is designed to hold you back, to keep you down. But then in the previous breath, I've given you the Marsways, Shane. Before that, you said that religion was there to bring you up. The religion was there to show you the way, show you the light, and so on, and to make your life better, which is a stark contradiction. It can only be one or the other, Shane. You're either being lifted by religion or held back by society.
No, I think religion can hold you back.
No, well, religion is a level of control. It was written by some little slanty-eyed fucking monks in the mountains to try to reduce the amount of violence in society, violence and murder and people basically sodomizing each other. And it was just a guide, a little guidebook. It surprises me people take religion so seriously these days. It clearly is man-made. It clearly is not. Not related in any way to anything otherworldly or out of this world or of a superior power. It's
I worked that out.
Man-made. And going back to the Trinity as well, the Trinitas in Greek, Trinitas means the three, meaning the group of three. And in the Bible, it doesn't mention Trinity at all, but what the Bible does always tell you is how God will present himself to you. And he presents himself in three ways: the body, the spirit, and the mind. I think is possibly the third one. The mind being the God, the controlling factor. The body is Jesus. He was on earth, and then the spirit is obviously the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit. But this is widely considered to be a trick by the Jews, of course. The Jews who feel that they have a pure religion, and they pray to only one God. Same as the Muslims, same as a lot of other sort of offshoot religions. They pray to one God.
They pray to Baal. They pray to Baal.
Well, come on, Smiley. Whether it doesn't matter, but they pray to one God. Whereas the Christians or the Abrahamics, whichever way you want to look at it, we were tricked into deitizing. Is it deitizing?
Yeah, deities.
Deitizing. Sorry, deitizing. I've just woken up. We were tricked into deitizing three components of God, which in the Jews' eyes means we're getting it wrong. We're doing it wrong. We're not religioning correctly. And that is widely considered why Trinity is not mentioned in the Bible, but it's pushed on us so very much.
But the Jews worship deities.
Do they?
Yeah.
Who do they worship?
Well, they worship Baal. They worshipped.
Yeah, that's
and they
a deity.
Yeah.
That's not deity.
But they worship Baal, and they worshipped Elohim.
Elohim.
Yeah, I think El was the father. El was the father of Baal, and they worshipped El. Now they worshipped Baal because they considered him to be the fertility god. They considered him to be the rain god.
Elohim.
El.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to Trying to troll my brain what I know about that. Nothing, really. Elohim. I thought that was just a statement.
No, El and Elohim are two different entities.
Right.
Yeah, they still had their little deity. They still had their little wooden or their little stone carvings as gods. And Baal was depicted with the club, and then he was particularly sometimes he had in one hand he had the club, in the other hand he had lightning.
Is it true that the basis of the word cannibal is from the Jews eating children?
Yeah, Canaanites.
Cannibals.
Yeah, cannibals. Yeah. Yeah, well, they used well, I keep calling it a trophet, but it's not a trophet. It's a tophet, or something like that. It is.
What's that?
Where they would sacrifice the children, and they'd sacrifice the children to Baal.
Right. Well, there's a lot of imagery. There's a lot of artwork through history of, and the Jews were always very poorly depicted in artwork.
Yeah.
The nose and the hunch, or the haunch, always signified the Jews in art.
But even down to Oliver Twist with Fagin.
Yeah, that's a bit more modern though. Smiler. It's a bit more.
No,
modern
but
than
I'm
only
going.
written
So you're going
200
right
years
back.
ago.
But if you go right back, then you go right back to the roots of adrenochrome.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, because you had the blood rituals in which the young one was pierced and blood drained and drunk.
I'm sorry, Smiler. I'm not gonna discuss adrenochrome and take it seriously either at the same time. So, you'll be wanting to talk about pizzas next.
What, red shoes? The
Yeah.
Pope's red shoes.
I was blessed by the Pope in person, in front of me, whilst wearing his red shoes, you know.
You was?
I was in one of the
Did you-
halls of the Vatican.
Yeah. Oh, when you went there with your mate. Yeah.
It was quite a thing as well, because my friend who worked at the Vatican, he was one of the security detail. He had a brain tumor, so he was dying. He knew he was dying, and he knew it wouldn't sort of, he wouldn't live forever. But he carried on working, and God bless him, he took me to the Vatican one morning to sort of drop me off early and get me in there. We had breakfast in there, and yeah, as we were walking through the hallways, I don't know if it was a public hallway. There was no tourists in there. Lo and behold, Ratzenberger came by with his little entourage and started speaking to my friend, and blessed the both of us, and off he was gone. Quite a moment.
Do you feel better for it?
Well, not really, because I'll be honest with you, I'm not overwrought with religion. I didn't think of getting a selfie or anything. Maybe I should have. Just 1 second, Popey.
Yeah, but you still wouldn't put it up, would you?
I got some better selfies than that.
I don't think we want to know.
Well, they're not that bad. Some of them are good.
Yeah, but that came with the territory, didn't it? It came with the job.
Hey, don't start that.
Oh.
Don't start that. If you're going to start mentioning that I had a 2-year relationship with Kylie Minogue again, I'm out of here.
I got good photographs. Lots of DJs.
Lots of DJs.
Yeah, lots of crazy parties in the Queen's Hotel.
Where's the Queen's Hotel?
Penzance Promenade.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking of something with a bit more prominence than fucking Penzance High Street.
No, it's probably the biggest. It's probably the biggest hotel and one of the most famous hotels in Cornwall, probably.
Okay, I stayed in Penzance for 3 nights. I went to a little shindig down there, a little 3-day conference.
No,
it was in Penzance.
What a shithole.
Well, I remember it being very sort of, out in the day and go home, and that was it. Sleep, out in the day, go home. I didn't do anything in Penzance at all. He's Mossad. Shalom, Brother Maverick. Shalom.
How long ago was that?
Oh, I'm talking 20 odd years ago. 20 odd years ago. I worked for Body Shop.
All right.
Well, not worked for them, but I represented them for a certain aspect of their business for about 5 years, 6 years. So, and they're based down in, good God, what's it called?
Truro.
No, Body Shop. They've got a big sort of site in, fucking hell, it should just come to my mind. It's a big long place name, and they're not far from sort of Brighton, Worthing kind of thing.
Right.
So that was when they were at their height. Big business back then. They were
Before the scandal.
What was the scandal?
That some of the stuff was tested on animals.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I mean, back in the day, they were a pure company, They did very well. Body Shop did incredibly well on the high street for years. God, where were they? What's it called? Bloody hell. I can't remember now.
Well, how were they doing in Penzance then? I know they had a shop in Penzance.
Oh, I wasn't in Penzance for that. I worked for a distribution company. It used to be another distribution company. It was eventually bought by Wincanton. Wincanton's now the biggest.
Unigate.
Biggest in the UK. Hey?
Well, it was Unigate before it became Wincanton.
No, Unigate was food products.
Yeah, Unigate milk as well.
Yeah. Unigate was milk, dairy, and fresh produce. No, Wincanton is haulage. So Wincanton has slowly sort of grew from being tiny little businesses, and they're slowly taking over. Wincanton bought the company that I worked for, which were based in Bristol. They were on the docks. What's it called? The name of the band? Fuck me, my brain is fucked this morning. What's the name of the band that named themselves after the Bristol docks? What are they called? My brain's not awake yet. I've only had one coffee. What were they called? Come on, Smiler. You should know. You're from that area. I bet somebody gets it. Do you not remember? Not Massive Attack, the other one. Well, close though, Robert Ingram. Close. Same style. Starts with a P. Piss fucking bollocks.
Fucking Portishead.
Portishead. Do you know what? I've got it in my head. I just couldn't push it out. Portishead, yeah. So the company that I worked for were based on the docks at Portishead. Not Faithless. So we used to do distribution and so on for quite a few of the big companies. That's when I had a proper job. It was probably my last proper job. That was talking 20 odd years ago now.
Yeah, it did take it. Wincanton did take over the fucking milk.
Well, they did. They probably did take over Unigate, but that's not who I'm on about, is what I'm saying.
Oh, Wincanton haulage, they took over all the milk haulage from all the farmers.
Are they still doing it? Because I'm sure there's a company now that does all the milk haulage.
No, Wincanton still do it.
Because there's the place in Nottingham, which took on all of the shitey fucking oat milk and all of the dodgy
Who's gonna? I don't drink that shit.
soy
Fuck
milk
that.
and so on. What were they called? Fucking hell. No, it's I'm too old.
All
My
that
brain's too old.
all that soy milk will know me is what's causing half the fucking men population to be fucking pussies.
I know. Well, it's estrogen producing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It reduces testosterone and
That's right.
promotes estrogen. So you grow breasts, your cock starts sort of recessing back into your body. And I'm not laughing because it's happened to me. I don't drink soy milk.
Are you saying an Indian instead of an ati?
Well, I used to say that. I had a friend of mine, and he was it's years ago. I shared a house with him years ago. So he lived in the upstairs of the house, and I lived in the bottom of the house, and it was quite a big house. But when you'd split it up, they were two fair-sized.
You mean he kept you locked in the basement?
No, but he was a monk. He was a full-time practicing monk. So he would sort of go back to the monastery for a bit, and then he'd come back and he'd live normal life. But he would eat a lot of soy, the soy substitute, the meat substitutes, and he would have that in all manner of meals. And I used to tell him back then, this was so long ago, that soy is turning you into a woman. You're growing breasts and yeah, true. Frequency 741, my biggest fan. Stop emailing me, Frequency. I'm never, ever, ever going to send you any photographs. So just stop emailing me.
Hello again, Black.
Now. Thoughts on Guthrie exits? Very convenient. It's very, very convenient. It's also very convenient for the media to label her as Epstein victim in all of the news stories relating to her at the moment.
Yeah.
She was 41 years old. She was a troubled woman anyway. Let's be honest. We all like to think that the royal family is evil. Every single one of them is shagging and then sacrificing children to whichever god they choose to that day. But let's get real. We have no evidence of that whatsoever. If it truly was happening, there's so many people involved with the royal family and on the outskirts of the royal family. Somebody would have revealed it by now. So we have to go with the fact that it is merely just gossip, rumour, whatever, however you wish to describe it. It's not real, These people are just humans, just like us. They're nothing special. They're not superhuman.
Well, I found Anne to be like total normal.
You probably met her being horsey.
Yeah, totally normal. Yeah, I mean, I met her at Windsor. She was doing. I think it was one of the last times that she actually raced carriage. Because
I know she's down to earth.
Yeah.
I've never met any royals.
But I mean, I've hunted with Charles. The kids had started hunting on their ponies back then as well.
Did you engage with him?
Morning, sir.
Did you get rid of that fucking common voice that you've got? Did you pretend to at least be able to pronounce words properly?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It always used to be the same when you went to the Beaufort. You had to change tats, unless you were with the kennelman, and then you was all right.
Are you saying you had to put on an act to get into an establishment?
No, not to get into an establishment, but to...
You didn't compromise yourself, did you, Smile?
Yeah, I
you
did
can't
compromise.
change who you are.
I did
You can't
compromise
fucking
myself.
fool anyone.
No, I
you
did.
Can't.
You have to put on your bestest telephone voice, don't you?
Well, I can imagine.
Yeah,
I can
you have
imagine
to.
you. Yeah, with your hair all sort of greased to one side.
No, fuck that shit. No. Not when you got a bloody hat on all day long. Went hunting with Charles, for fuck's sake, dear me, what kind of hunting? We're gonna fall out, Smiler.
He's jealous. He's jealous.
He's
jealous. He wants to go hunting with Charles.
I know Smiler's telephone voice, but it cost me a fortune. I mean, I've met Hewitt as well.
Did you?
Yeah, and a good friend of mine sadly passed away. He died of cancer. When the Hewitt-Diana affair erupted, he had left military service, and he was then recalled HRH because, like at the Royal Tournament, he would be in the King's Troop. He would be the one that laid the horse down in the middle of the arena.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
You would have been in service at the same time as Hewitt, wouldn't you?
No.
Because he came out quite early. He was out by the time...
that wasn't...
He was banging Diana.
Yeah. But I met him in court, actually.
Blimey. Were you the accused?
No, I was actually the chauffeur. I was actually a chauffeur. Yeah, no, I drove a T5.
Volvo.
Yeah, Volvo T5.
Which was them in BTCC. Oh, yeah, my lord.
Which is a friend of mine's.
As a child.
It was a friend of mine's car, which I used to look after. He owned a lobster pot in Mousehole. And he had a court case in Bodmin, I think it was. Bodmin Crown Court. No, it wasn't Bodmin. Oh, where was it? I'll think of that in a minute. But he had a court case. And he said, I need you. And I said, what for? He said, I'll pay you. And I said, what for? He said, I want you to be my chauffeur. Because he was going up to get disqualified from driving. So his wife had to run the hotel, because they run the hotel and restaurant. And yeah, and he said, but I want you to don the full attire, so like turn up with a suit and everything else. And it was like,
good God.
Yeah, so I had to go suited and booted. And the fucking little twat turned up with a fucking hat. I said, I ain't putting that on my head. You can fuck right off. He wanted me to be his proper fucking chauffeur, get out, open this fucking door for him and everything.
Is he dead now, Hewitt?
No, Hewitt's still alive. But I mean, I used to work for Lord and Lady St. Leven. Yeah, I've done all manner of stuff. I have. I've been the chauffeur for them for their daughter's wedding.
Well connected is Smiler. Well connected.
The Belifos. I mean, Lady Belifo. She had to step down when I was in court because we knew each other. But I mean, she got my firearms license for me. Confessions of a Serf. No, definitely not a serf.
SERF frequency. Yeah, I thought Hewitt was dead. I thought he'd passed.
Don't think so. Google it.
Okay. Because he used to be
still
in the
alive?
spotlight, didn't he? And then he was gone all of a sudden.
Mm.
Oh no, it was the butler that died, wasn't it? Yeah. Was it?
The Butler Tell All Butler.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one who wrote the book and was selling Diana's stuff off.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I
Yeah,
couldn't think of his name.
The surf was referenced to surf, Vincent. Shame we missed that. Okay, I thought you meant SERF as in a lowly that would serve the highly. I bet you don't swear in front of the royals, do you, Smiler? I bet you're all polite and nice. But you're not horrible like you are to us.
Used to swear like a trooper in front of what the fucking Tyndall. What's she called? Tyndall, one that married
the rugby player.
Yeah. Zara Phillips.
Yeah.
That then became Zara Tyndall. Yeah.
Sorry, frequency. I didn't expect you to be attempting any form of intellect. Yeah.
She's
you
mad.
hit me with a curveball there.
Yeah, she's mad as poo. I mean,
oh, it's Mike Tyndall, isn't it? Why did I think James?
She'll neck a pint quicker than you can count to three, like, you know.
Yeah.
Been in many different horse shows with where you've gone in the beer tent. But the first time it was quite overwhelming, really. I mean, Anne was all right because you just knew it was Anne. But then Zara Phillips, I mean, she was a good horsewoman.
Do you not think if the royal family were sacrificing children to the devil, that someone around the royal family may well release that information? You know, this whole thing about our elites being sort of monsters has been with us for thousands of years. It's reflected in artwork. It's reflected in literature. You know, and it happens the world around. I just don't think there's any substance to it, I'll be honest.
Very cruel to a horse to town. Toy Town? What, Toy Town round Badminton?
I dated a woman many years ago. Probably the first woman I loved, and her parents were connected to the royal family. They were related in some way, very loosely, incredibly loosely, but they would be at sort of the garden parties 2-3 times a year. They'd be there. He worked for a large company which was sort of related to the royal family as well. So he was sort of, you know, in the business. He was in the family, so to speak, the mafia.
Lord Farquhar.
They never mentioned anything about catching the Queen, you know, sort of chopping up a child in one of the bathrooms at Buckingham Palace. I never asked, but I thought if they knew that, they'd have told me.
I mean, she seemed quite normal. She was, yeah. I was a guard at the Royal Tournament. We were staying in the Royal Green Jackets barracks in Soho, and yeah, I was doing the guard at the Royal Tournament. That there were GPMG.
You're just saying
Queenie.
random letters here.
General Purpose Machine Gun.
Oh, okay. See, surely you'd have caught her if she was sacrificing children. Come on. You just walk into the bathroom, she hasn't locked it. Walk in there, she sat there on the shitter. Surely you would have caught her.
We would think so, wouldn't it? She was really nice. The Queen Mother was nicer though. Queen Mother was at a passing out parade.
She was always, I remember her being painted as a cantankerous old thing when I was a child. The Queen Mother was always painted as a bit of a, a bit of a sort. And then you had her sister, was it Margaret, Queen's sister?
Margaret, yeah.
Who was a pincushion for anyone with a bit of money.
I'm not a royalist, but they say lizard people and they say all kinds of shit, don't they? But I don't know. I don't know about Charles.
Well, I always tend to think that anyone of any power are always demonised. If you work in a factory in Leeds 100 years ago, the boss will be feared. The boss will be
Morning, Ali.
demonised to be this monster who cares little about the workforce, and generally they do care little. They have a job to do, and it's definitely not making sure that the staff are happy. And I think it's just the same with the Queen. And I've always thought this whole lizard business, this whole sinister family, secrets behind doors, I think always that's been a bit of an operation to really cover up the very simple fact, that they were fucking Nazis.
Yeah,
they were.
But there's always going to be. There's always going to be things behind closed doors because
of course. They were Nazis saluting Nazis.
Yeah. I mean,
Which is
Queen
far
was
worse.
very young.
Far worse than chopping up children.
Yeah,
chopping up a child and draining off their adrenochrome. Being a Nazi, that's bad.
Yeah, they went to Hitler's funeral, didn't they?
I don't know about that. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, no, not the funeral, sorry. They went to... Oh, what did they go to with Hitler? They were... Oh, what was he called? The fucking king that wasn't a king.
Oh, his cousin, the king of Germany. I can't remember his name. Well, him and Edward exchanged letters throughout the entire war, didn't they? Pretty much saying when this damn war is over, we'll be able to have a game of water polo or whatever they were planning.
Croquet on the lawn.
Despite the fact that the war was they're doing in the first place. I watched Band of Brothers recently for the first time.
Right.
Good representation of war. Covers quite a few of the areas in Europe, Germany, Holland and France that I've actually visited in the sense of knowing that there were, certain battles there. And just a stark reminder of the theatre of war. So many situations which just could have been ignored or avoided were created just merely to grind up some more meat.
You got to visit Hitler's bunkers.
They're in Berlin, aren't they?
No, Poland.
Where are Hitler's bunkers?
Poland.
Okay, I haven't been there. I've been to Auschwitz. I've been to a couple of the concentration camps or holiday centres, whichever you want to whichever way you want to go about it. I've been to his birthplace, a little village called Braunau am Inn, just north of Austria, north of Strasbourg. Not Strasbourg, Salzburg. Fancy going this year to the Eagle's Nest. I think that's on my list for this year.
Wow.
Go and visit the Eagle's Nest. I've always wanted to.
In Kurtzen.
I don't know where it is.
I can't pronounce it. No,
Austria,
Hitler's bunkers. Hitler's bunkers.
I don't know about Hitler's bunkers. I've never been there.
Yeah, that's
I like Poland.
Well, no, that's part of Wolf's Lair.
Is it Wolf's Lair? What's Wolf's Lair?
Yeah.
What's Wolf's Lair?
That was where they plotted to assassinate him.
Oh, okay. I don't know that either then. The Eagle's Nest is where he holidayed. I don't think he was that related to it. It's reputedly where they had the gold doors on the lift. Solid gold doors. Again, I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, Wolf's Lair, Poland, yeah. Yeah, it's part of Hitler's bunkers. Yeah, I've already been there.
I'm going to do a couple of more weeks in Poland this year, I think.
Yeah, I want to get out there.
I might even go back to Wrocław. Nice place.
Go to Osterlenka.
Osterlenka. That's where you go, isn't it?
Yeah, I get free board lodge there. Must be ex-mother and father-in-law.
Blimey, I wouldn't want to do that.
No, we're still good friends.
Well, yeah, but I tend to prefer to do my own thing.
Oh, yeah, I do my own thing, but, yeah, I can have it as a base. Morning, shits.
Morning, shits. Big butch lesbian. I am a little bit of a lesbian shits, I'll be honest. I've always had a tendency towards women. An uncontrollable urge.
Black
I hope you're well, shits. I spotted you tried to go live yesterday.
Yeah, I did jump. I was running my live and then went over and said hello and boom, ended.
How's he gone?
I was quite disappointed.
In and out like a fucking SAS squadron.
Well, I thought I'd carry on letting the fucking ICJ carry on playing and go over and have a listening to shits, and I said hello to a few people and at the end of it was like, oh well, what happened there then?
Saw the quality of the people coming in the chat likely.
Yeah.
If Smiler's here, it's time to shut it down.
That's it. Babs was over there.
11:55 a.m. Does that suggest you're going live today, shits?
Ah, right. What's the topic?
Don't know. Fat Americans, probably. Is she everyone's enemy yet, or has she still got a few allies?
Yeah, she's still over Chubb, isn't she? And now she's gone over to the swamp now.
Right.
To
branching out.
Yeah, and I think she was trying to do a bit of artwork for the Northern King or somebody. I'm not 100% sure. I couldn't swear by it. But apparently. And Axel.
Yeah, I came. Well, you were there, I think. I came across him recently on Jimmy's.
Yeah, I got kicked off Axel's for calling her a slag.
Slag.
Shut the fuck up, you slag.
These new people pop up and go, don't they? They come up, they appear all sort of staunch and up for the job, and they leave with their tail between their legs, complaining, he said this, he said that. Makes me laugh, really.
But they're all about non-doorstepping that are doorstepping. They're all going to doorstep each other, and you know, when's it going to happen?
Give over. Yeah. I think you just need to be a little bit hardy to survive these parts, regardless of which bit of YouTube. It always surprises me. I'll go onto a live stream with somebody that I follow, and it's probably totally an unrelated subject. So and then you'll hear the person talking about the trolls and the people who sort of do everything in their power to try and fuck them up and get them in trouble, and it's just rife. It's everywhere. It's not just our shitty little corner here. It's not just the swamp. It's not just the fighting sort of channels. It's everyone. There's fucking nasty, horrible people everywhere.
It goes for the moon sequences, doesn't it? It gets worse as the fucking moon comes.
Well, yeah, of course, moon cycles do affect. My friend always spoke about. He still does, worked in mental health his whole life, and he would always say that the full moon had a massive effect on people's mindsets.
Oh, it did when you were working on the club. Oh, eye tide and full moon. Get on. Scrap on.
You're going all metallic, Smiler. Which always struck me as odd, because these same people who will tell you that the moon cycles affect people's mindsets will also tell you the moon is merely a reflection of the Earth in the dome, and they'll also tell you that the moon is hollow, and it's an old Death Star which has been floating there for thousands of years. And then they'll also tell you it's hanging on a fucking string, just like the sun, same size as the sun, and it's hanging on a string and merely goes round in a figure of eight to fool us into thinking we live on a round Earth, not a
Don't
flat
forget Muhammad
Earth.
cut it in half, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, it was supposed to. That was one of the stories, wasn't it? He's supposed to have cut it in half or something.
Well, that little fella from the movie stole it, didn't he? Was it Gru from Despicable Me? We're gonna steal the moon.
Yeah, what was that? I was showing the ICJ, wasn't I, earlier? And on the ICJ, you got the flat Earth on the ICJ in the background.
Was there?
Yeah, because it's United Nations, isn't it?
Oh yeah, well yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
You got Antarctica all the way around
the image
outside
that they
of it,
have
yeah.
in the hallway,
Yeah.
in the entrance to the UN, and their symbol, I think it is as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Vincent and his diet woke.
He ain't on no diet. He ain't on no diet figure. He got 34
Well, I think he's still
weight.
playing with words. I don't think he's meaning that I'm on a diet. What he's saying is I'm giving a watered down version of what is the truth. See, Frequency firmly believes that the Queen ate children for breakfast, and there's no way on earth anyone's ever going to change his mind. She ate children for breakfast. She drained off the adrenochrome and then had that for afternoon tea.
Yeah, she couldn't eat one in a whole sitting.
Couldn't do a whole one. She was fond of saying, couldn't do a whole one. Round like a pound coin. The earth is round. frequency. It's spinning
done-
through space.
I've done a bit of Mein Kampf shits, and I've done Hitler, the Untold Story.
Did you read Mein Kampf?
No. I've listened to quite a lot of translations from it. I think I had it as a what's those fucking speaking books called?
If you could get rid of the robot voice, I could probably understand you better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Right. Fucking stupid mic.
Oh, it's back.
No. Is it working now?
Well, it is now, but as soon as you start talking, it's going to go back to being shit.
We've changed it to on. To...
Hey, rest my case.
Is it?
Can't
Is
you
it
get a
gone
fucking
shit?
decent mic, Smiler?
It's
All the
a
money
fucking
you've made, all the fucking money you've made from sharing our personal details with some of the worst fucking reprobates within the community. All the fucking money you've made selling poor old fucking Sparky's address. Surely you can afford a microphone. Come on.
I didn't even have Sparky's address.
Give over. We've all got the real story from AJ Smith. Don't you worry. He's more reliable than you.
I had to phone Robert. He was on the panel the other day. I had to phone him up after Tyrone's when I was only in one group. He was like, for fuck's sake, Robert, like, you was in this one, you was in that one, you was in this one, you was in that one. No, I wasn't. I said, yeah, you was. Hang on a minute, I'm going up to the computer. So he was like, oh, fuck. Yeah, I was in 5 of the 6 groups then.
Well, Robert's gone down the Jewish prosecutor route, hasn't he? No comment. No comment.
No, well, no.
I never had any sexual relations with that woman. That's the only line he's not come out with yet.
No, because when he actually booted up his computer and we was actually on a video call, right? The software that he's got on his computer doesn't actually allow so you know when you get a picture sent through on WhatsApp on a mobile phone, it shows you the first image, and then you got to click on the image.
You get placeholders for the rest.
Yeah. Right. Well, his is a black placeholder, so unless he clicks download, he doesn't even see the image.
Well, you don't even have to click download. You just click on the image. It's merely a way of reducing bandwidth.
Yeah, but he hasn't actually clicked on 99%
but
of the
by
images.
and large, when you've got all the the milkmans at Black Lantern, when you've got WhatsApp on your PC, it doesn't tend to bother with that. You only do it on your mobile phone to reduce usage, obviously.
Mm.
You know,
but his PC, the software he's got on his PC, it doesn't allow links, it doesn't allow certain things.
Are you making excuses for Robert?
No, I'm not making excuses.
You
this
are.
was actually video to video. We were video to video it.
Right.
You know? And because he was concerned then, because I said, you plonker, you're making me out to be a fucking liar.
You would have seen those groups. Morning, Tyrone. You would have seen those groups on your list of friends in brackets.
Yeah, well, that's what I did.
Because when I look at my WhatsApp desktop version, it's got all the people and all the groups. I'm in 1 or 2 groups, silly groups.
Yeah, but what I did
is dragging me back into.
What I sent him was the screenshots of all the groups, and all the members of the groups, and I sent it to him, and I went, you fucking plonker, you are in the fucking groups. And he went, ring ring. And he went, honestly, Smiler. And then he went up to the attic, booted up the PC, and it was like, wow, what fucking kind of layout is that like?
Oh, he's seen it before. He's playing ignorant. Robert tells us he's a bit of a computer whiz. He's a bit of a not just the hardware but the software wise. He's a little bit of a rascal with the software, as quite a lot of us do. You know, using free software and sort of being able to find little hacks and cracks. So he's not daft. Robert's not daft. And to look at WhatsApp, you would easily see what groups you're in. He's feigning ignorance there.
Right, well, you know when I shared my screen and you clipped it, you fucker.
Yeah, I didn't clip it. Anyway, let's start this sentence again. When you accidentally fucked up, and showed us the most shocking thing ever discovered on this community, and then we'll continue with your words, and then I clipped it. That was your first mistake, Smiler.
I know, it led to a fucking whole fucking nest of shit, didn't it? But the way mine's laid out is completely different to the way Robert's is laid out.
I'll give up. Stop making excuses for him. He's fine.
Different. I don't
most
have
people
to
know.
No,
stop it.
If he's
most
away,
people know.
if he's away,
Stop it. Is he paying you, Mr. Lies, Slimer?
You fuck off. If he was in the chat now, he would gladly jump up and fucking show you.
No, it doesn't need to prove anything to anyone, least of all me. Most people know Robert is of good character. Most people know that Robert is not vindictive. The fact that he was in the groups is neither here nor there. And the fact that you were in the groups is neither here nor there. It's the intention when you were in there. It's what happened whilst you were in there. And we can see that. The clues are there in the text. You know, you could naturally assume AJ Smith was a shitbag in there. We've seen little clues to that as well. You can naturally assume Zara was a shitbag in there, of course. She's a shitbag out of there. So, you know, it's not worth you trying to defend Robert.
Tyrone
facts are known.
Tyrone will tell you he's got the lot.
How do you mean the lot? What has Tyrone got that we haven't seen?
Well, he's got it slow mo. He's got it not slow motion. Well, he's got it image by image. I filled up a whole Google Drive to send it to him.
Okay.
Do you know when you go screenshot to Google Drive?
Well, the reason why I used to ask you all the time, why did you do that? And you couldn't answer it, and it's a very simple question to answer.
I answered
you couldn't
it.
answer
I
it.
answered
You
it.
did not. Fuck off. Which
hang
implies
on.
you're slimier and fucking Mr. Lysier more than we even thought.
From the very, and Babs will back me up, right? From the very first time I said, right, fuck this for a game of soldiers, right? I spoke to two people, right? I said, if you're sitting on this, right now, I was sent a message saying, have you seen Tyrone? He's been doxxed and he's leaving YouTube. And that was 28th of January, right? So I went on to that, and then I was like, fuck. So I said, well, if you're sitting on all this information, is it doxing if I out it? And it's like, no. Then I asked somebody else, no, you'll be just a whistleblower. So it's like,
well,
right
nobody
then.
was interested when you had that 2-hour live. Nobody sat there
2 hour,
studiously
25 hour.
reading. Well, when you did the transcripts from WhatsApp, I don't know how long that was for, but nobody sat there the whole time reading those messages. Nobody cares. People want to know who were the bad guys and what were they saying. That's it. You could have done that in 5 minutes. Could have done that in 5 minutes. Zara was doxing this. So-and-so was doxing this. So-and-so doxed that. That's it. It's a waste of time you doing the whole fucking thing.
It was the questions that were being directed, and I mean, since I fudged up and shared my WhatsApp and you clipped it, you gotta admit, everywhere I
It was a
went,
gold moment in that.
It
in
was.
the community. That was.
It was.
Well,
And
me.
everywhere I went, it was, let's fuck shit up. Yeah, let's fuck shit up. And then every time I went live, and then my phone went, what that? That was it. It all started again in the chat.
Can you remember that live stream?
Yeah.
Can you remember doing it and then closing the? And I said to you, close your screen. You're sharing sensitive information there. When you closed it, did you think I've got away with this?
No.
Okay. So 5 minutes later, when I chose to raise the issue, how did you feel?
Well, after you told me,
I gave you about 5 minutes to calm down and just think to yourself, nobody's noticed. Nobody's noticed. I've got away with this.
Everybody
and I waited. I waited thinking, the longer I wait, the less sweatier fucking Smiler's gonna be.
Well, straight away, I messaged, fuck, I've just shared the fucking WhatsApp
Did you?
page.
So you went straight into damage limitation.
No, and I said, what I actually said is I just shared my WhatsApp page by mistake. I said Vegas just fucking told me.
And the funny thing was, nobody else noticed apart from me. Nobody spotted it.
And I thought, well, all the fuckers in the chat can't be looking at the fucking screen then.
Nobody. Well, I don't tend to look at the screen. You were very unlucky at that time. I was watching the screen for some reason.
And I didn't have DVR on at that time either. And it was like, and
did it ruin your experience in the community, Smiler?
No, not at all, Vincent. Not at all. And so I said, oh, you fucking twat. And I said, do I end the stream? Well, how long ago was it? Or say, I don't know. There was a conversation going on like that. And it was like, oh, fuck it, I'll just carry on streaming. And then the next day it was like, you fucking twat, you should have ended the stream and taken it straight down. I said, well, the damage was already done because Vincent's already clipped it or JPM's
Yeah, you
already
could have still got
clipped
away
it.
with it though. Well, no, you wouldn't have got away with it. I was on it immediately.
You had already gone fucking radio silent, smiling, you're sharing your screen.
I know, I gave myself just enough time to get a little bit of it.
Yeah. And it was like, oh, well, never mind, eh? Fuck it.
It did you a favour anyway, because before then, we all just thought you were a rat bag, you know. Afterwards, we had full confirmation that you are a fucking rat bag. So, really, it solidified your position within the community. Resident rat bag.
Fuck it.
So we've
But
got
it was just relentless. It was, and you fucker.
Yep.
Myla. So.
Yeah. Don't do fuck all near me.
Let's fuck shit up.
Don't do fuck all. Don't make any mistakes near me.
And then you and Ron together, and then throw JPM in the mix, and it was like, oh, I can't be doing this. I can't be handling this.
It was me and JPM.
Yeah.
Me and JPM.
No, I know, but then Ron would put in the slide digs as well. And it was like, and then everybody was like, you're giving in to peer pressure. I said, no, I ain't giving in to peer pressure. You ain't fucking covering up for somebody making the video. AJ's fucking accusing me of making the fucking video. I'm out in the fucking truth. AJ ain't gonna sit there and call me a fucking liar all night.
You know, in some philosophical circles, it is widely considered that there is no such thing as a mistake. There are no such things as accidents.
Oh yeah, I was accused of doing it on purpose.
Maybe you'd had enough, Smiler. Maybe you knew it was time. You knew it was time to reveal everything.
Right. When I've shared screens, everybody has always commented on how many fucking pages I've got open. and when I put stop sharing, it obviously stopped sharing that screen. Oh no, I didn't press stop sharing, did I? I just closed the picture and then it opened the fucking next one along, the next bookmark along.
Right.
That's what happened.
I
So
don't
instead
know.
of press, so when you present, and then you've got stop sharing.
Yeah.
So instead of pressing stop sharing, I closed the screen that I was sharing, which then opened the next screen along, which happened to be my WhatsApp.
Well,
So,
whichever way you look at it, I know it was a gift from the gods.
well, I've taken fucking WhatsApp off my computer now.
Zara probably told you to take it off. Get it off. Get it off.
No, because I shared other stuff from my WhatsApp, didn't I?
I don't know.
Yeah. I shared the Joe stuff from WhatsApp, and I shared AJ stuff from WhatsApp.
You still mates
And
with
Zara.
Joe?
No. I hadn't spoke to Joe since he fell out with Paul C.
Oh, blimey.
No, I haven't spoke to Joe since Paul C. When he was hounding Paul C one night. And then he couldn't get hold of Paul C. So he rang me and started fucking going off on me because he couldn't get hold of Paul C. And he was ringing all fucking night long, so I told him fuck
Was
off.
that anything to do with Paul C inviting Zara to come over?
I think so.
Yeah, because Joe was always a bit jealous of Zara, wasn't he? A bit protective. Blimey. Right, well, the day starts. The day starts. So I'm going to fuck off.
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
Joe is working hand in glove with larder.
Yeah.
Ooh.
We did that as soon as he was banished by Zara.
He's got no one else shits.
He was only in the group for like fucking 35 minutes, 40 minutes. And I think I was added to the group, and then there was a group call, and then he went full hog racist on Zara, and he was booted from everywhere.
Joe always he always had an issue with self-control. He couldn't help himself.
But I still had him on 1-to-1.
It always amazed me that people held Joe in a little bit of esteem in relation to his knowledge and historic sort of ability to recall historic points. Joe made up a lot of shit, you know. Joe made up a hell of a lot of shit on the fly. And I used to enjoy pulling him upon the silliest of things that he would state.
I pulled him on quite a lot of things.
Yeah, Joe couldn't control himself. He would lose himself in the conversation, and before too long you'd go into Joe's realm of what is truth. which was merely just the most ridiculous fucking things sometimes, you know. Anyway, bless him. I don't miss Joe. He's a bit of a screamer. Don't like a screamer.
It was a bit like the panel earlier.
Did you have a rough night?
No, just the last hour really.
Oh, I heard a fair bit of that.
Chris and the other Paddy. Chris and Paddy.
Yeah, I think I came in when they were arguing over religion. I don't get it really. It's like arguing over a Spider-Man comic, you know.
Well, no, we was having a really good debate over it, and then Chris wanted his mate to come over, and it seemed like you couldn't get a word in edgeways with him, and then Paddy, he jumped on, and well, that was it. I was screaming over everybody because Ron wanted to say something, and Ron's mic for some reason was really quiet.
It's one subject I'll happily avoid is religion. Just no interest whatsoever. No interest. The name
Well, the religion,
Bond.
the religion doesn't interest me. It's the start of the religions.
Well, nobody knows. I mean, I think I remember somebody saying, well, the earliest religion was, what was they said? What did they say? I can't remember the name of the earliest. Well, we just wouldn't know that. We just wouldn't know that. And again, these very same people.
So you've got it. Tablets and.
I can't remember what word they used, but the same people who will tell you that there's a very exact timeline for religion. There's a very exact time for all events through history which lead us to where we are now are the same people that will tell you we've got missing civilizations. We've got missing, there's like a 700-year period in time which is gone, which is the Middle Ages, you know. I think from about the 400-500s to the 1200s, or maybe it's the 100s to the 800s, 200s to this. I can't remember the detail, but there is a very large period of our history which there is no records, no accounts, no thing of any particular weight happened, you know. And they call it is it the Dark Ages or is it the Middle Ages? I think it's the Dark Ages, yeah. Where literally everything went dark. So these same people that will tell you, well, you know, there's so many pointers throughout history that we must lock onto and believe, and then they'll tell you there's fucking gaps everywhere. So again, it's incredibly counterintuitive to their initial argument. Which is where I come in to point these things out. And to do it deftly and with a level of angst that will annoy them.
Vincent's one-liners.
Yes, Vincent's questions.
And now I'm gonna ask you a question. And
you know my 17-part questions, all in one sentence.
I think there's only about 3 or 4 times that I fucking lost it on YouTube, and you're fucking one of them. You're going fucking under the stairs where nobody cares, Vincent. I am gonna at least answer one fucking question. Let me answer it without throwing 6 more questions before I've answered the first.
I know, but you need to be quicker, Smiler. You know, when somebody is under pressure, which is the whole idea of trying to debate, when you put them under pressure, you'll get more honesty, you'll get less twaddle, and the onus is to keep the momentum going so that you are merely you're no longer able to think. You're merely having to retrieve factual information, and only at that point will you get the truth. It's a very standard police tactic when interviewing. Same in a court of law.
DCI Vega.
A barrister will do the same, you know.
Yeah.
They will always push. They'll explore the areas you're not expecting, and then they'll suddenly hit on the area you didn't want to fucking talk about. And by that time, you've no faculty left to be able to wing it And that's a very simple strategy. Works every time, works a treat. Especially on folk like you, Smiler.
It didn't work. I still got to answer my questions. The only thing is, I answered the questions, but they still didn't fucking compute with you.
It does. Well, you get the answers. You don't necessarily have to acknowledge them, but you can move on. You can move on to the next part of the proceedings without.
No, you have to acknowledge them and go. Oh,
well, no, because if you acknowledge them, you're rewarding the interviewee. You know, and you don't want to be doing that. Baby reindeer. Baby reindeer. Martha's in the house. Vega's over-promoted self-aggrandizement, middle management, comparing himself to a legal expert. Ha 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 ha. He's a fart in a spacesuit at best. A glowing review from the chat there. I'm not comparing myself to a legal expert. I did have a very nice relationship with a very accomplished legal expert who is King's Counsel at the moment. A very successful woman, Martha. You would appreciate that. She's doing very well. She's certainly not self-aggrandizing.
Well, my ex-legal representative is Katie and also sits on the bench. Where you go, oh, come on, Spider, you haven't spoken to a solicitor. No, I actually spoke to Katie.
You spoke to her?
Him.
Oh, okay.
And I've spoken to her as well, yeah.
Right.
Because the her, she keeps horses at my mate's farm.
Uh-huh.
So she's livery there, so she happened to be present when I phoned my mate up and said, look, all this shit is all over fucking YouTube again. So
I love Vincent in a non-sexual, manly way. I wouldn't mind if you loved me in a sexual way, Ships. I wouldn't. Wouldn't be bothered in the slightest. You're a very attractive man. You're a man of purpose and a man of means. It's all I ever wanted in life. Somebody who knew where they were going.
AD, if you're self-employed and there's loopholes, would you not use them? Yeah? Would you not set up a limited company?
And maybe had no connection to this country whatsoever.
Yeah. Pay yourself a fucking dividend. Do drawings per week, per month, legally, under the radar, so you don't even have to pay national insurance. I was a bit annoyed though when they were giving all the companies 40 grand a piece. The council was giving everybody during the whole COVID shit, and everybody was getting 40 grand, and there was 3 of us. And we'd all been under the radar, you know, where you're paying yourself dividends, you're just drawing money.
Were you up to date though on your dues?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
And then like, because you've gone under the radar, so you'd gone under the 6K.
Yeah.
You weren't entitled to the 40K.
Did you have the ability to apply for furlough?
No, because
or any loans?
No. Oh no, yeah, we could get a loan. We could get a loan.
A friend of mine in Leicester got a loan based on his 3-year previous and bought a Lamborghini Aventador SV, and he'd completely fucking fraudulently claimed for like, I don't know, 32 employees and this and that and this now. Jesus Christ. He got away with it, Snyder. He got away with it. He got away with it.
I mean, we had two on furlough, but fucking hell, you've been sorting that out to get them on the furlough. You know, but then they'd come in and work again anyway. And then next door neighbour, you know, they had loads, all the carpet fitters. He had loads of carpet fitters. They was all on furlough.
Yeah.
And floor fitters, you know, the flooring. But they were all coming in working as well.
Well, that was the biggest business during COVID was home improvements.
Yeah.
You know, one of the biggest businesses in the UK was curtain makers. They were fucking making a bomb. People, knowing they weren't going to do anything for so long, they just, you know, improved the home a little bit.
My upholsterer used to do all the upholstery for the car seats and the rock and roll beds and what have you. He was making masks.
Yeah.
He was fucking making more money an hour than I was, and all he was doing was making masks and selling them on fucking eBay.
Yeah.
And then he was using Dyson HEPA filters.
Yeah, yeah.
And he was sewing them in, so he was doing like 4-layer fucking masks and selling them. And I was like, you can't fucking sell
using
them.
a Dyson HEPA filter.
Yeah, he was putting.
Wouldn't have been a Dyson because they're like $6.99 for the original ones.
Oh, well,
you can get them for $3.99 for the cheap Chinese copies.
Yeah. Copy ones, yeah.
I wouldn't buy a fucking mask with a HEPA filter in it.
But he was doing that. Yeah, but I mean, our gas analyzer, you couldn't fucking breathe through the bastard. He was flogging them. People were buying them left, right, and centre.
I remember thinking that my industry would sort of be out for about 2-3 months. So I fucked off to see Sonny, and I came back. Everything was full steam ahead. So literally, I worked. Well, I didn't work. I fucking hardly worked, but I worked technically throughout COVID.
Yeah, well, we worked all the way through it, and holidays as well.
Well, I had a good few holidays through COVID. I went away for about a month every time.
So we were tied up with the RAC, tied up with Euro Repar. So we had cars coming in from them, breakdowns and what have you, tyre fitting. And then it was like, right, we're fucking
You
off
were
to
busy
Poland.
chopping cars in half and welding them together again.
Fucking hell, yeah. Right in front of the customer's eyes as well. All those poor old women with fucking oxygen
Yes,
masks and walking
vulnerable
sticks
old
and
women
Zimmer
like
fra- yeah,
Martha.
Zimmer frames, yeah.
Maybe Martha's driving round in one of your cut and shut jobbies. That's why she's angry at me.
Yeah, probably.
Have you always been dodgy, Smiler, or is it something that come to you later on in life? You're a pirate, though, aren't you? You sound like a pirate. Arrgh.
Well, I'm
Maybe
Cornish
that's what
pirate.
it is. You've got pirate blood running through your veins.
Cornish pirate.
You can't do anything honestly. What's the pirate code? What's the main pirate code?
Can't tell you that.
I'd have to kill you. There's a main sort of sentence with the pirate code, isn't there?
Well, it's
something to do with trust.
I don't know.
Yeah. Never trust a pirate. Something like that. Never trust, I don't know. Something. Vega's beady eyes is in there. That whole jabby thing was easy to get out of, Vega. Vega's beady eyes. I had one test. I remember I went down to... There's a military facility near me. And they'd taken that over at the start to do all the testing. So I had to have a test to leave the country. So I went and did that. I think it was free at the time as well. And I went out the country. They never asked for the test. I think that time I was driving. They never asked for the test getting on the boat, and that was Irish ferries.
Right.
And then I came back about a month and a half later, and I had to pay for a test. I think I stopped in Cologne. I was driving around fucking Cologne endlessly trying to find this little testing station. And it was in a park. It was in a kids' park. I must have drove past it 3-4 times. My sat-nav didn't really locate it very well. And it was two metal gates which were opened on this kids' park, and you drove in on the grass, and then there was a tent at the back, and it was a drive-through. You drove through this tent. They tested you in the first one. You went to another area where you parked, and then they'd call you a number, and you'd drive through another tent that'd give you the results. And I think I paid about 30, 40 euros for that. And again, when I got back on the boat, they didn't ask for the fucking test, so I stopped. I didn't do any more tests after that.
Yeah, well,
Even getting on the plane, they didn't ask for a test on the plane.
No, the kids were still at school, so they hadn't started homeschooling by then.
Marie C, my favourite woman on YouTube.
Morning, Marie. Yeah, still going. So the kids were still at school. They hadn't thrown them all at home yet, so they weren't doing homeschooling by then. And the kids had all these test kits, and they were testing all the plants in the house. They were testing tomatoes, testing
potatoes.
And you were getting false positives, right?
Yeah.
So a kiddie in the classroom says in morning reception comes out with he got a positive test. So the next minute we had an email saying, "Oh, you've got to come and collect the kids because
the kids work this out."
Yeah.
If you could find something that tested positive, you got 10 days off school.
Yeah,
it was the biggest fucking scam in history.
Yeah. Right. So we've had to go from work then. Yeah. Or my missus went from work then to go and pick them up. And it was like, well, you can either go home or you come into the workshop. Fuck going to the workshop, like, we want to go home. PlayStation.
I'm to me PS5.
Yeah, PlayStation. PC. Right? So they were saying, well, so then they had to do a test, right? So then they fucking did a false positive test, right? So then Boots then had to turn up and test us. And that was the only test I did. Right? Well, we come out positive. So they like, you have to have 14 days at home. It's like, how the fuck can we have 14 days at home?
Yeah.
So we were isolated at home then, right? We didn't even have the apps. We hadn't even downloaded the apps. I didn't even have the fucking stupid barcode at work for people to scan. And then people were moaning because we didn't have one. So we had to put one up. We had to download it and put it up. But anyway, again, at the end of the 14 days, it was like all these people going on about going on holiday. And you've got to have a test to go on holiday. You've got to have a jab to go on holiday.
That.
But if you've had a positive, you can go on holiday.
Well, no, they didn't. No. You weren't allowed to travel.
It was
positive. No, you weren't.
No.
No.
After the 14 days, they said you had antibodies. Yeah. So you could travel.
Yeah, you couldn't go with a positive test. Recent positive test.
Not a positive. You had to wait, and then when after waiting, you had they classed it as you had antibodies, so you could go to holiday.
But
you
then
didn't have to isolate.
You did when you got to your holiday. Dependent on country, you had to stay in your hotel room for anywhere between 10 and 21 days. It's not much of a holiday, really.
In Poland, you didn't have to isolate. No,
there was fuck all going on in Poland. That's why.
I know. All the fucking news was going, "Oh, this country's doing this and that country's doing that," and you know, and like. We're speaking the mother and father and all that, and it's like, what's it like? What's it like in Sri Lanka? Like, what's it like? What's it like in Warsaw?
Yeah.
Well, it's fine. Where's Dad?
As soon as you got out the towns.
Yeah.
Do you know what it was? It was the greatest example of what's it called? Collective fear. When I took my son, because we stayed. Where did I stay? I won't say it because it kind of gives me it kind of, because it was close to his mum's, and there was a little down the road, and it was just behind an airport. So they were walking around in masks, but anywhere else that you went, it was just outside the main city, second main city. Anywhere else you went, no masks, no nothing. But they did it. They did it to not compliance, just because everyone else did it. And I used to walk around this supermarket with my son, no mask, literally everyone just looking at me. And, you know, I never got any criticism for it. I think people kind of knew what was going on. This was quite early on in the proceedings.
Well, my ex's dad, he makes kitchen furniture, he makes household furniture, you know.
So he wears a mask all the time anyway.
Yeah. So you know, he's using all the balm stuff, you know, all the expensive fucking pistons and all that lot in the furniture, and soft clothes drawers and all that lot, you know. So he was outfitting, you know, because he would build to order, so it was all fitted, you know.
Yeah. Massive.
Right?
It went massive home improvements, did.
So he was outfitting, so it's like, well, has it slowed down?
I think Jimmy wants a link.
So is it slowed down, or is it, you know? And it's like, no, he's rushed off his feet.
Yeah,
you know?
through the roof.
So it's like, oh, right, we're coming over for a break, you know? And I think we got to, for the first time in our lives, right, Jimmy?
There you go,
Jimmy.
We actually got to Dover on time.
Yeah.
Well. We had midnight. I mean, we used to get there like an hour late, and again, just get the next ferry, pay fucking 10 quid or whatever it was to just jump on the next ferry.
You have to pay extra. Do you know my habit now is I literally book it for 9-10 o'clock at night, and then I leave in the morning. When I get there, I get there, and they always let me on. I've never had anyone say you're going to have to wait or pay extra to get on an earlier boat. Never ever, not in the last 2-3 years.
DFDS were bastards. DFDS.
No,
I love those boats. Is P&O still run?
Yeah.
P&O's still going, yeah. P&O, Irish Ferries, and DFDS from Dover.
Yeah.
And never a problem with any of them, but I tend to prefer Irish Ferries. Dover to Dunkirk. Half an hour extra on the boat, but they're just so much more relaxed.
Yeah, but Dunkirk back down again. It's like
I don't go back down, do I? Go up. You should go up if you're going to Poland.
No.
You go up, go straight past Brussels.
Ostend. They got a lot of brasses over there.
A lot of brasses. I've never gone to Ostend.
Oh, it's got a red light there. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, if we were 5 minutes late, because Boris had announced that he was locking down the country, if we was 5 minutes late, we would have missed the ferry.
I remember that day when everything got shut down.
Yeah.
I was here, and I remember thinking, you know, how long's that going to fucking go on for?
Well, we was out the country.
Yeah. You know, I think it started up about a week later, 2 weeks later, didn't it?
Yeah, but you know, you either filled up at that stupid little petrol station in Dover, or you waited until you crossed and then filled up at the first.
Which one? The McDonald's one?
Oh yeah, I know that one.
Yes, it's my favourite. That's my favourite petrol station in all the world because it's got the McDonald's.
They got Pig and Mix. Oh, McDonald's.
I always go to that McDonald's as soon as I get back in the UK. You know, to have a proper fucking cup of coffee.
You go to McDonald's for a cup of coffee.
Cafe.
Because they do it shit all across Europe. They just get it wrong. Always. They just get it wrong.
Coffee, McDonald's.
I only used to drink the hot chocolate. I only ever used to drink the hot chocolate. But
as soon as you get past France, they use fucking long life milk. It's disgusting. Makes me feel sick.
Long life milk.
I use a coffee, mate.
When we got to, so you was on the ferry and it was like, right, quick, restaurant, buy a coffee. And as soon as you had a coffee in your hand, that was it. That was, because they made you wear a mask going all the way up the stairs, up to the fucking bar.
I didn't wear a mask. Nobody touched me. No, not once.
I never understood why people are against wearing masks.
The first day they locked down, you had all the ferry staff standing on the stairways, and it's like mask, and it's like, oh, I've got trouble breathing. No, gotta wear a mask. And it's like, what? I got bad breathing. I can't wear one.
Put a pair of underpants in your head.
So,
I took photographs on the. I think it was the first crossing I went over, first one of the year in 2020. Was it 21 or 22? 22. And I was out in the smoking area at the back. You know, the green fucking painted shit.
Yeah.
And on the Irish ferries, completely empty. And it always been. You've always got the Polish there. You've always got the fucking people there having their fags, and it was completely empty. Completely empty. I was on my own in the smoking area. I can't remember which P&O ferry it was, but you had to go out. You had to go right up to the front of the boat, and then you go out this little side door. The heavy doors. The Irish ferries have the massive heavy doors that you can't fucking open while you're holding a coffee.
And there was about 50 of us, and it was standing room only.
Yeah, normally it's packed. And I got a photograph of it, bare empty.
Oh no, this was standing room only. But they'd stop, because normally you go out the back of the boat and you in that great big area.
Yeah.
By the stacks.
At the back of the boat on the Irish ferries.
But they stopped us going out there, and they made us go out in this little fucking big heavy doors, which had all.
Who's the fittest women in Europe where you've travelled? Because you seem to have travelled Europe a lot. Fittest birds in Europe, all your countries you've travelled through. You must go she's fit, not fit.
Spanish are quite fit until they hit about 40, and then they
30,
get
hairy armpit,
and the beard comes on.
Germans, well, they're just fucking hairy all over.
Yeah, they've got hairy all over the place. They got blonde-haired, blue eyes if they were lucky enough to be born under the right, I like
Polish because Polish have got the right attitude. They've got good work ethics. I just like Polish.
You got a thing for Polish.
Yeah,
I got a thing for Thai.
Even employing staff, Polish and Lithuanian. Yeah, brilliant.
Like grafters, are they?
Yeah, and Russian.
Work for peanuts.
Well, not necessarily work for peanuts, but they will outwork any fucking Cornish mechanic.
Yeah, they got more incentive, haven't they? The money that they earn in England, they should take back to England. They can live like millionaires. To Europe. To Poland.
Well, they don't. They make sacrifices, Jimmy. You know, I had a little business in Coventry a good few years ago, and I had a few Polish working, and they lived in squalor. You know, where they chose to live. They lived in a big old flat above a shop, not far from where my business was.
Maximise profit.
And they lived in absolute squalor, but they were prepared to do that to save money.
Yeah, Thais like that as well. They'll live like 5 in one room, just come here to work.
Yeah. It's exactly how I would do it. You know, if I was having to work abroad and not able to afford somewhere decent, I'd more than happily shack up. I've done it.
Yeah, that's what I did before I come here. I just worked my arse off to get as much money as I could, minimise my expenses, and then you're going to have a big holiday when I finish.
Exactly.
But the Polish were earning 5 to 1.
What do you mean?
Well, like £1 here was 5 over there, or 5.
Oh, fucking ain't anymore, robbing bastards.
Was 20 zloty.
Fucking Jesus. It's more expensive in Poland than it was in the Czech Republic last time I went.
I think at Christmas it went up. Was it 6? Was it?
5.5.
Yeah, 5.9. I think it was when I looked.
Yeah, zloty, is it?
Yeah.
I can always tell the state of the economy by how much is a packet of 20 compared to England.
Well, they're
About
cheap.
About £1.80.
Yeah, get a pack of Rothmans for about £2.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Well, I used
£2.20.
to smoke L&M's.
Yeah, they do all the old ones. Peter Stuyvesant's, you'll see. All the old brands that we used to have in the UK.
That's all I remember. Benson Hedges.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we had a what the hell are they called?
It's the same cigarettes about
what's the stupid shops? Oh, what's the silly little shops called? The little tiny
Newsagent.
No, yeah, but it's a news. It's slaughter.
Corner shop.
No.
In Poland.
Yeah, Slotties or I can't remember.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do all the breads and the shit on the counter.
Yeah.
You can get all
It's to the mood
the
of Poland.
pastries.
An advert for.
It does start with a Z.
Poland.
It does start with a Z. Zatak or Zetak or Zemak. Zemak. Is it Zemak?
Yeah, and it was like the smallest shop you could find, but fuck me, had everything
it's
you
a
could possibly think in
chain all across.
Yeah.
Chain all across Poland.
Can I dox your missus' second name? The last 3 letters. Ski. Polish woman's second name. They all end in ski, don't they?
No.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, it's a misconception, Jimmy.
In the football, it's like Zelensky, Badetsky, Goretsky,
It's not. Give over. You've heard it once, and you've associated it with Polish.
Oh, what's the commentary on the football?
The most common is for the name to end in a C.
Ski.
A C, just a C, the letter C. So however you get there. Same for Czech Republic. It's the most common is OVA. OVA.
My ex's ended in AS, but her partner was on the Slavic border.
A partner? Well, you was a partner.
Ski is very uncommon.
She was married before me.
all right.
And
so I misheard that.
Woohoo!
Her maiden name was ICK.
ICK.
Don't go doxing yourself again, Smiler.
You're just given the last letter and the last 3 letters. You're run out of letters.
Hang on, everyone be quiet. I've got a question from Marie C. I've just got to find it. Bear with me.
Huh?
Hang on. Where's your question? Oh, have you been behaving? Don't ignore me. Of course I've been behaving, Marie C. You are my guiding light in this community. Whenever I think of doing something cantankerous, I think of you, Marie C, and I stop myself.
Boring, Peggy.
I've got some information for you, Vincent. That Axel's can't get hold of you to promote my fight with him.
He was a drip, he was.
Oh, he's still about. He just striked me this morning. Privacy strike.
I went over to his live stream after that and I listened for about 5-10 minutes, and all he was doing, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Well, he said fuck all when somebody was on the panel.
He does 8-hour lives a day, then he takes a picture of his child and doxes his child to prove he can see his child.
Blimey.
How long does it take to take a picture? How long does it take to spend 8 hours a day on a live?
He won't last long,
Jimmy. Getting monetization back.
Yeah, I know. I'm starting to revise my strategies.
All right, I'm out of here. I feel a bit sicky and I need a coffee.
Yeah, coffee always helps.
Might need a visit to the loo. All right, guys, have a good day. And of course, all the people in the chat, even the American conspiracy nuts. See you later.
Catch you later.
So, are you on a 24-hour binge?
No.
Is this what it's like when you're retired? You just whack up the internet, research stuff, and do mad, like, double-figure lives. So I want to retire.
Jimmy, I sit here and work.
You're working whilst you're living.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I have to do
What kind of work you doing?
Do designs.
I was thinking about setting up a bar out here with like 24-hour lives through a CCTV camera, straight up to YouTube. A lot of go-go girls dancing and stuff like that, man.
Do it.
Like Big Brother. Yeah. Women can catch their husbands cheating. I want to check the privacy laws in.
Well, the only place you can't record is the toilets, isn't it? You can record
I
everywhere.
don't know. They got different privacy laws. You can't film government streets, public streets. I mean, pretty sure you can film inside your own thing. I'm just checking Google Earth cams. They got some out here as well. I know I've caught myself on them when I got into a fisticuffs with someone.
Well,
I found a Google Earth cam.
At the beginning of the Israel stuff, I was sharing cams, 6 cameras. I think I was sharing. Oh, Jimmy, that's my ears.
Your mic is proper Dalek-y.
Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
What do you mean a little bit?
No, it's the same.
Testing.
Give us a rig check.
Testing.
It's still a bit Dalek-y.
Dalek-y, why does it keep doing it?
Is it getting hot? USB.
No, it might be the computer getting hot.
StreamYard does take a lot of battery power, electricity.
Right, what's
jump
it
out
like
of the
now?
car a minute.
What's it like now?
Come again?
What's it like now?
It's about 50% better.
50%. So it's still going crackle, is it?
Yeah. I lost the chat too because I'm a bit tone deaf. You might want to whack your link in.
Any better now?
I believe it's about 70%. I could be wrong though. What the chat reckon? Oh fuck! Oh, bollocks.
What does 20% mean? Sounds okay to you? We would do that, it overmodulates, doesn't it? Sounds very buzzy. Jimmy is fine in general. Right, so it's on mono. It's on me. Turn the volume down. No, just sounds low a bit. What, you got no crackle, Murray? Is that better? Testing, testing. Oh, Jimmy's muted up, is he? Both gone. 5 by 5. I think this, I've gone back to my old mic.
Hang on, my missus had a bit of a car crash. Hang on, in a minute.
Hope she's alright. No, this new mic, it's fucking mahoosive. It's a Samsung. It's got all kinds of silly stuff in it. This is my old cheap mic, this is. But I think it might be drawing too much power through the old computer. But I've just ordered all the bits to build a new computer anyway. £1,100 bloody pound.
Someone, missus had a bit of a crash, just hit a wing mirror.
Oh, it's only a mirror.
Somebody else has called me now. Hang on a minute. Fucking hell.
It's alright, it's only a mirror, Jimmy. As long as she's alright. I'm sure I saw that the earth is flat also. I'm not sure, SR. I know what I do know is when I've been out to sea, SR, and we're out fishing, and you look all around you and you can't see no land. But all around you, you can see horizons. And I am, so when I look across the horizon, I haven't seen no curvature in the horizon. But when I look at Decker, so if anybody knows about charts, if you look at Decker charts used to be so if you look at a road map and you've got boxes and you've got latitude and longitude, they're straight lines. But on a Decker chart, they aren't straight line, they're curved lines. But when you stand and you look out the window and all you can see is sea all the way around you and no land, I haven't seen no curvature in the horizon. Yeah, it's flat. It's flat. So as far as I could see with the naked eye, I've never seen a curved horizon. And like you can look all around the boat out of, see no land, but there's no curve. But even as the land is disappearing, when you look back across the land, you can't see no curvature in the land neither. Yeah. Same Peggy. Ships disappear in the distance until you zoom in. Well, you get a strange phenomenon as well, where it looks like it looks like the ship can be floating above the water sometimes as well. But that's something to do with the sea heat in it, the evaporation with the sun on the water. It creates like a mirage. But flying loads of times I've had a window seat and looked out the window. Even taking photographs out the window in the plane. What are you doing, Jimmy? Yeah, same as Formula One, yeah. Where you look across and you get that haze that coming off the tarmac, don't you? I think he had a phone call. I think his missus knocked the car mirror off or something. But I don't know. Is it flat? Is it curved? Is it egg shaped? Hot already outside? I got a sea mist. The sky is bright white. No blue, just white. And where the sea meets the sky is quite grey. So the sea's looking quite grey. And then into the cloud then. Hate the summer? Why do you hate the summer? Possibly. But there was that too hot. Oh no, the hot is brilliant for me. It relieves pain, Marie. I love the hot weather, I do. I used to like the sunbeds in the winter because it used to get right into the bones, the heat. Goes into the 30s. Well, it's only 13 degrees here at the moment. We hit just under the 40s in Poland one summer. And then minus 25, minus 28 in the winter. And it wasn't even cold. I was still going around in shorts and t-shirt. Here, 13 degrees is your summer. Oh, yesterday when I was live streaming, I was sat out in it. But Bloody, the wind was bloody freezing, the wind was. My feet, when I come back inside, made something to eat, I nearly put a pair of socks on. Nearly. Yeah, NASA is. It stands for lies, doesn't it, NASA? I can't remember what the acronym is. Oh, I'm yawning now. Just made a coffee. Yeah, NASA means to deceive. That's it. Not a lot of deceive in it. All right, Marie. Nice seeing you. Glad you're getting better. Ricky on a rant. Where have you been, Chris? Oh, you've had a nap and you're back again. You both come back at the same time, look. What are you doing, Jimmy? You still on the phone? Ah, it's like that, isn't it, Marie? Yeah, you get people who come into your chat regularly. And you have a bit of a conversation with them. If you're still there, Chris. Blimey, gonna be a skeecher. What's a skeecher? Skeecher? Scorcher? Was it supposed to be scorcher? I don't know. Smiley, you definitely have an open mind. What the hell does that mean? I think I've been going down rabbit holes since 1987, Peggy. Oh, yeah, well, since 1987, I was lying in a hospital bed for 12 months. And back then, I had a stereo cassette player, which was a stereo cassette, a radio, and then a little tiny black and white screen on it. I think it was made by Amstrad, I think it was. And I was in hospital and I was watching that. I was still in the army. just thinking about things, and thinking about what the hell I was doing in the army. Why did I do it? Why did I sign up? It is not everything that is cracked up to be. Hello.
Oh yeah, mate, are we?
Yeah, are you?
I am. I'm just stuffing me fat face.
Again?
What do you mean again? What do you mean again?
Weren't you stuffing your face earlier?
That was I. I mean,
Yeah, you were. You was having a bloody kebab.
Yeah, look at. It's not my fault that I live to eat. Okay. Now I'm going to stop eating just to be respectful. Where's Jimmy gone? What's the matter with Jimmy?
Oh, he's on the phone.
He's on the phone.
Yeah.
You seem a bit tired, Smiler.
His missus just knocked off the wing mirror.
You've been gone a while now, Smiler, haven't you, kid?
Yeah, I put night shift in 9 hours.
Well, that's right. Compared to what your record is, Smiler, 9 hours is just a blip. Right, okay.
Well, I think I had a 3-hour break.
What do you mean? You had a 3-hour break during this 9-hour session, or?
No, because I streamed during the day, then I had 3 hours off, and then I went live again at 12 midnight. Morning, Spike.
Well, I saw you and Jimmy on ya, and I thought myself, is there a civilized conversation still to be had? But then I realised to myself, you're probably wrong. Pardon me. No, so, Jimmy, God bless you. Smiler, get yourself a kit, bruv. We need you for the next few days, man. You're a regular streamer. Right? It's a rest, bruv.
I'm all right.
Or if not, Smiler, I'll send you a few links. Come over and antagonize people, right? Other than that, mate, God bless you. Right?
All right, you take it easy.
You, Smiler, you take it easy, bruv. Seriously, mate, you take it easy, right? You know what I mean, that, right, bud?
Where's he gone?
Smiler, where you been?
Hey, you just missed
Got
Chris.
4 people calling me at once.
You missed Chris.
Yeah, I saw him, but I couldn't speak. First one, Mrs. called me. Said she had a car crash, and it turned out she just hit a wind mirror. And then some Thai bloke called me. I think I want to borrow money, so I was banging him. Somebody else called me, and then Mrs. called me back whilst I was on the other phone. Just wanted to chat about nothing. Okay, now I can fucking operate a switchboard here, man. Oh, dear. So Mrs. calls me, she's like, what do you want? Nothing. What do you call me for? Oh, what, you don't talk to me? No, but what do you call me for?
If she wants to just ring you and speak to you, that means you must be in the good books again.
Yeah, I prefer being in the bad books where she doesn't talk to me and I'll get peace and quiet.
Morning, Paul.
Let's have a new notification. I've just gone live.
I've watched some of David Icke stuff, but David Icke stole a lot of stuff from somebody else, didn't he?
Sorry, I've got to run in the shop and grab a sandwich, or I'm going to go to the gym on an empty stomach. I'll be 2 minutes.
All right. Alex Jones, how'd you get fined all that money, get made bankrupt, but you don't lose anything? Alex Jones, he was just a useful idiot, wasn't he? He was just fed CIA information. Ever seen the Henry Mako? No. Yeah, that's right, Spike. Morning, Peggy. Martin made a live stream about you. Was it a good one, Paul? Or was it a negative one? Same bankers as Trump, was it? Renoir painting. Best way, Paul. Best way. Life's too short for all the bitter and twistedness on here. Yeah, that other mic I got is a Samsung Track Pro. Hell of a thing, mate. It must weigh £10. But I think it's I don't know. I think it's either the USB drivers in that other PC, in this PC. No, we'll find out when I get all my bits for the other computer. Put all that together. Oh yeah, I got to order Windows 11 now. Windows 11, I'm not. I got to order that. Order the key. If it starts playing up in the bloody new computer, then it'll have to go back. Yeah, been up all night. But I started at 10 to midnight, I think, didn't I? After Uber's ended his live. And
Hello, back again.
Back again.
Come into my shop. God, when I woke up, I was just having, when you first was live, I was just having breakfast. And I'm nearly having dinner. Ah, you know, man.
Yeah, but Spike, you know me, I don't sleep very much anyway. The
Any
only
time for
time I have a
sleeping when you're dead.
decent sleep is is when I oversmoke. And then I get a
That's
decent
what,
night's kit then.
another phone call.
If I have a smoke before I lie down, that's it. I can go out. I can go out like 12 hours, 15 hours. I can go out for. Yeah, YouTube never sleeps. Ate too much chocolate and caffeine's keeping you up. Fucking hell, what chocolate are you eating? Is it dark chocolate?
Back again.
Oh, November, man. We're still here.
Oh, no, phone again.
Yeah, that's it. Ritter. Nah, American chocolate, is it? Mind you, you're lucky. You get it all from the base, don't you, Spike? Edwin was in most of the night. Yeah, Ritter's German. But is it imported in America or is it made in America? How's the sergeant major? Spike. Most East Coast Yanks originate from Germany. Oh, didn't know that. Ah, cool. Is he still tunnel sniffing? How's his power? Oh, you don't eat French chocolate, you'll start bouncing all over the place. Your legs will go all rubbery. Boing, 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 boing. He's missing tunnel sniffing there. They were the funniest streams that ever been on. They were when he was on with you. Absolute star he is. I'll never forget him going out to the bloody lamppost and then having a conversation with the milkman. He is. You definitely tell he looked after his squad as he did. I reckon he was strict, but he was funny with it. I bet he's friends with a milkman now. He'd be a difficult one to read, wouldn't he? You wouldn't work out whether he was giving you a bollocking or whether he was taking the piss out of you. It would definitely. I didn't know you served the spike. I didn't learn something new every day, look. Yeah, it's been up for a couple of hours, November. Well, it was cracking through at 5:30 this morning. Ah, right, okay. 4:17 a.m. Oh, staff sergeant. Look at that. Remy. It's a shame they still don't have it all now. Hey, there's still a combined cadet force just down the road from me. But so you would have gone on NCO's carders then as a instructor then with the regulars, I'm guessing. Combined Cub Scout. Yeah. Yeah, no, down the road here you've got Army and RAF. And then Penzance you've got the Sea Cadets. I'm taking the piss. Morning, Nutter again. How did your stream go, mate? Sorry, I was still live and we was having a mass argument about religion. Oh, Jimmy's bounced. Oh, I thought they had some of the power back last night, Peggy. That's got to be enjoy it. I'll go to post though, yeah. I went to boarding school, didn't I? So I think joining the cadets when I was at school, school I was, it was a privilege, I think. Oh, you was ACF, was you? Tiffany, says SR. Don't know if anybody else has phoned a live up yet. That says 9 notifications. Who did 9? Chits is going live at 11:55. Yogi's done a video, End of the Auditors. Flavs is live. He went live 8 minutes ago. Ex-Army British, ex-British Army Paz 49. He wants to know what's spooked Paul Thorpe and others. Yeah, what did I see yesterday? I saw. I haven't watched it yet. I've saved it, but it said the St. George celebration is probably going to be the last march, as if it was referencing Tommy and saying that there ain't going to be no more marches. Oh, I haven't watched it yet. "16 hours of no electricity will freak some people out." What that means, Peggy, is you need solar panels and a battery bank and a couple of decent inverters. Small silent generator, just in case you haven't got enough sunlight to charge the battery banks up. Just build a power wall with solar panels. Yeah, that's right, that's all. What happens at the hotel? I ain't got no power. I don't know what part you're in. I mean, there's some parts of America where it's really dodgy. I mean, you get a bit of ice on the cables and that's it. You got outage. Lots of Air Force war games going on over here. Yeah, Edwin was talking about that the other day as well. There was lots going on over there. High winds. But then, how many companies are scrimping on maintenance and upgrades? You know, all the CEOs are getting big bucks. Americans have Euro Air Force training at Lakenheath. Where do the Iranians train out of again? I can't remember where they train out of now. Not sure. Let's have a look. Was it around that train? Britain is aiding Israel's nuclear force. I haven't read that one. Israel general given special immunity for secret trip to Britain. UK military secret visit to Israel. UK links use of Storm Shadow missiles to nuclear arms. And Boris Johnson let Israeli warplanes visit England. A 35 components sent to Israel from Royal Air Force Base. Vegas had too much chocolate. Why have we got boot? Why have we got boots on the ground in Lebanon? Oh, that was 2021. Oh, yeah. UK blocks details on Israel military training in Britain. Alright, which military base is there? Iran is the main funder for Hamas, and Qatar's financial support for the group dates back to 2008. Qatar also funded Hamas military personnel. Yet the RAF operates 2 joint squadrons with Qatar, the first with any nation since the Second World War, when Polish pilots helped fight the Battle of Britain. RAF Coningsbury in Lincolnshire. You still live? I still am. So RAF Coningsby and RAF Lehman, if it's still there, Spike. Well, obviously you are. And the UK, get this, the UK spent £350 million. £350 million promoting the regime change in Syria. UK has funded 13 projects worth 250 million supporting Syrian rebels and their operations in territory taken from Assad regime in the past 5 years. British government refuses to say which opposition group it aids in Syria. So we spent £350 million to employ Al Qaeda, HTS, to topple Assad in Syria. But pensioners can't, if you got a penny over that pension credit, you ain't having no eating allowance. You ain't entitled to any extra money if you're a penny over. But hey, we'll spend £350 million in Syria. Mental, innit? Paying Jelani. Morning, Robert. How you doing? Oh, you alright? Toothache? Or just a checkup? Alright, catch you later, Robert. Hope you and yours are all well. I think it's nearly time for me to head off. That's right, November man. And if he ain't sitting on the chair, he's sitting in front of that piano or standing in front of the piano. And he still practices on the piano. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? What's the sad face for? Yeah, it's been good. We had a good religious debate earlier. Me, Ron, Krista Brick, Jimmy, Paddy Ward, and another Chris. No, I haven't seen it, Angela. Yeah, Paddy came on. Talking religion. He does. He did that before he got elected, didn't he? In all his PVC get up. Morning, Paul. I don't know whose channels it is. November. I get most involved military told me twice daily on YouTube. All right, good people. I think I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. Stick my head on the pillow for a couple of hours. No doubt I'll be back later. Got to finish that video edits. Do them later. BB. Oh, you were getting some grief yesterday, BB. Heard that merman. You upset merman somehow. I don't know how. Yep. I'll see you later, November man. Oh, you've seen it as well, or you heard it as well, did you, beautiful? Okay, now. I think it was only live for 17 minutes. I think 80% of it was about you having more neck than giraffe. Right. It's been a good one. Been fun. 7 bones in a giraffe's neck. Is that all there is? And humans. I'm trying to count mine now. I got a big lump. Oh, a giraffe must be a twat. A giraffe's neck must be some. Their bones must be some fucking big. A giraffe stole my ice cream once. No, but that happens a lot. That does. Ain't gonna happen very often now. I mean, I think they shut Longleat now, haven't they? Did they shut Longleat down to the public? I'm not 100% sure. It is Ubers. Still cold here. It's getting up to 16 degrees now. A little bit of wind picking up. But the sea mist is still there. Morning, Mr. D. I'm just going off, I am. But it's nice to see you. To see you nice. Yeah, I'll be leaving it up. There's some good stuff on there. We had a debate about Baal worship between the Muslims and the small hats worshipping Baal. There was a few of us on the panel. Ron, Christopher, Paddy Ward, Jimmy, and Chris's mate, the one that he co-hosts the channel with. Yep, that's right. But they both worship the same god. Or not a god, a deity. That's right. I explained all that last night again. I have to keep on explaining that. Shuffling? I can't see shuffling. Shuffling, not here. Oh, Chris's mate. No, Chris's mate was Chris the Bastard, I think he's called. He's a South African guy. I just answered it as you typed that. They're doing debating channel, I think he said. Where you go into different debates. People pay for you to be on panel or not be on panel, or where, and you win money. He's going to share the link later. I suppose you can see with your deformed eyes, Jesus saves. If you ain't Jesus, then you can't be a Jew, Ubers. A VR Fight Club. That'd be no good for me. I'll be punching holes in the walls, falling over. I'll never forget the Oculus. Spike's made his coffee. Got his fag ready. £5 in an envelope back in the day of Opie and Anthony. Bloodsport. I know the Opie family. Might not be the same Opie. I told you numerous times, fake news, Smiler. What's fake news? Oh, whether you're Jewish or not. You're a successful Irish business person. Person? That's a bit strange. You should say businessman. Businessman. No such thing as a person. I did indeed. Through the yellow sunglasses, was it? Or reflective sunglasses. Yeah, I think he was quizzed on my panel by somebody. Was it Vincent? I don't know. I can't remember who quizzed him. Yeah, it was Vincent. Anyway, I'm. Oh, okay, no such thing as a person. My bad, love. Well, you're either a businessman or you're a businesswoman. You don't say business person. That's just playing up to the woke agenda, isn't it? In a minute, you'd be telling me that they don't breastfeed, they chest feed. You're going to be telling me. Right. I shall see you all later. Have a good day, people. I'll be back on in a bit. Take it easy. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you all back later. Might do the history of the IDF later. History of the IDF. How they got started. How they started from a terrorist organization to continue being a terrorist organization. Allegedly.